Yeah, scenes there from last week, the penultimate week of racing before Saudi Cup week here in Riyadh. A very warm welcome along to King Abdulaziz Racecourse, to Riyadh, to Saudi Arabia, and to the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia's English-speaking channel on YouTube. Great to have you back along for this Thursday. It's the 6th of February, and it's meeting number 88 of the season here in Saudi Arabia. Meetings 88, 89 and 90 over the next 3 days. 12 races a day, Thursday, Friday and Saturday. A blank week, and then it's Saudi Cup week. 3 weeks today will be the International Jockeys Challenge and the Saudi Cup 3. In fact, no, only 2 weeks tomorrow. Time flying by here in Saudi Arabia. Tom Collins alongside. We're coming to the end of a 4-week stint here, but it's gone really quickly.
It's gone very quickly, and as you say, only 2 weeks now to Saudi Cup week. So this is kind of like the warm-up, isn't it, I suppose, before we have a little break and then we get involved in the proper good racing. Obviously, during Saudi Cup week, there are no low-grade handicaps or maidens, and next week we've got no racing. So we have packed full fields this week. Every single race seems to be a max field, very competitive action. Today we've got one really good race, race 10 and Open, where we've seen a couple of horses that have previously been seen in Group 1s. Other than that, it's going to be tricky. So finding winners is obviously imperative, but it's going to be tough.
And you've spent plenty of time going through the form the last few days? You're on top of everything.
Too much time, I have to say. I've got Friday already sorted as well, a bit of Saturday done, so I'm looking ahead, yeah.
Good, and it is 2 weeks tomorrow we get underway with the Saudi Cup meeting. There's a big clock in the office actually counting down by the second to the first day of the Saudi Cup meeting.
Yeah, and I am as well, I'm sure you are too. It's going to be exhilarating, isn't it?
It is indeed, and we've got a total of 12 again today, 3 handicaps, 3 open races and 6 maidens. By the way, the inter-studio tipping competition, we are now 2-1 up to Mr. Collins here. First week was
me,
then I won a week,
and then me last week. But last week was a good week for both of us, to be fair. I just topped by a couple, but we both hit good numbers.
And the first week I got Tom a nice dishcloth in the colours of Emblem Road to say well done. I've been shopping again this week.
Oh God, here we go.
And I said I'd get you something in the colours of the Red Stable. You ready?
I'm ready. What have we got?
Okay. You've got a Red Stable flannel.
Oh,
look at that.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much. Shall I hold it up like a trophy, like what happens normally when you win? Thank you. I appreciate that.
It's even got the bit of white on it as well and everything.
Prince Faisal bin Khalid, new fanboy.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep. Thank you.
Right, a good start to proceedings there. Let's head out and meet the other member. Well, we've got 2 more members of the team to meet. The next one of those is a man who always knows the time of day. It's Callum Halliwell.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, really happy to be here on this Thursday, the last of our little stint here in Saudi Arabia. But unbelievably, all 3 of us are going to be here for Saudi Cup weekend, which is hugely exciting. Go home, have a little bit of a break, refresh, and have an enjoyable time of things here for the big meeting. For me, the race I'm most looking forward to is the 5th race on the card here. You've got horses such as Tabar Fail, who's a really nice type. Then in behind, you've got Ayat Al Mohammedia as well, who blotted her copybook a little bit last time out, but hopefully she can take another step forward today. And then you've got Tasaba as well, the 15 in this race, who I'm really intrigued about. That's a really nice type. Who's second last time out, probably should have won on that occasion. Just got some trouble in running, and Rayan Al Taresh on board that one. Tabar Fail is going to be partnered by Fawaz Wanis. Really excited about this contest, and boys, I'm really looking forward to it. Looking forward to a cracking day of action.
There are indeed plenty of winners to be found. We'll keep you abreast of the international markets as well. And going back a couple of weeks ago, we had that Lexus race as the first race. In fact, we've got a runner today running on the card that got beaten the Lexus race. The Winning Connection's got a Lexus. Alex Fussy was commentating that day. He became a Lexus.
Indeed.
We've had Gareth Topham, GT.
Yeah.
Last week we had Enzo Ferrari.
We did.
And this week commentator we've got John Blance. We need to come up with a car name related somehow to John and to Blance. It's not easy.
It's a difficult one, isn't it? If only John could change his name to make it a lot easier. But we've got time.
Well, John Blancy has been suggested, but Blancy
I'm not a fan of that.
Yeah, we're going back to the 1970s.
Yeah,
it's before most of our time. The only other thing I could get John at the moment, unless we can improve on it, is the only vehicle we've got with a John in its name is a John Deere tractor. So like a John Deere tractor would keep on ploughing through the field, you're going to plough through these 12 races for us today. Warm welcome to you, John.
Yes, that's very kind of you, lads. Yes, some sort of agricultural machinery required to get through today, and I'm looking forward to it as well. Race number 1 is topped by horse number 1, Al Burke. think that's how it's pronounced, Alberg. Rayan Altoesh is aboard. Horse number 2 is Asma Wargali, Tharbal Timyat. 3 is Ayan Azawi, that's the man of Khalid Al-Mimoni. Number 4 is Alaz Raki, Naif Al-Anazi. 5 is Tartariz, that's the man of Feras Al-Sunaitan. Horse number 6 is Akrema, Abdullah Al-Saidi. Number 7 is Akko Farwa, Mohammed Al-Hubail. 8 is Macthor, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. Horse number 9 is Majuz, Luis Morales. Horse number 10 is Yagik Al-Elm, Ryan Al-Obeid. Horse number 11 is Al-Rodki, that is the mount of Mohammed Al-Yami. And then we have horse number 12, Malak Al-Hosn, Sultan Al-Mamoni. There's more. 13 is Ailil, Alexis Moreno. Horse number 14 is Novikov. That's the mount of Mohammed Al-Nasser. And horse number 15 is Laoyun Latifa, the mount of Ali Al-Mutib. By today's standards, a rather small field. Just a 15 going to post is Callum in the parade ring.
Thank you, John. Yeah, really looking forward to this. This is the first awful look at Akko Farwa. Bit of a keen bean in the parade ring, isn't this one? He's still a 3-year-old. Nice type, has had plenty of experience, still looking for that first career win. Comes here off a meeting of 53 and is really intriguing. A good fit looking type, but needs to bounce back from a couple of poorer efforts, but at this grade might be slightly dangerous. Let's go back to the Red Stables runner. This is number 8, Max Thor, just coming towards us now. She's another 3-year-old in this race. Only had the 3 starts. She was a winner on debut, but has been beaten in 2 races since then. The only concern for me in this contest is the fact that this individual has had 2 defeats in not the strongest of company. So it's not as if this horse won a maiden and then went into cup company. This horse won a maiden and then was in some non-winners of races and didn't quite kick on from there. So maybe this horse is slightly vulnerable. Don't get drawn in because it's just a Red Stable runner, partnered by Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. Let's go back to the last 3. We're going to look at 11, 12 and 13. These are the final 3 that have caught my eye. The 11 is Al Rodki. We know plenty about Al Rodki. Seems to have danced every dance, but put up a career best effort to finish 3rd last time out and looks in really good shape today. A really thick, chunky, powerful type. Lovely walker, really nice type, and a good walk. I'm really keen to see this horse and see what happens going forward. A nice walker. Look at how well built this horse is in behind. A big fan of Al Rodki. Pull back one more to the 12. This is Malak Al-Hosn, another one we know plenty about. 6th career start for this one. Hip pointers are on show. Nice type there. Really well muscled individual. Another one who's got a clear poverty line on the hindquarters. Good enough walker, not going to blow anybody away, but a nice walking type. And finally, we go back to the 13. Lil. This horse came with a terrible rating last time out, but ran a mighty race last time to finish 2nd, made all on that day and was only beaten by 1. A repeat of that effort might be enough to win here in this handicap company, but it'll be an interesting effort. Certainly you know the tactics. It'll be break hard and go for the front. Stall 7 won't make that impossible, and Lil looks really good in the parade ring. But the pick for me, guys, has to be Al Rodki, the 11. Really nice type.
Yeah, thanks, Callum. Good to have you on board. Great to have... I do quite like... Great to have John Deere on board.
Yeah, I prefer John Deere to Lancia, that's for sure.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what this Lancia thing is that the producer's talking about. It's showing his age, really. John Deere, I think I quite like that. You could see Lancia with a John Deere baseball cap on underneath his headphones when he's calling.
Well, I have spent the last 5 minutes while we've not been talking trying to find car brands that would work, and I couldn't find anything. So John Deere might be the way.
Yeah. And it does kind of describe him as dependable, reliable.
Let's not use the negative connotations.
Big tyres.
Big tyres. Excellent.
Thick tread, I don't know. Right, let's have a look at this first race. Local bred horses handicap, 0 to 60. We're over 1,200 minutes here for 3-year-olds only. Field of 14. The market headed on the international markets by horse number 4, Mac Thor, who makes its handicap debut today with Ricardo Souza Ferreira on board.
Yeah, horse 8 days, sorry. Mac Thor, as you said, 11 to 4 favourite. Relatively short considering what she's achieved so far. But look, leading connections, you've got the Red Stable, Prince Faisal bin Khalid, Ricardo Souza Ferreira draws well in 3, which is key. As we've seen over the last 4 weeks that we've been here, 1,200 metre races, you want to be forwardly placed and you want to be towards the rail. So there's a lot in terms of the tactics that suits Mac Thor. However, if you look at this filly's form recently, she hasn't beaten a rival in her last 2 outings. Like, why would you want to take a short price on a horse that's not beaten a rival recently?
Not only that, but last time she was beaten 3 lengths, 3 1/4 and 14. So best part of 20 lengths she was beaten.
Yeah, beaten by RIYADH, who was an owner mate, who got given a really nice ride by Ricardo. Mac Thor went forward in a 4-runner race, and usually that would be considered a positive, yet she faded dramatically through the back of the pack. She'll be up there from the outset, which, as I say, is tactically how you need to run over this kind of trip at the moment. But I don't really like her. I understand that she's now entering handicap company off a good mark. But
Do you remember when she ran last time? Callum interviewed the trainer and he said,
Yes,
she was
Lucas.
sick last time.
Yeah.
But if that was the case, she was even sicker last time.
yeah, she was even worse, wasn't she?
Yeah.
She's just a hard horse to trust right now, in my opinion. At a short price, I'm willing to look elsewhere.
Okay, well, that's for the red stables. Where's your flower?
I've already put it away, ready for later.
The white stables have got the second favourite currently at 9-2. This is Tahartis, who's had 8 starts so far. Okay, the last couple of runs going back, runs 4 and 5 ago?
Yeah, she's going to be my pick in here, Tartar is, for the white stable. We haven't mentioned already, but Camilo's suspended this week, so he won't be riding any of the white stable horses if you're wondering where he is. 3 kilogram bug rider on board. He hasn't had too many rides, but looks okay.
3 kilogram what rider?
Bug. It's
Bug?
US term for an apprentice.
Okay, thank you very much for clarifying.
She's drawn really well in stall 2. She's got lots of early speed. She is 0 from 8, and she's facing previous winners, so that is a concern. However, she's looked like she's been banging on the door in maiden company, if you go back to her 2 runner-up efforts earlier this campaign. And her recent starts, she's just been facing either better opposition or she's been going over further and she's just not stayed. 1,600 metres, for example, last time. So I think the cut back with her, with a good inside draw and hopefully forwardly placed kind of tactic, Tartar can go close. She's going to be my pick.
Well, Savannah has been in touch on the YouTube chat. If you are watching today on YouTube, do get involved in the programme. We'd love to hear your thoughts and selections or questions for Tom or anything you got for us. Throw it our way. Criticism even, we like that, don't we? We like a bit of banter.
Constructive, for sure.
Well, criticism anyway, we can respond to it, whether we agree or not. He said, any tips? Well, there you go. 5 is the tip from Tom, who's won our inter-studio tipping competition 2 of the last 3 weeks. James, all over horse number 13 in the first.
Should we talk about the 13?
Yeah, not from 4 so far, but probably a career best last time.
Do you remember his run last time? We were here, it was 2 weeks ago. He was rated 25 going into that race. He was ridden forward, on the front, and just got collared late on. But it looked like a 25 rated horse at 66-1 was going to win his maiden. Now the handicap has pushed him up £20 for that.
To 45.
Yeah, obviously that makes very little difference, generally, considering he wouldn't get into a handicap otherwise. So it's actually a positive for connections. However, I don't know how much you can trust that effort last time. I think it was a bit of a fluke in a really weak race. He should be forwardly placed, and as I say, that rides the bias. So if you are with the 13, A Lil, then you have that on your side. But I think he might weaken late on.
I'm with the 1 here, Tom, Albrecht, who was a winner by a neck on... I'm going to leave the case why I think so first, then you can respond.
Yeah.
Winner by a neck on debut, beat a horse into second who since has been twice runner-up, so that debut form's solid. Has been over longer in a cup race than 1,200 metres in an open race last time out. They've been far better contests, slips back into a handicap, 0-60 company, top rated here off 60, distance no problem, track and trip no problem. And if it gets away well from stall 1, can maybe get onto that nice inside rail position.
I agree with everything you said. The only thing I don't like about him is that I don't think he'll be able to get to the front. But from stall 1, you track inside and you have every
Even if
shot
you're stalking.
Yeah, exactly. You'll
Fine.
have every shot. I have him 3rd in my list. Big drop in grade, isn't it, from open company down to a 0-60 handicap. And he should have every chance in here. I just preferred Tartar purely because I thought she'd be on the front. But I can certainly see Albrecht.
We're next door to each other, stalls 1 and 2.
We are. Hopefully we both get flying starts and can hold the rail spots.
Aziz gets involved on YouTube, says hello to you, Aziz. By the way, if you are saying hello to us or you're getting involved with your selections, do let us know wherever in the world you're tuned in from. It's always interesting to know where people are. We've had people the last couple of weeks in America, in the UK, in Singapore, in Australia, in India.
Yeah.
I did look up the other day. I remembered it was the Indian Derby last Sunday because we were... I can't remember the name of the guy. There was a guy saying we had to go over He didn't give us the flight, so we didn't go. But the big hot pot they're all talking about got beat.
I saw, but Sheen did win a race on the undercard.
Did he?
He did, so it wasn't a fruitless venture. Tom Marquand was there as well, and David Allen.
Yeah, David's out there for a good spell, isn't he?
Yeah.
And Tom Marquand, one of the 14 jockeys, will take part in the International Jockeys Challenge 2 weeks tomorrow alongside Christophe Simeon, James MacDonald. Aziz comes back and said he's in Kuwait.
Oh, nice. I've never been there, have you?
No, not yet.
You will at some point. You're a travelled man.
We'll get there one day. Well, good to have you on board in Kuwait, Aziz. And if you've got any selections for today, do let us know. We're kind of uncoordinated today as well. We've been the men in black, the Blues Brothers, the boys in blue, and we're all gone different colours today.
We're just mixed it up, that's all. Tomorrow we can get back to the same ways, albeit I have already packed half of my clothes, so it might be a struggle.
Oh, you go home on Saturday, don't you?
Do indeed.
Green tomorrow, can we do that?
We can do that.
Okay, let's do the green. Because we've done black and blue, we'll go green tomorrow.
Yeah, deal.
The green gremlins? I don't know. Hello to James as well. James back in touch with us from the UK. It was James who was having a good early part of last week, wasn't it?
Yes. He picked a couple of big price winners, if I remember rightly. So
he did, yeah.
Best of luck today, James. It's a tough card. Shall I run through a couple more in this race really briefly?
Yeah.
At bigger prices. Horse number 2, Asmir Wagali. I have 4th in. He's a deep closer. He'll be way out of it early, but he should run home powerfully past tired rivals. If it does get hot on the front end with lots of speed horses, which is likely, he can pick up some of the pieces, but he's drawn terribly. That's horse number 2, Asmir Wagali. And the other one I want to mention is horse number 11, Al Rodki, who's a 7-race maiden. There have been bits and pieces of form there, including last time when he was 3rd. I wouldn't completely write him off either, but he's drawn out in the car park in 11, which would put me off. So, all that being said, I am with the 5, Tartares.
Okay, I'm going to go against you with the 3rd favourite, Albrecht at 7. The Green Gremlins or the Green Goonies? Any
what about the
advances
green
on
team?
that? No, we need alliteration. Green.
Give me 10 minutes.
The Green Goons. Green. What do you reckon, Callum? Give us a green something.
I was going to say the green gits, but I'm not sure whether that'll work in time or not. This one, I'm going to go for the 11 Al Rodki, drawn out in the car park, but on this horse's best form, should be a player in this sort of contest and look really good in the parade ring. Watch out for A. Lil as well, coming out at 7, only rated 45, but showed really blinding early speed last time out and might be able to run a lot of these off their feet. But they're already loading, so it's about time I hand over to the man from above, our voice from the sky, Mr. John Blance. It's over to you.
Alan, many thanks. Yeah, they are going in as Asma Wagali going forward. There are some race cars that doesn't have a set of colours, but spotted jacket for that one. This is Al Burke, who might run a decent race, actually, right on the inside. Fewer convictions in one or two of these from a ratings perspective or an experience perspective. Next to go in, the rather brighter green there of Malak Al-Hosen. The 8 is Macthor, one of the fancies on the international markets. A. Lil is next to come forward as well. And we have Al Rodki. Al Azraqi still to come forward as well for Naif Al-Anazi, looking for a first win at the 8th time of asking. The 4 horse is Al Zaraqi. Still waiting for a Kramer to go in. Once again, though, very fast and efficient loading. 1,200 metres for the 3-year-olds. Stand by. That was Yagik Al-Elm getting rather leery in the starting gate. Akko Farwa rearing up as well. Commentators cursing how well they'd loaded. Yagik Al-Elm still just requiring attention. Rakan Al-Obeid briefly out the saddle. Al Rodki getting excitable too. They're off now, though. They're racing. Oh, Yaki Kalem all over the place as the gates went back. Has lost loads of lengths in the early exchanges. Good start made by a Kramer. Those garish yellow blinkers pressing on. A Lil is also prominent, but the red jacket of Macthor has made a really good start up the inside. It's Macthor now that goes on to, in second position, a Kramer. Right round the outside, Al's Raki is trying to get involved. A Lil is still there as well. Then after that, we have Le Uyun Latifa, followed then by Malak Al-Hosen round the outside. Novikov is right round the inner as well. Bit of a gap back to the the rest, who are all hopelessly outpaced at the moment. Macthor, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira has grabbed the rail, leads by about a length and a half to, in second position, A. Kramer in the yellow colours, then A. Lil round the outside in third, followed then in fourth position by Akko Farwa, who's staying on after playing up in the starting gate, but they've swung for home. They're inside the final 2 furlongs. Macthor is still under a hand ride from Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, doing very little, needing to do very little out in front, well clear by 4 lengths and extending away now, just being asked to lengthen, but is doing just that. A Kramer in second. Akko Farwa is staying on from the back. Akko Farwa's absolutely thundering home. Macthor, Akko Farwa as the race up towards the line, and in the end Macthor gets in. One or two nervous moments for players on the international markets there. Akko Farwa was flying home and Tartaris was getting involved too, but in the end it goes the way of Macthor. Macthor, the winner, got to the front very quickly. Ricardo Sosa Ferreira proving what a good rider he is. Got this one into the absolute A1 position very, very quickly. Akko Farwa has just stayed on there for second. Speaking about staying on, Tartaris has come from different parts of the Arabian Peninsula to finish there in third, and the fourth also was A. Kramer. That was your 1, 2, 3, 4. A time of 1 minute 15.30 seconds. 1 minute 15.30. Macthor has now won 2 from 4. Clearly a horse on the up and upper low. Didn't necessarily hit the line well, but the damage had been done early doors, and Macthor takes the opener.
Macthor is our winner or opener. We'll grab a quick word with Farhad Saad, who's our winning trainer. Congratulations, Farhad.
So much, thank you so much.
Very close at the end.
Yes, Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah, thank you for Prince Faisal bin Khad and my brother Saad and Saud and Abdullah and Sami. All the team for the stable. Alhamdulillah, start inshallah. Start good inshallah for the stable inshallah.
Hopefully a good week. Well done. Enjoy this.
Thank you so much.
Winner is just coming in now underneath Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. Macthor has just held on in a bit of a thriller. Looked to put the race to bed early, but with the petrol gauge was running very low towards the end. Akko Farwa, who looked great in the parade ring but got a little bit upset in the stalls, has ended up finishing second. Tartaris rallying down the rail in third. Ekrama in fourth, Malek Al-Hossein in fifth, and Al-Rodki, with the paddock picks me, ended up finishing in sixth. A lot of horses sort of coming in off a very strong pace, but Macthor had burnt so many of them off. They were all playing for places in behind. But congratulations to Ricardo. Perfect start to the week for him, and a strong week last week continues his utter dominance here in Riyadh. If you look at the numbers, Black Type TV do a fantastic job of tracking the numbers for all of the jockeys here during the Riyadh season, and Ricardo is the man for the big occasion and has landed this race as well. So he'll be very happy to start nice and fast. So we'll make sure he gets weighed in, and then after he's weighed in, we will grab a quick word with our winning rider. Ricardo, very well done. It looked like it was going to be easy at one stage and then got a little bit close at the end.
Yes, today I think this filly have a good chance in this race. Just I need control, because first race she win with Silvestre de Souza, but the last 100 stop, just control a little bit for not stop too much, you know. I think 7 furlong now is long for this filly, and today with Tantai is better.
she certainly has enjoyed having that tongue tie and being able to breathe a little bit easier. You made your decision early to get across to the rail. You were drawn pretty near the rail, but you got across there. Did you think as you turned into the straight that you'd actually won this race quite easily because you were going by far the best?
Yes, she traveled very well because it's just speed filly, you know, you can control the pace. Just I respect the pace. I don't want to catch too much, but I don't want to go too much. In 600, she a little bit relaxed and breathe good. I say win.
Happy days. Congratulations. One win from one ride today. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good start to the day for Ricardo, picked up as always by his legion of followers on the YouTube chat. Roberto Ricardo Ferreira, the king of Riyadh. Jose, start of a new week, excited for the Saudi Cup. It's getting closer and closer, indeed it is, Jose. Ricardo kicks off the week with another win, and it's another one from the front.
Yep, exactly. Speed holds up over 1200. We said this. Speed and inside draws. Oh, it's heartbreak watching that back again. My selection Tata is finishing like a freight train at the inside. But McThor, you see, breaks from stall 3, Red Silks. Does briefly stumble actually, but she's got so much early pace that she was able to get to the front. Meanwhile, right out the back, Yagi Al-Elm completely blew it, and that was game over for him on his 10th start. Ricardo makes the defence at this point of the race from stall 3. Alpix, Albrook and Tartariz, who were drawn 2 and 1, they were relatively quickly away, but they just didn't have the early speed to go with these leaders who flew through the first furlong in 10.72 seconds. Rapid sectional, and that's why the field is so strung out. McThor is firmly in the hands of Ricardo at this point of the race. In second is Akrama, who eventually finishes 4th, and that proves that the pace didn't completely collapse. The 1-2 throughout the whole early part of the race finished 1-4, so they upheld their positions. The 2 horses to come from way out of it were Tartariz, who, as you can see, white with the green cap, gets very close towards the end, and the eventual runner-up, who is Akko Farwa, who's in the kind of white silks just in behind the leaders with the noseband on the rail at this point. McThor here is quite clearly out on her feet. She kind of wants to run 1,000 rather than 1,200, but she had so much of an advantage turning in that she was able to hold off the closers. Tata is finishing the best of all up the inside, and Akko Farwa on the outside. Makes for a good finish. The speediest horse won the race, but I think the best horse was third.
Yeah, and was in front, almost passing the line as well. Just a little bit shorter room inside the closing stages, but Tartariz, it was only in the last 50 yards you even could have given it a shout, really.
Yeah, exactly. She was staying on from some way out, but she was just 10 lengths behind, maybe, turning for home, and it looked like she had a massive task. Well, the rider got a bit unbalanced there as he darted to the inside. But look, she ran well, Tartariz. They'll probably step her up in trip again, maybe to 1,400. She's probably the best horse in the race, but the speediest horse won, and that was McThor.
Who bounces back to form after those, what were, albeit at a better level, as we touched on beforehand, disappointing runs.
Yeah, they were, especially last time in a small field when she dictated. But we saw today in handicap company off a basement mark, she's able to get the job done. I wouldn't be rushing to bet her next time if she goes up £6 or so, purely because she barely gets home. But she has loads of speed, so she can dominate races like this.
OK, the Red Stable strike then in the first race of the day. The Red Stable and the White Stable, I'm sure looking forward to the Saudi Cup meeting. All gets underway 2 weeks tomorrow. Some of the world's best horses, trainers and jockeys assembling here in Riyadh on the 21st and 22nd of February.
Senor Buscador, the lead is taken by Espositoro, but right on the line, Senor Buscador might have tipped him out.
Yeah, not long now until the Saudi Cup meeting. Not long until race number 2 as well here at Riyadh this afternoon. Horse number 1 is a non-runner. Number 2 is Arpenteur. That's the mount of Abdullah Alofi, clear second favourite on the international markets. Bonita B is horse number 3. Alexis Moreno takes the mount. Los Andes, Youssef Al Hussein is the favourite. That's horse number 4. 5 is Hilal Nawaf Al Mudiani. Nathar Bil Timyat. Horse number 6 is Maybury. That's the mount of Abdullah Al Saidi. And horse number 7 is Shawash Abdul Ella Al Hussein. 8 a non-runner. 9 is Al Thahab, the mount of Ali Al Mutib. Horse number 10 is Ghost in Most, Luis Morales. Horse number 11 is Perfect View. man of Mohammed Al Habib. Horse number 12 is Rare Ninja, the man of Marcelian Kolmakaj. Number 13 is Rez Khalid Al Mamoni, and horse number 14 is Rovaniemi, the man of Osama Al Sharani. 15 is Talentum, Abdullah Al Kradis. Number 16 is Tawaj, Abdulaziz Al Furedi. Number 17 is Ekab, Fawas Wanas. Horse number 18 is Practical Mischief, Naif Al Anazi. 19 is Seven Drums, Mohammed Al Nasser. Number 20 is Mother Mary, Mohammed Al Daham. There are still more to come. Tom was talking about these big fields today. Tawik is the mount of Rakan Al Ubaid. And last but not least, number 22 is Tarf Al Badr, the mount of Jimmy Carrion. So there we go. We've got the runners and riders for race number 2. Back to Callum in the parade ring.
Good recovery there, Joseph. Thank you very much. Let's look at horse number 2. This is Arpentor. Well regarded in this field, but look at the walk. Look at the off 4. It swings out to the right. Not the best of movers at all. A really strange gait to this one. I would be put off by that walk for sure, but then the rest of the body looks in great shape. A well put together individual. Lovely strong neck on this one as well. Taking everything in absolutely fine, and really just one to keep an eye out in this field. The only concern for me would be the walk for this one, because this is one who hasn't got the nicest of gaits. Let's pull back. We're going to have a look at horse number 4 next. This is Los Andes, just coming towards me now in the Prince Salman bin Salman bin Abdulaziz. Owners who have had rather a lot to say about racing here in Saudi Arabia recently, after it's revealed that Scotland Yard will possibly not get in to the Saudi Cup field after just a couple of disappointing performances of late. They'll be hoping for more from Los Andes though, who comes here on the back of some half decent efforts. Always is there and thereabouts, especially in company like this. Has the ring bid on, a little bit jig-joggy in here, but looks in really good shape. Not carrying too much condition, and it looks well muscled, hip pointed on show. Big strong boy here, Los Andes, who looked for a 7th win on the 40th career start. Pull all the way back now. We're going to do a long looping turn back to them. And we're going to look for horse number 14, Rovaniemi, who we know plenty of from the turf, now back on dirt. Interested to see whether this horse will stand these sort of conditions, but certainly it will be fit enough, having had plenty of starts of late. Got this old cobbed mane on. That's not too much of a negative for me, but it's getting a little bit warm. As you can see, just in the hind quarter there's some sweat up on the neck as well. Bit of a patchy skin as well. No, definitely not turned out as well as some horses have been this season, and maybe one that you might want to just look in the other direction. Probably a bit of a paddock negative for me. On first sight, looked good, but now having a closer inspection, I'd be slightly put off. And finally, we'll go to the horse that I really like in this field. This is Tawaj. A half-decent effort when finishing second 3 starts ago, but 2 duck eggs next to the name since. Well turned out. Beautiful quarter marks on this one, still slightly coming into that winter coat, and not obviously the most fluid of walkers, as you can see, but a nice enough type here. Big, rangy, scopy sort, but we'll need to build on those last 2 disappointing efforts. Still a little bit unexposed compared to plenty of these. I'm only making the 8th career start. Keep an eye on this 16. I think it's a nice type, one to put on your shortlist. But boys, the paddock pick for me is the 4, Los Andes.
Yeah, we could all well be in agreement here. Thanks to Callum. That could stick, that, couldn't it?
With you
it only
here,
needs a slip of the tongue once.
With you here, it's definitely going to stick.
And a name could stick. Cameron Helliwell in the paddock. Los Andes the pick for Callum. Yeah, and I think he's right as well. We can have a look at this horse as well, finishing 4th here last time out. A horse who's got some really good form to his name. This was in behind Man of the Night, and he was 5th to Painter's Palette, who we see, I think, on Saturday, 2 starts back.
Yeah, he's a very smart horse, Los Andes. He generally plies his trade in better opens than this open today. Obviously, this open has drawn a slightly weaker field, purely based on the prize money on Thursday. So prize money is a little bit less than it would be on a Friday or a Saturday when Los Andes usually runs. This contest that we've just seen there was a lot deeper. He did finish tired, but if Los Andes can produce his best in here, he's undoubtedly the horse to beat.
Yeah, I think he is. Albeit he was quite well held last time, but this is a much easier race than he's been contesting of late. And there is end shot. Horse number 18.
Yeah.
I've seen the one. I just couldn't work out which one was in behind it. Practical Mischief. Naif Al Anazi on board, rated 64, winless in 8 starts so far. Ricardo Souza took the first. Roberto's been back in touch to say he'll win the 4th race on Shokab.
I don't disagree there.
Yeah, that's short price favourite on the international market. I agree with that. He reckons he'll win race 10 with Sajwa, which I don't think I put down, but that must be a different race. No, that's 5th race Sajwa, and race 10 Montera. And I agree with Montera. And race 5 Sajwa, Tom?
I'm not with Shajwa. I can't remember who I am.
I'm not either. But short price, Tabor Fails, short price favourite in that.
Actually, no, I am with Shajwa.
So Roberto's right.
Yeah, I'm actually with all 3 of those that Roberto said there.
Are you Roberto?
Yeah, I've got the time to do that as well as broadcast.
And do all your form comments.
Yeah.
Okay, Los Andes now into even money on the international markets. Arpenteur is the 2nd best in for the Red Stable, already amongst the winners today. Arpenteur, who was trained over in France by Christophe Furland, got a mark of 94, which pretty much makes it the one to beat, but disappointed behind Belied Porto last time out in the qualifier for the Neon Turf.
Yeah, this horse came from France with really good form. I think we actually liked him a couple of runs ago when he was disappointing. Oh, I definitely did. I can't remember when it was. But he's just been downbeat basically ever since he came from France.
Well, that was in a local Group 3, wasn't it? 2 starts back.
Yeah, I think it was a decent price in that contest. But I mean, his last 2 runs have been disappointing. If he can get back to his best form, then he's a major player. But he's just unproven on this surface, and I'm yet to be convinced he actually likes the dirt. He's drawn out at 20 today, which is far from ideal. Obviously, the longer the distance, providing it's not 2,400, the better it is for those who are pitched that wide, because you've got a longer run to the first turn. So over 1,600, there is a fair gallop. It's about 500, 600 metres to the first turn. So Abdullah Alafi could get in on Arpenteur, but I still think he'll probably be pitched wide enough around the bend. And considering he's not been performing well of late, I left him out of my top 4.
I think it's crazy. It's 2nd in from his draw and with his local form being worth toffee.
Yep.
Maybury's also for the Red Stable. We get up to 12 to 1 then for the next, and this market really made by Los Andes. Maybury, who was in a 2,000 metre handicap last time, was in behind Al Musmak, who will make the lineup, I'd imagine, for the Saudi Cup before that. And then he ran over the 1,600, the course and distance 3 back, but was in behind Los Andes.
Yeah, finished 5th that day. He was also in behind Wonder Elzam, who was supposed to be running in this race, but has been scratched, the 1 horse. So on that evidence, he has plenty to do to beat Los Andes and even get him close to him, to be honest. On official ratings, he's rated £19 inferior, and he only gets a kilogram, which equates to £2. So he's £17 inferior. It's just a hard case to be made that Maybury's going to win this contest, but he could easily place. He's drawn middle. This isn't a deep race when it comes to talent, and it's, you know, the likelihood is he's probably going to be in the top 5 or so, but I couldn't have him to win.
Rovaniemi is then at 12 to 1, next pick on the international market, but he's been on turf for the last 4 starts, switches back to dirt today.
Yeah, kept to turf as well after finishing last of 11 on his seasonal appearance on dirt. And that's a big concern. He was a turf horse and all-weather horse in the UK. He's a turf horse over here. I don't like him on this surface, to be honest. I wouldn't be playing him at all at 12 to 1.
Case of just Los Andes, just the best horse and wins?
Yeah, I think so. The only horse that actually I had challenging him was Wonder Elzam, who's been scratched. The horses that I've got 2nd and 3rd now are both way down the handicap on the actual figures. But they at least had shown something to suggest that they warrant maybe each way support. So I've got in 2nd the 16 horse, Tawaj, who ran a respectable 2nd over course and distance in a conditions race in February last year. Now, you have to go all the way back 12 months ago to give this horse any chance of winning, which is why you can't have him on top. But I wouldn't be surprised if he ran a pretty nice race from a good draw. And the other one of note at a big price is the 15, Talentum, who shaped well in several conditions races over shorter earlier this year. Again, draws inside, hasn't got the best profile, is way down the handicap compared to some of these, but could run maybe 3rd or 4th in this contest. That wouldn't surprise me at big odds. So 15 and 16 would be each way alternatives if you're looking for a big price, but I do think Los Andes is way the horse to beat.
Yeah, they're both at around 16 to 1, that pair, coming from stalls 2 and 8, Los Andes. Any negative from 18? Is that the one thing that could get him beat?
Yeah, but he has forward going tendencies. I think he'll be up there with the pace. He might have to sit 2 or 3 wide around the turn, which obviously is not ideal. But for a horse that's got so much in hand of these opposition, he should be able to do it. Let's just say Arpenteur's not in the field, okay? The second, Los Andes rated 90. The second highest rated horse is rated 80. So he's got £10 in hand of those. Then when you bring Arpenteur in, he's currently rated 94, but on dirt, so far he'd kind of be proven to be around a 70 horse, so he can't even be factored in. Los Andes has got upwards of £10 in hand of these horses. If he's wide on the turn, he's not going to perform £10 worse than his current rating. That's just not going to happen. So I think he's way the horse to beat. I'm not a massive fan of the rider, I have to admit. But again, I don't think that's enough to put you off the floor.
Yeah, second over the course and distance at Open Company, just gone back 3 starts ago. Maybury was in behind. The second in the market's got no appreciable local form, and the rest are way inferior. So if he gets away well from 18, you think he's going to sit handy?
Yeah, definitely handy, yeah. No point making it harder for himself. If you can sit handy, take away all the traffic, potential problems, and also, you know, weaving in and out. So I think he'll sit in the top three or four in the early stages and finish off better than the majority of these.
It's hard to find winners in some of the races today, but this looks quite open and closed.
It does, yeah. Unless Arpenteur can suddenly reproduce something like his best, but
why would he?
There's no indication that's going to happen.
Well, even money for Los Andes. Arpenteur 11-4, Maybury 12-1, Ravnimi at 12, Ghost in most at 16s, Talentum at 16s. Any price you want really for the remainders. So, into studio tipping competition. You had second or third in the first, Tom. We're looking to get on the scoreboard. We're both in agreement, Los Andes?
Yeah, Los Andes, definitely.
And Callum, you're with us as well. Los Andes for the whole team here.
Triple kiss of death for Los Andes team. Yep, all three of us going in that direction. As Tom mentioned, one who's quite interesting on a form line is Tawaj. I thought that horse looked really well in the parade ring as well. Would have been another one of those paddock picks. So keep an eye out on that one. Maybe a slightly more intriguing price in Los Andes. But yeah, that's the one for me. Really intrigued to see how Arpenteur gets on. Strange walk on that one. The off 4 just swings out like he's Ronaldinho doing stepovers. So interesting. He doesn't walk well, but he probably gallops much better. But yes, team, we're all sticking to Los Andes here, and hopefully John Blance can call home our first winner of the weekend.
Lovely, thanks Callum. Yeah, they're going in, and the first couple have moved forward. Shawash there in the pink colours. There's the 4-horse Los Andes, the jolly old favourite. Talentum as well is not totally out of it on some of its best form, but yeah, this is well, the old adage, isn't it, in the UK? I don't know if it's an old adage in the rest of the English-speaking world, but the bigger the field, the bigger the certainty. Clearly, I would say it's probably not an adage that adds up to a huge amount of statistical scrutiny, but it's something that is said often, and I think the big field here will generate the kind of pace that Los Andes can just sit in behind and pick those that have led off in the closing stages. We will see. About to go in, the favourite over there on the far side, Arpenteur. In the red colours, the first red stable colours, Maybury with the distinguishing white cap on and the red headgear. You can just see that one there at the back from Stall's cam. For Los Andes about to go in. The 2 market principles are drawn wide. But as Tom was saying, there are some races where a horse could be drawn in the car park and it doesn't really make a huge amount of difference in terms of the class differential. The 6 to come forward is Maybury. The 12 is Rare Ninja. 18 is Practical Mischief, and the 14 is Rovaniemi. Osama Al-Sharani aboard a Rovaniemi. Two more to load. It's just one. It's got a bit nervous. Perfect View, I think it is, who's just decanted Mohammed Al-Habib. So the 2 that are yet to be installed, waiting patiently. Yeah, Perfect View's just been taken out to be vetted. 1 win from 10 starts for that one. Practical Mischief to go in. This is a Rovaniemi. And then it's a question of what happens with that 11-horse Perfect View. getting taken further away at the moment. The rest are ready. And they're off and racing. They've gone without perfect view as they make their way through the early stages of this open contest over the 1600 metres. The international market's favourite, Los Andes, got away okay. The sheepskin noseband there towards the left of screen, but there's quite an early pace bun fight going on here. Rez, the grey colours, has kicked on into a prominent posse. Also there is Tawaj in the early stages, the green cap. So it's Rez and Tawaj, followed then towards the outside by Rovaniemi. Sheepskin noseband for that one as well, the pale sleeves. Then after that, just sitting in behind Practical Mischief. Towards the outside, Arpenteur is trying to float down. Just tracking that one is Los Andes, so the market principals sitting more or less side by side. Then up the inside, around about 6th spot, we have Rare Ninja. Followed then up the inside by Mother Mary. Field trailing back to Shawash, who's just about the back marker. And also towards the rear of the field is Hilal, as they start to make this long sweeping turn at the top of the track. And it's Rez, who grabbed initiative early, who's out in front at the moment. To on its outside in second, Tawaj. Rez the rail, Tawaj the green cap, just one off. Followed then in third position by Rovaniemi. Then up the inside now, getting a little bit closer, is Practical Mischief. The favourite's got a bit of work to do here. Los Andes is getting going, but rather slowly. Arpenteur's not run a particularly good race at all. So as they make their way towards the final furlong and a half, out in front is Tawaj, just drifting towards the centre of the track. Rovaniemi's in second. Los Andes is now getting going and beginning to thunder home down the centre of the track. Rovaniemi to Tawaj. Here comes Los Andes, though, running out of real estate, but might just get there. Rovaniemi, Los Andes, Rovaniemi the far side. Los Andes beginning to get up. Los Andes in time. Rovaniemi's finished in second. Close for third. Looks like that could have been Bonita B, who was finishing off quite strongly there, but we'll wait and see. Los Andes, well, turning for home, he might have been slightly nervous. Bit further back in the run than may have been ideal, but in the end has come home to score very, very well indeed. To Rovaniemi, who's run a good race in second, length and a quarter the final distance. Tawaj has finished there in third. Bonita B was finishing strongly, but only managed fourth in the end, so Tawaj has held on for third. Ekab was another one who's come from quite a long way back to finish in fifth. But it's Los Andes, who look the class of these on paper, and has now won 7 of 40. So they can't accuse this one of not working hard. Los Andes often goes to prove himself. Certainly at this level, looked the best on paper, and that's how it's all been decided in the end. Los Andes for Youssef Al Hussein, the winner of race number 2. 10 more still to go at Riyadh today. Filly's Maiden comes up next.
We have Los Andes getting the class to the 4 as he lands race number 2. It looked in danger at one point, but he just did enough to get through. Nicholas is just coming towards me on the phone. I'm just going to wait till he finishes on the phone, and then we'll grab a quick word with our winning trainer. He's just going to wait. He likes to do this now and pretend that he hasn't seen me, but we know we've seen him. He'll be happy enough with this victory. Interesting performance from the winner. Like, if you backed him, you would have had some major concerns turning for home, but the horse has found another leg down the straight. Nicholas, you must have been happy with his finishing effort.
Yeah, I think the jockey waited a little too much today, probably, but at least he got there. Not the strongest race, so at least it was good for the horse to win a race. You know, he's been knocking on the door, you know, old horse. He's had a few races in a row now, so we'll probably be happy there is no racing next week in the Saudi Cup, so at least he'll get a break now. He's
going to go on a little bit of a holiday. I was speaking to some connections as well. The King of Naples is his name at home. He obviously came from Italy, and he had some winning form over there.
That's what they say, yeah. Renato calls him the pizza horse, so that's his nickname.
The pizza horse has gone on one today. You'll be happy with that, finally getting his head back in front. And obviously, this was an easier open contest than he'd been in before.
For him, it was much easier than the races he's been running in, you know. So it's good that he got his head in front anyway today.
You got the winner. You can now breathe again, because it would have been stressful watching.
Probably, yeah.
Well done. Yeah, so we can see this winning trainer coming in now. Just make sure they can all get in the winning photo. The King of Naples has landed this success. I'm sure there would have been a very different point of view if this horse had got beaten, because they seemed very confident in the build-up. But obviously, the jockey waited a long, long time for victory. But in the end, has won quite comfortably. 1.25 lengths from Rovaniemi, who's run a big race in second. Tawaj, we saw, looked really well in the parade ring, had bits and bobs of old form, travelled well for a long way, and just held on for third from Benita B, Aircab and Red Ninja rounding off the top 6. Well done, team. Triple kiss of death has landed.
Has indeed. Well done to Connections. Prince Saud bin Salman enjoying success here with Los Andes, who's been a stalwart of the season here, hasn't he, in Riyadh for the last few months?
Yeah.
He's been knocking around for quite some time at quite a good level.
Absolutely, yeah. He's been running in better races than this, as we've talked about. Better
And a deserved win as well.
Yeah, he's been banging on the door. That's his 7th career victory now. He wasn't as forwardly placed as we kind of hoped from the outset. With the
Was that because there was so much pace towards his inside? I mean, he broke pretty well.
Yeah, they went hard up top, which quite clearly paid for most of the front runners' chances in the latter part of the contest. The majority of them faded, apart from the 3rd place horse, who we'll talk about in a second. But he was a little bit too far back here, in my opinion. White with the blue cap on the outside, 4th from the outside. He's ended up around 6th or 7th going into the first turn, which is fine. I mean, he's ended up winning from there. But I think it made the horse's task a lot more difficult than it should have been. He should have been in potentially 4th or 5th, maybe a length or 2 closer forward at this point of the race. He comes off the bridle already alongside Arpenter, blue cap again in around 5th or 6th place. Off the bridle already, and maybe you're thinking, wow, this horse is going nowhere at short price. He's supposed to be way better than these, and he's disappointing. However, he's a strong stayer at the trip, and he always finds for pressure. Over 1,800 he can get tired, but 1,600 is his perfect distance, and he tends to find a lot in the home straight, which he did again here, despite hanging out to his right. At this stage, Tawaj in the green cap, who I gave a good shout out to each way prior to the race.
Striding on for home.
Yeah, hits the front and goes for home. They've gone very hard up top though, so it's so hard to sustain this kind of effort, but you can see he's a big horse, long striding individual. He's about to get tired and fade into 3rd. Rovaniemi, the turf horse, takes over. Big career best on dirt for him. But he's going to succumb late to the classy animal on the outside, Los Andes, who, despite being in the middle of the track and on the wrong lead, manages to get the job done.
It just grinds away, doesn't it? There's nothing happening quickly, but there was a degree of inevitability that he would get there.
Yeah, definitely. Further than halfway up the straight, you were kind of thinking he was going to get on top. It just needs to be sorted out there. Then you saw the pace horses up top tiring. There was no other closer coming out of the pack, so it was just whether he was going to go by Rovaniemi, and at this stage it was ominous that was going to happen. We should talk about Arpenter in the Red Silks. Another poor run from him. He's faded through the back and probably going to beat him 3 or 4 home, if that. He's not a 94 rated horse at the moment, and he doesn't like dirt, so I would be keeping him well on the back burner, especially if they remain keeping him on the surface, because that's just not ideal. It's not going to work.
But well done to Saroja, who's got in touch saying results, which I guess means, Saroja, you've had the winner. Jassy as well says number 4, so I guess you've also had the winner, and I think Asif definitely has. Love hearts and thumbs up.
Yep, love that. We have too.
Or is maybe on about your shirt, I don't know.
Oh, I doubt it. Not this shirt.
I doubt it as well.
And
static shirt.
We've all had the winner too. Good start in the competition, 1-1-1.
Yeah, 1 for me, 1 for you, and
1 for Cameron.
And Cameron's on the board as well.
We can't keep calling that. We can't.
Where is he?
He's out there somewhere.
I could see him. He's not flinched. He's not flinched. He's obviously not listening to us, that's why.
Yeah.
If you want to get involved in the comment section as well, you can do. Leave us your thoughts and your selections, where you're watching from. Should it be Callum? Should it be Cameron? Maybe we'll start a YouTube vote. His fault.
Well, it is. We can blame John.
Okay, well done to those who've got in touch so far. We move on to race 3, local bred fillies maiden. This time for the 3-year-olds, and it's as someone suggested, instead of John Deere, John. Oh dear.
Thank you very much, guys. This is race number 3, a local bred fillies maiden. We're over a mile, and Awa Chic in the hands of double-seeking Ricardo Sosa Ferreira is horse number 1. 2 is Azwat Fakir in the hands of Mohamed Al Nasser. 3 is Al Masat Al Shark, Fawas Wanas aboard. 4 is Azozar, and that Jimmy Carrion. Horse number 5 is De Booba, That's the mount of Ali Al Odib. Horse number 6 is Aita Madir, the mount of Abdullah Al Saidi. 7 doesn't go. 8 is Hafla, Abdulaziz Al Faredi. 9 is Hada Al Kamar, the mount of Mohammed Saeed. 10 is Julieta Ali Al Mutib. 11 is Lamat Sajja Abdullah Al Hussein. 12 is Motawalia Naif Al Anazi. 13 is Taleh, that's the mount of Luis Morales. 14 is Nur Al Seba, Abdullah Al Rashid. 15 is Rajia Tariq Al Mansour. 16 is Seham Al Hejaz, Abdullah Al Kradis. 17 is Tamer, or Tamir, the man of Rayan Al Tuesh. Number 18 is Wajra, Alexis Moreno. 19 is Wardat Ale Rab, Mohammed Al Hubayl. 20 is a non-runner. 21 is a very interesting horse in international markets, Wafyad Aid, Abdullah Al Fayruz. Horse number 22 doesn't go. Horse number 23 is Shifa Al Garam. That's the man of Abdulaziz Al Musa. So that is your rundown as far as race number 3 is concerned. We're back to the boys in the studio now.
Do you reckon he picked up on the John? Oh dear.
I think he just glossed over it. Didn't want to answer.
I think he just didn't hear it.
We could try again.
Okay, well, you can try it next time.
I'm not trying it. That is your gig, not mine.
John Deere ploughing through the 12 races here at King Abdulaziz, as indeed we all are, on what's a lovely afternoon. You wouldn't sort of see from looking outside. It's overcast and cloudy, but it's a very warm day today, which I guess if you see horses sweating up in the paddock,
Yeah.
although there's quite a cool wind still blowing around, but the temperature's warm.
Yeah, it's warmer than last week for sure. It's 27 degrees outside, and it's quite humid as well. So, as you say, if they do get a little bit sweaty, then you can maybe put it down to the weather.
Well, let's have a look at a couple of pieces of form. We can have a look at YFAE, horse number 21, who's second top rated in the field. But the run we're going to look at, Tom, was way back on September 21st at Taif.
Yeah, this horse gets in as a reserve. It doesn't say that on the race card, but obviously he is a reserve. There was an early scratch on Tuesday. So he was number 21. She was not supposed to get in the field, but has done. This is the race from Taif. This was ages ago. I mean, is she going to perform to this level again? We don't really know. It's a big question mark. Not been seen for 5 months. She's a major form player, don't get me wrong, but I'm not convinced that she's going to be able to produce the same level off the break. We've seen quite a few white stable horses disappoint first up here after some promising runs at Taif.
Well, she was second that day over the 1600 metres in a fillies maiden, beaten the length, but they were 21 lengths clear of the remainder of the field. She goes for the white stables. Just trying to find, there was a horse running later on today that I did think of when I saw it. I thought of you when I saw the name of it, but maybe it was tomorrow. Oh, there it is. In race 9.
Go on.
There's a horse that could well be running named after you. Shacket.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's Shakat, but I changed it to Shacket.
I like it.
Right, Callum, all yours then. Give us your thoughts here on race 3.
Now let's have a look at race number 3. Awa Sheik is the one, makes debut today. Nice type here for the Red Stable. Sami Al-Harabi doing the training with this one, looking to give the Red Stable 2 winners from the first 3 races. Very well put together individual, nice short back, good back end, lovely neck, plenty to like. Good, strong, active walk as well. The concern is drawn out in 16, but we'll have a look at some of these in this field and you'll realise the draw in 16 might not be enough to stop a good one because there are some strange-looking fillies here. Let's have a quick look at horse number 3 and horse number 4. Masad Al-Sharq is the 3. She might be the tiniest filly we've seen out here in Saudi Arabia so far this season. Absolutely tiny girl. She's had plenty of racing, but I wouldn't like her on this look. She looks like a pony, bless her. And we'll go back to the 4 as well. Azoza, I should say. Another one who doesn't look particularly well developed. Another one who looks like should be running in pony races. Aitamadir, though, is the 6. This is a different kettle of fish altogether, and you can see what I mean. Big, strong, ropey filly she is. She's got a nice back end to her as well. She's clearly not carrying any condition. She's got decent form to her name, finished in the money in each of her 3 starts. She'll look to make her first win on start number 4. Let's drop all the way back now. A big drop back as we see jockeys scatter as the bell goes. I know I'm coming to look at them. So we're going to have a look at the 13. Matalea is the next one we're going to peep up. This is another one for Prince Saud bin Salman bin Abdulaziz, looking to give Nicholas Bachelard a double, and isn't she a looker? She's gorgeous. She really fills the eye. She's a nice type. She's well muscled as well. She's far better developed than some of these others. Remember, this is a local bred contest. She doesn't look like a local bred at all, does she? She looks very well put together. She's intriguing. She's by Commissioner, obviously. The sire of the great Commissioner King, who's a stunning horse who's done really well out in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Derby winner a couple of years ago. And this one, hopefully, will have a similar level of ability. I really like Louis Morales' mount here. The 13, certainly the best looking of the debutants. Finally, we'll talk about the white stable runner who sneaks in as a reserve. This is horse number 21, the last one we'll take a look at. This is Wafayette Aid, who's just coming towards us now. A couple of these just getting a bit revved up in the prelims. The 16 getting really warmed up. They're very confident about the 21, very confident about this one. This horse has been off for a while, but a good second when last seen that back in Taif. We've seen the form for that race. Do the white stable runners need a run though? That's the question. She doesn't look the fittest, but in a weak contest like this, they could have every chance. We saw Los Andes take advantage of a drop in class. Can she do the same here? For me, the pick of the yard, to give Nicolas Bachelard a very quick double, is number 13, team.
That was the horse I had on top as well, Callum.
Made out of three of us.
Oh, no.
Yep.
Well, in fact, no, I did it. Yeah, I did, yeah. Just purely because the overall standard with those with experience wasn't great, and the horse top rated we've not seen for months.
Agreed, yeah. And the pedigree actually is pretty strong for this Metalea. It's odd that we all come down on the 7-1 selection, but yeah, she's got the most upside in this field. She's by Commissioner, who's obviously a very good sire, the sire of Commissioner King and others. Progeny goes very well here on this track in Riyadh.
The dam was quite smart, wasn't she?
Very smart, yeah. Rated 84 in the UK for Jobmont. Came over here and I think had 1 or 2 runs, maybe more, can't remember. Wasn't as good on these shores, but was a smart type for Jobmont in the UK. So Michael Stout, I think, trained her. So the pedigree's there. Dirt should be no problem, judging by the sire side of the pedigree. And Nicolas Bachelard's just had a winner in the previous race in these Prince Albin Salmon Silks. I like the jockey, Louis Morales. He's good on first-time starters. The
Stall 14?
Yeah, not ideal. That's the one downside. But I mean, at 7-1, you could even play each way in this contest. And I think she's got a lot more upside than the whole field, barring maybe 1 or 2.
Okay, well, the international favourite we've touched on at 7-4. Second best is horse number 1, who's also another debutant this time for the Red Stable.
Yeah, she's by Requinto, who is a good stallion, out of a 67 rated mare who won over 1,600 and 1,800 metres. The trip should be no problem, judged on the pedigree, but this pedigree didn't really wow me as much as Metalea, to be honest with you. I think because she's a Red Stable horse, she's short in the market. Connections are in fine form at the moment, including rider Ricardo Sousa Ferreira. Prince Faisal's basically challenging, if not leading, the owner title at the moment. We'll see that later, the standings.
And you've got a Red Stable flannel.
I do, yeah. But she's drawn a 16, and that's got to be the downside, right? I mean, she could easily win as well, but I preferred Prince Saud's runner, Metalea. She's double the price, and she's drawn a little bit better.
Okay, well, that's at 3-1. Also, 3-1 is the 12, who does have the experience. Top rated in the field. Motorway at 65, fifth last time. That was in the humanitarian foundation races.
Yeah, she's been highly tried, hasn't she, Motualea? But she's had plenty of attempts. She's had 8 attempts, and she's not yet broken through. Again, she's another horse in this field, much like all the protagonists, actually, who's drawn out wide in 19. She's going to have to break well. She's got an aggressive rider on board in Naif Alanazi, and she's a forward-going type anyway. So I wouldn't be surprised if she was on the pace, but she might have to go a little bit harder than Connections would have wanted to try and get across, as we can see her in shot right now in the blue and white silks, or we could. And maybe she'll tire in the latter part of the contest. She's got a fair level of ability, but again, I prefer the first-time starter over a filly who's had 8 attempts.
What about Wajra, horse number 18, who is 10-1, couple of dug eggs first time out, but did go second last time out. But even with Alex on board, rated 47, leaves it a bit to find with the likes of Mortawellia.
Yeah, I watched that replay back last time. I'm just unsure what she beat. Obviously, it was a big step forward on her previous 2 efforts, but I don't think it was much of a field that she finished second in last time up. She's rated 47 on the back of that, which suggests the handicapper agrees with me, and therefore she has limited claims in this contest. She could easily improve again, of course. She's unexposed, only had the 3 outings, draws relatively well, but she just doesn't have cast iron claims, and I wouldn't want a relatively short price. 10-1's obviously not, but relative to the field, I wouldn't want that on a filly like her.
And Shifir's Algaram, number 23, comes into the field as well. 2 runs so far. Slightly better last time than against debut.
Yeah, hinted at some promise last time. That was over course and distance, so the track and trip's fine. Progression is likely again. I'm not dead against the 23 by any means. It's always worth noting with these reserves when they get in that you may not have looked at them properly first time up, so give them a second look. She has a claim in here, but she's going to need to improve.
And how strong was the form for the 21 at Taif last time? I said beating the length, they were 21 lengths clear of the field, but were they just 21 lengths clear of ordinary horses?
I think so. Plus, because of the surface there and the time of year, you're just going to get wider margins than you would anywhere else because horses get really tired and it's hard to continue striding out on that deep surface when you're tired. So I think the margin was definitely flattering towards Wafiyat Al-Aid. And it's got nothing to do with her chance in this race, really. The major concern for her is the layoff. I mean, on form alone, she's probably the horse to beat. But just coming off a 5-month layoff on a completely different track is a problem. That being said, she could easily win. I just wouldn't want a short price.
So the two leading debutants, both carrying colours of items that you've got that carry the same colours?
Indeed.
A dishcloth and a flannel?
Indeed, yeah. What a couple of weeks it's been for me.
You've got to go home and your girlfriend's going to be so impressed. What all these gifts you come home with?
Not if I can ship off that dishcloth to you first.
You've got to take it home.
The flannel's already in the bag. Dishcloth, not so.
Right, they're down at the start then. Second race of the day. Local bred fillies maiden for the 3-year-olds. They're over the 1,600 metres here. And it's a horse with a rating of 63, second top in the field, number 21. He was the international market leader. But I think it's another team effort. So we had that in the first or the second race with Los Andes. Winning favourites, by the way, in the first two races here on the international markets at 3-1 and even money. Once again, international market leaders 21 at 7-4. But we're against it, Tom. We're all weighing here with 13?
Yeah, 13.
Yeah, 13.
Mitalea for both of us and for Callum as well, I think.
And you were impressed with this, Callum, in the paddock?
Yeah, I was really impressed with this one in the paddock, Mitalea. A really nice time. I had a chat with Nicholas Bachelard. He's a little bit concerned. He says, look, it's all about next season for this horse, over 1,800, 2,000 going forward. He's a little bit concerned about how she's going to break from the stalls. That would be a concern for him. And he said she was skin and bone a month ago and she'd really come on recently. And she looks great in the parade ring. He was having a look at some of these and said she looks much the best of these, but obviously just mentally might be a little bit of a head blower for her in this race. You'd be slightly concerned about that. One you won't have to be concerned about mentality-wise would be Eta Medea, comes out of stall 6, having the, horse number 6 comes out of stall 18, has had the 3 starts and not been disgraced in those 3 starts, and I thought looked fit enough to do damage in the parade ring as well. But I'm going to stick with Mitalea, the 13 here, but it'll all be about the start. If she gets it wrong, it could be a long, long way round for her. Louis Morales will have to be at his sparkling best. John, it's over to you.
Cheers, Callum. Yeah, they are going in as Zozar to come forward and Jimmy Carey. And the 3 there is Al Masat Al Shark. I want to come forward. Lovely shot there of the stalls. Our drones do excellent work here at Riyadh. Still about 3/4 of the field to load here. They'll go in quickly though, don't worry about that. The 17 was Tamir. The 1 to move forward now is Awashik, one of the fancied runners. The 16 is Seham Al Hejaz. Again, just to confirm that saddle costs don't correspond to the draw. 15 is Rajia Tariq Al Mansour. Next to come forward is Shifar Al Garam, horse number 23. Oh yes. Next to go forward is the 2, Aizwat Fakir. And Mtaleh to come forward as well. Interesting contender, piquing the interest of the experts in the studio and Callum in the parade ring. Luis Morales aboard. We have a full complement once again. We're over the 1,600 metres. Huge field. Stand by. They're off and racing. Aizwat Fakir was very slowly away. Good start made by the white stable horse there, Wafiyat Ahid, and she goes on into a good early posse. Also prominent in the early stages is Al Masat Al Shark, as they head on through the first furlong or so. One that's making headway across is Talair on start number 1, and she's got away in a really professional manner towards the outside. Etta Madir in those blue colours is also prominent. The white face of Ewa Sheik is also up with the speed as well. Shifa Al Garam got a good start but hasn't really built on it. Then up the inside trying to make a little bit of headway now. We've got Hada Al Kamar, Hapla not too far away either, but as they make their way towards the turn, towards the outside, it's Talair and Luis Morales. On the inside, Wafia Tahid, Abdullah Al Fayrouz, followed then in third position by Ewa Sheik, who's racing there about 2 lengths down, followed then in a driven along fourth by Eta Madir. Not a great deal of these have got involved in this as they start to make the turn. Azosa is trying to stay on from the back of the field, but as a Dickens a lot of work to do from there as they make the turn now. It's Wafiat Ahid who still leads. The green cap the rail. Here now circling the field comes Ewa Sheik, who's drawn alongside, just hanging a little bit towards the centre of the track as they come towards the final furlong and a half. And it's Ewa Sheik and double seeking Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, but battling on over on the far side. Wafiat Ahid followed then in third by the debutant at Talair as they come towards the final furlong now. Game out in front, Wafiat Ahid. She's been challenged, but she's found plenty as they race up towards the line. One that's staying on really well is Lamate Sarja from a long way back, but Wafiat Ahid gets in. In second position was Lamate Sarja, very tight for third. There were quite a few of them coming from a long way back, but they couldn't reel in Wafiat Ahid, who got to the front early in the hands of Abdullah Al Fayrouz, and then looked as though she might have been a bit of a sitting duck for Ewa Sheik, who just hung a little bit as they turned for home and went inside the final furlong and a half or so. She wasn't able to go through with a challenge, and Wafiat Ahid on start number 3 has scored. Lamate Sarja has finished in second. There's a lineup for third. Motawali has got third ahead of the tiring Ewa Sheik, who's probably finished there in fourth. 1 minute 43.78 the time. The time for that previous open race, obviously a very different contest, was 1 minute 41.27, so they're almost 2.5 seconds slower for that. Wafiat Ahid has scored. Lamate Sarja was second. Motawalia has finished in third. 21, 11 and 12, still sorting out the positions a little bit further down. Ewa Sheik has there finished in fourth, getting confirmation now, but it's Wafiat Ahid, one for the white stable in race number 3.
Well, Fayette Ahid is your winner here of race number 3, this local bred fillies contest. She had the experience, and I think the experience came to the fore when Ahmed Mahamoud's filly just looked under pressure at the top of the straight from Ewa Sheik, but just kept finding for pressure when Ewa Sheik was just hanging the head to the side, having a good old think about things. The horse flying out the pack was the Lamate Sarja, who ended up finishing second. Motawalia has snatched third from Ewa Sheik, who finished in fourth. Hada Al Makmar had then ended up finishing in fifth, and Metalea, who broke really well, travelled well for a long way, but got very tired late on, had finished in sixth. I think there's a few to take out of this one, boys. I think the third and the sixth are both eye-catching horses, and the winner is probably worth another play as well. Remember, the White Stable haven't had the best of form, but Ahmed Mahamoud's runner has certainly done the team justice here and given him a first winner of the week, and the White Stable a first winner of the week. Snuck into the reserve, boys, but finishes in first.
Yeah, we were sceptical about that Typhoon because the first two had come a long way clear of what was an ordinary-looking field, had been off the track for quite some time as well, but got away well and has been up there as well. Basically sees a fall comers down the stretch. There's about 3 or 4 have had a good pop.
Yeah, she's done it well. She's obviously better suited by longer distances, which is how she's managed to stay on and get this victory today. The other 2 horses who are forwardly placed have quite clearly run the second and third best races in here, but have just paid for going too hard and getting into a duel with this white stable winner, Walia Al Aid, who has done it nicely. I didn't like her at the price. As I say, she was the form horse coming in, but she was vulnerable and she's only managed to get home by 3/4 of a length. The closers were just too far back, which is why they ended up finishing second, third, and fifth rather than first and third. Second from the start here, first time starter, the horse that we liked, Matalea, middle of your shot, blue braces with the white silks, blue cap, pushes forward, as does the eventual winner up the inside in the white stable silks. And the red stable horse, who runs really well into fourth, Our Chic, is also up there with the speed, or was about to be anyway, after a slowish start. He's currently moving into fourth and then will soon be in third. Those 3 duel from an early part of the race. It looks like Lou Morales wanted to cross here on Matalea with the blue cap, but he was just unable to. The white stable filly on the inside held their position. These 2 go hammer and tongs. And to be honest, at this point in the race, I thought Ricardo Sousa Ferreira was in the ideal spot. Just in behind the leaders, red silks on Our Chic.
Certainly moved into it like it was going to fly by them.
Yeah, she travelled beautifully into the race, and especially coming around the back end of the home turn, which we're about to get to, moving into the home straight, she makes a big move from here around 2 lengths behind. She comes up alongside the first and second just about now. A nice turn of foot here to get involved, just a length behind and about to draw alongside. But she just hangs fire a little bit when she's asked for maximum effort, just about now in the red stable silks. Looks like she's about to come and collar them all and take the race. You can see her heads to one side. She has trouble switching leads in a second. She actually, I think, noses in front, or close to. Yeah, she's just behind. She has trouble switching leads here. Ricardo makes her do it, but she loses half a length in the process. And then she just gets very tired, Our Chic. Both her and Matalea, the 2 horses at the bottom of the shot here, have run eye-catching debuts. Now the closers start to come through as the leaders are paddling, but fortunately for favourite backers, who are now 3 out of 3 from the day, or on the day, and the white stable,
the lines come just in time. They're watching that.
The leader just clings on, doesn't she? She's run the best race, though. I mean, considering she was pressed from the outset, and the other 2 horses on the front have kind of capitulated in the final 200 metres. She's managed to sustain her big stride and get the job done. I would, if you asked me which horse would you take out of this race, I would say Our Chic, the red stable horse. When she's more professional, she'll be better than this.
Yeah, it's a bit like first day at school, just doing everything wrong, and will be much more experienced on the back of it. I thought Matalea as well ran a perfectly good race from that wide draw, got across, travelled well.
She got very tired though.
She did at a
Maybe
big horse.
1400 for her?
Yeah, she'll appreciate going further as well, won't she? I mean, just on the physical size of her, she's built like more of a stayer.
Yeah, definitely. It was a good race though, quite a nice maiden for a Thursday. I wouldn't be surprised if the winner developed into a relatively nice sort, and the red stable horse Our Chic should be a future winner next time up.
We looked through the first 3 races. I mean, Macthor was a deserved winner of the first, going from the front, down in class. Los Andes been a regular in the big cup races all season, and that horse, a deserved winner as well. Sees off 1, 2, 3, 4 challenges down the stretch?
Yeah, no excuses for any horse so far. Maybe the white stable horse in the first race, Tartariz, was a little unlucky, but otherwise, just deserved winners, really.
OK, moving on to race 4 very shortly, but 2 weeks tomorrow is the International Jockeys Challenge. Ricardo Ferreira and Mohamed Al-Daham, the 2 local jockeys, will go up against 6 of the world's best women and men in the International Jockeys Challenge. On the back of that, because we're racing 3 days today, 3 meetings or 3 weeks worth of meetings to come on the back of the Saudi Cup, after which we will crown the champion trainer and the champion jockeys here in country. And let's have a look at the leading jockeys. We're missing a couple of, or certainly Camilo Ospino not riding today.
Yeah, he's suspended this week. He's currently in third there with 69 winners on the campaign. Mohamed Al-Daham is in second with 70. He'll be looking to add to that tally, I'm sure, this week. Plenty of good chances, especially tomorrow. And out in front is Adel Alfredi on 78. He held a 10 lead advantage last week, at the start of last week, and now it's just down to 8. And I don't think he's riding today, but he's definitely riding tomorrow, Adel. So it'll be interesting to see if Mohamed Al-Daham can reduce that gap. And if he does, he'll have his eyes on potentially catching it by the end of the season.
Yeah, there's not much in it, just the 8 at the moment. And so 3 weeks worth of racing to come on the back of the Saudi Cup. You're staying as well, Bill, on the Saudi Cup?
I am, yeah, for an extra week, and then Mr. Roy Delagi will take my spot for the final 2 weeks of the season.
You'll be classed as a local by the time you go home. You've been here that much this year.
Dual citizenship.
Okay, then race 4 of the afternoon to local bred colts and geldings maiden for the 3-year-olds. We're off in around 15 minutes for this. It's again for it's again over the 600 metres. Are you going to do the John?
Oh dear.
With the runners and riders.
Very well orchestrated, lads. You did that well. Right, this is race number 4. It's a local bred maiden for colts and geldings. Horse number 1 is Akko Saba, Abdullah Al Rashed. 2 is Aldo Alame, Mohammed Al Nasser. 3 is Andalib Najd, Sultan Al Mamoni. 4's a non-runner. Horse number 5 is Jani Fawaswana. 6 is Karim Al Naba, Khalid Al Mamoni. And 7 is Kader. That's the mount of Abdulaziz Al Musa. Number 10, a couple of non-runners there. Then number 10, Lemeli, mount of Naif Al Anazi. 11 is Montaque, Mohammed Al Hubail. Horse number 12 is Nashwan Joda Hamza Saad. Number 13 is Owaitha, Abdul Ella Al Hussein. 14 is Kashush, Osama Al Sharani. 15 is Kasurat Al Hijaz, Abdullah Al Kradis. 16 is Shadow, Luis Morales. 17 is Shaguf, Tariq Al Mansour. 18 is Shokab, international markets favourite, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. 19 is Suntet, Victor Gutierrez. 20 is Wafir, that's the mount of Mohammed Al Sharima. Number 21 is Fiery Aru, Jimmy Carrigan. And we've still got one more. Simahan is the mount of Alexis Moreno. Big price on the international markets, about that one down at the bottom. So once again, big field, all your runners and riders catered for there in race number 4. And it's back to the boys in the studio now.
Yeah, thanks, John. Race 4 then of the afternoon, international market. Well, we've seen familiar colours dominate so far today. The red stable. We then had the Emblem Road colours winning the 2nd. Then we had the white stable winning the 3rd. And it's the red stable who have got the favourite here in Shukab. Ricardo Souza Ferreira already on the score sheet today. Roberto, who was with Ricardo in the first, he got in touch on the back of that win to say he'll also win the 4th race with Shukab. And I think we're probably all in agreement, are we, with the 18 here?
Yeah, well, we definitely are. I don't know about Callum, but yeah, I think Shakab's way the horse to beat. What is he, 11 to 10 in the international market still?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a fair price. It's a big field. You don't really want to be taking short prices in big fields like this, especially in maidens. I know you do. I don't. But this horse is clearly the horse to beat. We'll talk more about his form in due course, but first over to Callum to talk us through some of the runners that he can see in the paddock right now.
Thanks, team. Akko Saba is the one. Nice tight bit roach back in behind this one, but a really nice head on this and a light enough body. We're just going to cut around this short course here. So, poor Mustafa's having to be right on his toes here. There we go. We can get that horse to walk on a little bit. Nice type roan grey here, which I absolutely love. You don't see many of them. Gorgeous, gorgeous type. Will need to show a little bit more than he did on 2nd start, where he finished 3rd to win a race like this, but built on a pretty weak debut to finish 3rd. So certainly a horse that's on the improve. The 2, the next one I'll look at, sort of much better when looking at this horse from a distance than when you get up close. Certainly well into the winter coat now. Aldu Alame has had the one run. Will need to build on that. Maybe not quite the paddock eye catcher I thought it was. Let's drop back to the 10. This is the next one we're going to have a look at. This is a nice type coming towards me now. Big white blaze on the face here. This is Limaali, who we're just having a look at. A nice, well-built individual, strong neck, certainly a very precocious type. The mount of Naif Al Anazi, he'll be looking for a first winner of the weekend. Good flat back, nice hind quarters, nice set of withers on this one as well. Not too much on the saddle, but certainly well filled in, well developed, and has had the 3 starts. 3rd on debut, hasn't quite found that form since. Let's go back to the next one. This is the 11. This is the pick so far. This is a lovely type. This is Montague, who we're just having a look at now. A good mover, has only had the 2 starts, built again on a pretty shoddy debut to finish 4th last time, and again looks very well in the parade ring. Big long neck on this one, still needs plenty of time to develop. We're all just getting a little bit of a stop here, having a look around. These colts will be having a big look. The 5 is getting very, very excited. But hopefully the 11 runs a big race. Next is the 13. This is the next one we'll look at. This is Oasis. I love this horse. Thought he looked fantastic when he walked past me this afternoon on my way into work. Really nice type here. Has had plenty of starts though, but looks fit, doesn't he, Oasis? As you can just see, maybe just a little bit close to the back end there. We'll just make sure Mustafa doesn't get kicked. And that's a nice type there, the 13. Probably my pick so far. Just a really, really nice looker, but needs to find more form here. Only rated 39, is in major danger of being outclassed here. And finally, we just want to look at the 15 here. This is another one. This is the horse making the 3rd career start. This is Kasura Al Hijaz. Look at the size of this boy. He's a big, strapping, imposing type, isn't he? Really fills the eye. Nice back end, nice neck as well. Looked quite smart on debut. Couldn't back that up last time out, but I'm willing to forgive that effort for a big run on this occasion. And finally, we go back to the 21. This is the last one that will take a pick up. Fiery Aru. I thought this horse was really well developed. A nice enough type here. Just coming towards me now. Big, robust type as well. Big, strong chest, lovely, powerful neck. Good, strong back end as well. Getting a little bit worked up. You can understand why this thing's ready to go. And getting a little bit warm on the neck too. But if I had to make a pick of the yard, it would go to the 11, just Montague. That's a pick for me.
Thank you, Callum. Right, he's gone with the 11 then. So at last, after all teaming in together with a winner and a loser, we've split up to an extent here.
He's with the 11, did you say?
He's with the 11, yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I can certainly see this horse. Draws inside as well. Only had the 2 outings. First time up didn't show much, but is a very speedy horse in the early part of his race, which is key. That's probably the angle that will see this horse to best effect. If he can get on the front without being challenged from his inside draw, then he's a big player. But he's not the strongest of stayers, so if there's a horse that's a stronger stayer, e.g. the 18, Shakab, then he'll likely get past late on.
You're already thinking about Shacket, aren't you? Shacket. It's not a huge step to get there.
We've already said that we're going to be wearing green tomorrow. You know what's green? The
Shacket.
Yeah.
Well, no need for Shacket today here in Saudi Arabia because it's nice and warm.
Yeah.
Temperatures were what, 26, 27 earlier, albeit it's not sunny.
Yeah, it's hot outside, humid. Not as sunny, not as nice of a day as you say, but
very windy as well.
Well,
it was earlier.
I thought that, but I was looking at
the flags are not moving at all.
No, it looks like the wind's completely died down. Earlier there was a tailwind for the horses in the home straight, but yeah, as we're looking outside now, it looks pretty still.
I even didn't go running today. I went to the gym instead because it was a bit windy. I don't want to go get sand in my eyes and stuff.
You just told everyone that you're a gym goer. That's what you've done there.
No, I didn't say what I did at the gym. I could have gone for a coffee.
You could have done. You probably didn't, but you could have done.
I didn't know. Right. Hello to on the YouTube chat. If you are watching today, do get your selections and thoughts in. Saroja has said hello. Do let us know as well where you're watching from. It's always good to know where around the world you're tuned into the racing here in Saudi Arabia. The first of 3 days racing. Racing today, tomorrow. Japan Cup Day tomorrow. Got a couple of cup races. The Ministry of Culture Cup, I think, on Saturday.
Yes, yeah.
And then it's all about the Saudi Cup meeting. Building up to that, which gets underway 2 weeks tomorrow. So Shakab is the 11 to 10 market leader. We said we'd come back and talk a little bit about this horse. Ricardo was on board last time. He's back on board today. And this horse looking to make it third. I'll try again.
Fourth.
I'm going to try and make it 3rd time lucky, as the horse makes it 4th time lucky.
Indeed, yeah. He's been out the back of the pack on his first 2 outings in maiden company, but finished with real good effect. Over 1,400 and then 1,600. Last time he ran in a cup race, and he finished a good 5th. No horse in this field could finish 5th in a cup race, or a cup race of that nature anyway. If he can reproduce that effort, then he's way the horse to beat. Strong stayer at the trip. As we've already talked about, there's a lot of speed, coming from the 11 specifically, but also the reserve. The 22, Samihan, is a forward-going type, albeit they've taken the blinkers off him here. So it'll be interesting to see how quick this pace is early. I think it's going to be quite hot, and if so, Shakab can come from not near last. I imagine maybe a midfield spot. But off the pace to get the job done. I think he's way the horse to beat. The draw's no problem because he's a closer anyway. As long as Ricardo doesn't sit 8 wide on the turn, which is a possibility, I suppose. He does like to get out of traffic on the dirt, but hopefully he can tuck in a touch and then Shakab should finish off best in the home straight.
Well, Ricardo had experienced this horse last time out and they were 5th in a cup race over the 1,400. The horse was 2nd, beaten the neck over that trip on his debut. And if you go back to the cup race last time, I think that was the guide for me into this, Tom, was that the 2nd horse in that cup race last time was rated 82. This horse is rated 64, so
Yeah.
arguably could be better than the 64,
Oh, I think so.
and that is well clear of the field.
Yeah, I think he's definitely a better horse than a 64 rating. Can I give second, third and fourth my picks?
Yes, 18 on top.
Yeah, 18, 16, 12, 22. I put 22 in fourth Samihan just in case he holds on from a forward-going position. I thought he shaped well on debut, not as good the last twice, but
33 to 1 in the international markets.
yeah, I wouldn't be beyond putting him up each way if you wanted an each-way play. He should be up with the pace early, and maybe he's the best of the forward-going types. The 16 I had in second behind Shockab. The 16 is Shadow, who's 5 to 1 in the international market, second favourite, I believe, which is kind of what I'd have put him at anyway. He was luckless at the start on 2 of his last 3 outings, so if he gets a cleaner break today from 6, then he's a player. He ran pretty well in a cup race last month and now drops down in grade. He's got a similar profile to the favourite here, Shakab, but Shakab is more unexposed and represents better connections. And the 12, Nashwan Joda, who I had third in here, finished a clear-cut second in a course and distance maiden here last month. So we know he's in good form, we know he handles the trip, and we know he handles the track. Last time out, he ran in a cup race, again, much like Shadow and Shockab. He was drastically outclassed that day, so he's probably not as good as the other two. But again, dropping down into a maiden from a good draw, the 12 could run a place. So I have the 18 Shockab on top. I think it'll come from way out off the back of the pack and finish off to best effect. The 16 Shadow in second, the 12 Nashwan Joda in third, and Samihan, if a forward-going type is to hold on, Samihan fourth, the 22.
At 33 to 1, Shakab, this favourite for the red stable to double up on the card after Mackthor took the opener, is now into even money from 11 to 10. Nothing else really been supported. And no one really getting involved with selections in this. We do have to say hello there to Wonder Woman, who's watching from Singapore.
Nice.
Maybe a friend of, what was the guy? Something in Relax last week, wasn't it?
Relaxing Soothing.
Relaxation
Soothing.
Relaxation Soothing.
Yeah.
Maybe Wonder Woman, Relaxation Soothing had got in touch from Singapore last week.
Potentially. We're getting a bigger Singapore crowd, which is lovely.
So yeah, a couple of people watching in Singapore. We've got James in the UK. And if you do want to get in touch with us, you're more than welcome to. And let us know where you're watching from as well. So Shakab, even money. Shadow, 5 to 1. Akko Sabah, 11 to 2.
Quickly talk about that horse.
Yeah,
the one,
number 1.
Akko Sabah. Looked an extremely awkward ride when finishing third last time. Came there with a challenge and hung drastically to the left-hand side in the home straight. That's a big problem. 6 to 1 wouldn't interest me at all on him, but he's drawn well. If he can stick to the rail throughout, he may place, but he's not very professional. So if you like the one, just watch him in the home straight. He's a little bit wayward.
Well, he ended up being beaten 15 lengths last time.
Yeah, he threw it away as well. Like he was coming there with a challenge and just hung badly left.
And the second was rated 74. So, okay, it's hung left and maybe hasn't shown his true ability, but that guideline into Shakab would suggest he's got a bit to find.
Yeah, exactly. Shakab's definitely the most likely winner, and it's going to be my pick.
Right then, we want across the board for myself, for Tom, and for Callum as well. But you're taking us on here, Callum, with a bit of value with the 11.
Yeah, guys, I have taken you on. Muntaki is the pick for me, the 11. A couple of these look really good in the prelims. I did like the 15 who's just gone in there. That's Kaswar and Al Hijaz. I think that horse could take a big step forward, having shown plenty on debut and then not quite shown the same level of form last time. Big, strapping type, intriguing. And also the 13 Oasis, only rated 39. Might be a bit of an each-way player. Certainly looks red hot and ready to go today. But the pick will be Muntaki, and it's now time to hand over to Mr. John Blance.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. They are going in as efficiently as ever. This is Fiery Aru, horse number 21, sheepskin noseband for that. The 5 is Jani Pawaswanas aboard. Nice fetching red sheepskin noseband for Aldu Alame. Jot these things down when you're doing racing commentaries. You never know when it might come in handy. Now we've got an issue there with one of them. Looks like it could be the 10. Andalab Naj to go in. The 6 still to come forward as well. Karim Al Naba in those pink colours. The 2 to come forward, Aldu Alame. And still at the back, Shokab and Kada. In goes Aldu Alame. Start number 2. The jolly old favourite right over on the far side there. We heard Tom talking about how a low draw isn't necessarily a massive advantage for this horse, which is a good job because he's drawn gate 19 and will be picking them off in the closing stage as if previous run styles have been anything to go by. Always a slightly more precarious run style from a betting perspective, but certainly in terms of all known form, Shokhab is the best of these. Just needs to prove it today. Another race over a mile, so if you like your times comparisons, and who doesn't, frankly, this is another good one to get your teeth into. Stand by then. They're ready. 1,600 metres, and they are off and racing. Shokhab away okay. Obviously, got to get across from that wide draw, but Ricardo Sosa Ferreira in no hurry to do so. Good start from Shadow. You can see that one there in the dark blue and orange colours of the sheepskin noseband. Also trying to get into an early position is Fiery Aru. And look at this, Shokhab has loped across from that wide gate. He's got a double handful, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, just trying to restrain him a little bit as well as they head on through the early part of the contest. Simian is also prominent as well, the light and dark blue with a white cap, so that's your leading quartet. Just tracking them, Ako Saba, who's in the red colours. Then towards the outside of that one, Awaitha is not too far away either, but they're coming in waves of 3 and 4 at the moment. Towards the rear of the field, Kashush doesn't have too many behind it, and neither indeed does the 7 horse Carder, as they start to make the long sweeping turn here. And this Shokhab has been ridden a lot more prominently than maybe we thought. Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, though, still going very easily indeed as they swing and level up to the judge. Fiery Aru, the grey colours there, is racing in second. Simian now looks a little bit tired. Staying on from the rear of the field is Shagouf in those yellow blinkers, but they've swung for home. And look at this Shokhab go. Well clear. Hasn't even been breathed on by Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, who's looking for a double on the day, and I reckon that's just about all wrapped up as they go inside the final 200. Shokhab well clear, drawing further on. You will not see a horse win easier than this, certainly today, and maybe not for a few days here at Riyadh. This one is absolutely hosed up. Shokhab the winner, tight for second there. Maybe just Nashwan Joda from Fiery Aru's run a pretty good race. Once again, it was tight for fourth. Shokhab, 1 minute 41.57 as well, the winning time. He's done that whilst jogging. Ricardo Sosa Ferreira will not have an easier winner probably all season. If he has had an easy winner, then I haven't seen it. Absolutely skated in Shokhab. And Tom was saying earlier on that this horse might be towards the rear of the field. Well, he ended up very prominent very early, and then he's either got to the front too soon, which might have been a problem, but when he saw how well he was travelling, he realised that wasn't an issue either, and Shokhab has absolutely hacked up. That is very tight, but Fiery Aru has boxed on well there for second and has been confirmed in second. 10 3/4 lengths down though in that spot. Nashwan Joda in third. Shagouf, who was finishing from the back, has finished in fourth. So 18, 21, 12 and 17, the numbers that matter. Another favourite obliges here at Riyadh this afternoon.
It's another one for the Red Stable as Shokap has absolutely bolted up in really good style, in the style of a good horse. A great comment from John Blance all the way through there. Just, he saw this horse break wide, but was up there early and pulling double for most of this race. Ricardo was not going to let this horse get held back, and Shokap, who was fifth in Cup Company last time, takes advantage of this drop in class into Maiden Company and wins very, very well. It's never going to be a paddock pick, a big raw type, a sort of horse that you think maybe for the future, which is only a good thing to see him win in his juvenile season. You'll also see Fiery Aru ran a mighty race to finish second, Nashwan Judah in third, Shagroof was there in fourth, and Kasra Al Hijaz ran a better race in fifth, with Shadow rounding out the top six. But a very good performance from Ricardo. He did say to me that he was hoping to have a very good day today, and this is the perfect start. 2 rides for the Red Stable, both of them winners. He will be chuffed a bit for that, continuing his good run of things and continuing to rack up the winners in Riyadh. And he's coming towards me now. Ricardo, that horse looks really the best of this field from a very long way out.
Yes, I think the win today win Sammy, you know, because he put blankers. This horse is not bad horse, but the last races scare all people, and no travel good, you know. With blankers, go on the bridle easy. I think it's the best horse in the race.
He travelled so well. I mean, last time out, like you said, he struggled. This time out, he was a different animal. He was pulling so hard early on.
Yes, I scared about that because he's pulling too much. But you know, after 1,000, I give a little bit, you know, because on the dirt you can catch too much. I respect the horse and very good run.
You told me off the camera you were going to have a good day today, and you're already having a very good day. 2 winners so far. Well done.
I hope. Thank you.
Well done.
Well, very, very easy. Ricardo, 2 winners on the card so far. One of our YouTube viewers suggesting he could have 4 or 5 through the day, and there's plenty to like about this.
Yeah, there really was. This was a dominant success. From start to finish, there was never really any danger. I thought it'd be mid-pack, as John was saying. In commentary, that's what we discussed, or in the aftermath, that's what we discussed in the preview, that he was going to be mid-pack and run home late. He's got the stamina for further. Yet the blinkers have quite clearly woken him up. He was always up with the speed, rounded them, the 2 leaders coming into the home turn, and it was just a 1-horse race from the outset. We'll see it here. It doesn't actually break overly well, just mid-pack. There's a lot of scrimmaging inside. Horses in draws 1 to 5, all kind of bumped into one another. But immediately, Shokab has found his stride out wide, Red Silks, and is vying for the advantage. That's probably 4 or 5 lengths further forward than I was anticipating in this race. But if anything, that's a positive over this kind of trip on this surface. You don't want to be too far back, ideally. And Ricardo was out in clean air with a lot of horse beneath him, on a proven stayer, and was never in any doubt, really. 10 3/4 length success. 141.57, stacks up well against the maiden previously, won by the filly. So, all in all, I think this is probably one of the most impressive displays we've seen so far today, if not the most impressive.
You said it was 10 3/4 in the end?
Yeah.
Okay, not beaten much into the placings, but the way he's gone through the early part of the race so exuberantly, and then to see it out in the manner that he has as well, it's a run you could upgrade in many ways.
Yeah, Ricardo didn't have to go to the bottom of him either. He knew he was well clear. At this point, he's really putting his stamp on the race. He's a length ahead from the eventual runner-up, actually, who maintains his second position throughout. That's Fiery Aru, who was only rated 45 coming into the contest, but this is quite clearly a step forward on what he's done before. Shokab's now just drawing further and further clear. 4 lengths ahead at this stage, make that 5, and he'll go all the way up to 10 3/4 by the line. It was probably one of the most easiest successes that we've seen in the 4 weeks that we've been here.
We've seen some big margin winners.
We have.
10 lengths, 13 and a bit we saw, didn't we, for
Yep.
1 horse last. What did Abu Afil Care win by last week?
Probably around 8 to 10. But I don't think it was as good as this in terms of dominance. Obviously, that's a better horse.
This only had a 64 rating coming into racing today.
Yeah, but he's better than 64. We kind of hinted that, didn't we, beforehand? We said, based on that run last time in Cup Company,
well, the horse who wasn't far in front of him last time was 82.
Exactly. And Ricardo said, just in an interview with Callum, that last time he was a scared horse when he was running. He was shying away from other individuals during the run. They put blinkers on today. He looks like the finished article here, or very close to. And they could easily run him again in the Open next time, and I'm pretty sure he'd go closer than what happened when he was 5th last time out.
Well, it's been well supported on the international market. It was close on even money. and it's the 4th winning international favourite on the card today, if you're following the favourites.
This is mad because last Thursday, 12 races, not a single winning favourite. This Thursday, 4 from 4.
And on the Inter-Studio Timber competition, 2 for me, 2 for you, 1 for Callum.
Yes, good start. Obviously, we're very early. 4 out of 36 done for the week, but it's a good start for sure.
And I switched in race 3.
You didn't need to tell the viewers that.
Yeah, annoying.
You did.
And it was you that noticed that I'd done it as well. I didn't even know
yeah.
myself.
Yeah.
Do keep your comments and your selections coming in on the YouTube chat as well. We've got Roberto again. The Ferreira fan club's back out. Jose, another double for Prince Faisal. I thought he was going to say Prince Ricardo. It says Prince Faisal. What a fantastic year for the stable. Indeed, it is. Roberto and his jockey, yeah. We've got Manikam as well getting in touch. And Chan Che Chang saying 12 or 21, which I guess must be selections for the 5th race.
Must have been that last race, surely. There isn't a 21 in the next race, so not sure. Oh, was he talking about the runner-up? The 21 was second.
Oh yeah, the 2nd place, yeah. Adam as well saying it's a beautiful ride from Ricardo. Quite a contrast how he often rides the dirt, going forward from that wide position.
Yeah, he likes to stay wide on the track, which is kind of what we saw there. Doesn't like the kick back or getting a horse into traffic, but yeah, he doesn't usually push forward on his runners. So a contrast for sure. I don't think he would have been that far forward if he wanted to. The horse kind of took him there in the early part of the race, but it made no difference in the end. He was way the best.
Well, do keep your comments coming in, and indeed, if you do leave a comment on the chat section, do let us know where in the world you're tuned in from as well. So winning favourites in our first 4 races, Makthor, Lasandis, Wafiat, Ayad and Shakab as well, all doing the business, and we've got another warm favourite in the next as well. This is race number 5 on the programme. It's a local bred Fillies Open. It's over the 1600s once again for 4-year-olds and older, and Tabor Fail will be a warm order for the white stable. The red stable are represented. They've got 2 in here, and Ricardo could well have another winner for the red stable. He could make it 3 on the spin. But with the full details of race 5, let's head back to John.
Thanks very much, Martin. Yes, Tom might have to get that flannel ready again. Horse number 1, Tabor Fail, though, is the international market's favourite. Around about 4 to 5 last time I looked. Gate 17 going to be tricky, but Fawas Wanas is aboard. Horse number 2 is Ayad Al Mohammedia. That's the man of Alexis Moreno. 3 is Durat Al Darea, Osama Al Sharani. That's the 2nd of the red stable runners. 4 is Forza Later. That's the man of Abdullah Al Khamis. Horse number 5 is Hezam, Tariq Al Mansour. And 6 is Kanajer, Abdullah Al Saidi. Horse number 7 is Al Watka, Ayad Al Tarisi. 8 is Jade Al Khair, Mohammed Al Hubail. Horse number 9 is Shajwa. Easy for me to say, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira aboard gate 18. So the market principles drawn 17 and 18. Next on the list is 10, Tajib Asil Al Sahani. 11 is Tahadi. That's the man of Abdullah Al Odib. Horse number 12 is Abura, Victor Gutierrez. 13 is Momtena, Ali Al Mutib. 14 is Montekeba, Abdullah Alofi. 15 is a non-runner. 16 is Tazhaba. Rayan Altoesh is aboard. Horse number 17 is a non-runner, and 18 is Yala Ise Care. That's the mount of Abdullah Al Kradis. So those are your runners and riders. They are in the parade ring, and so too is Callum.
Thank you, John. Yeah, bell's already gone, so we'll rattle through these. The 1, Tabor Fail. She looks lovely, but can she get ahead in front? She's just been struggling recently, but she's well fancied in the international market. The 2, Ayad Al Muhammedia, put a line through the last run. She was drawn in the car park and never got settled. She should go much better today from stall 9. Number 3, Durat Al Dareya. She's a lovely type here, well-built individual by Frozen Power. Needs to build on the last start, though. And the 4 is Fodaltea. This horse looks really well, has been a loose mover, has handled everything in the prelims, but needs to put up a career best effort to win here today. Let's pull our way back. We've got a load of these to get through, and we'll pull our way back through them. We'll start with the 8, Jade Al Khair. This is the first one we'll peep at. Mustafa is just in behind me here. She's a lovely type here, Jadal Care, just coming towards us. She get a bit warm in the prelims, I must admit, but she fails to really run a bad race this one. But as you can see, she's getting very warm in the prelims, and she's just beginning to get a little bit on top of herself as we get a good look at her now. The jockey, Mohammed Al-Habail, just had to run into the weighing room to put some extra tack away, so he'll be a bit late out, but hopefully he can jump on this one just in time. And the final one we'll look at, Mustafa, we're going to miss a load of these because we need to be nice and quick, has already gone down. So we'll go to the 14 here. The 14 is Motakiba, probably the underrated horse in this field here, but looks incredibly well turned out. Hugely impressed by the way this horse has been turned out. You get the break from Stool 8, has been in pretty good form recently, and has a good pilot in Abdullah Alorfi on board as well. It's a cracking contest, lads. It's back to you. I'll give you a paddock pick later on.
He's teasing us, isn't he, now?
He is, yeah.
Normally he gives the paddock pick straight away, then he might change his mind, but he's it's what they call keeping your powder dry, I guess, isn't it? Okay, well, Sajwa looks to give Ricardo Ferreira a third winner on the card. Again, for the Red Stables, we can see this horse in winning form on its fourth outing. This is 2 starts back on December the 19th.
Yeah, ground out victory this day. Red Stable Silks, white cap, second string colours. Just track the speed. Isn't a forward going type, as you can see in this piece of footage here. But she does stay very strongly. She kind of just keeps going. She's more of a plodder than a quickener. But she's pretty good. Despite her wins to runs record, not exactly screaming that she's one of the best around, just 3 from 29. As you can see, she stays well. She benefits from any race where the pace collapses, and that could happen here today.
And she benefits from Ayadart not being in today's lineup.
Yeah, she's bumped into that horse 5 times this season and come off second best all 5 occasions.
Including last time out in Group 2 companies. We're taking the horse who tops the international market. This is Tabor Fail of the White Stables at 4 to 5. No doubt about the back class about this one.
Yeah, she's a champion 2-year-old filly from 2 years ago, but she was only seen on the track once last year, disappointing in third. She's run twice this campaign, disappointing both times. Okay, maybe you're watching this now and you're thinking, well, she stayed on quite well into second. She was sent off a very short price favourite for this contest, and she was against inferior opposition, and she didn't get the job done. Now, she's third time off the layoff today. Maybe her fitness is peaking. She, again, holds a huge advantage on these when it comes to official figures. Maybe she'll finally get the job done. I just don't trust her at a short price anymore. I don't think she's necessarily progressed since her 2-year-old campaign. On all known form, she's way the horse to beat, but she's not for me at a short price. I'd rather oppose her and try and find a bit of value. Late news as well that 16 has been withdrawn. As number 16 got loose on the way to the start and has been withdrawn. That's the second runner for the White Stables. As we see them now arriving down at the start. So the market will be reformed. Tabor Fail was the international favourite at just a shade of odds on at around 4 to 5. Second over the 1200 metres last time out. Beaten in a couple of cup races, including in behind Daydan. And there is the loose horse who has been caught down at the start, but will not come under starters' orders. And Tabor Fail, 4 from 7, winner of her first 4 starts as the remainder of the field start to come out onto the track. Red Stable with the second pick on the prices that we saw a few minutes ago. This horse was 8th last time out. That's form that ties in with the 5 horse as well, Hezam. They were 6th and 8th in that local Group 2 last time. Yeah, Hezam's is 16 to 1 in the international market, only rated 78, so has £22 to find with Tabor Fail, if you still think Tabor Fail's a 100 rated horse. Hezam had good tie form earlier in the campaign, just doesn't seem to be reproducing it on this track and could well be over the top after a long season, so I don't like Hezam. I mean, if you're looking at one, the market's quite clearly dominated by 2 horses, right? Tabor Fail and Shadwa. They've got a huge percentage of the market share. If you're looking for an each-way play, then the 14 is the obvious one, Montekiba. Again, we've seen her many times this year. Her form ties in a lot with Adat as well, the horse that Shadwa's been running 2nd and 3rd to constantly this year. She's been further back, Montekiba, but she hasn't been beaten far by Shadwa on those occasions. She's a deep closing type. She'll be passing tired rivals late. To be honest, if I was sat at home and I wanted to play in the international market, I would bet the 14 each way. But because we're here trying to find a winner, Shadwa is going to be my pick.
Okay, well, if you're going to go each way is the 14. I was going to go each way on Hezam, who was around 16 to 1 before the market was reformed. Just on that form line with Sajwa seemed to be the wrong price. Not disgracing that Lexus handicap where there was only £2 separating the field, and we've seen that form working out quite nicely. Has been running in cup races, good course and distance form. This is an easier looking race. I just thought it might go well from stall 8.
Yeah, it's always worth having a couple of each way.
As a class dropper, really.
Yeah, a couple of big price each way selections if you are into that kind of betting at home on the international market. But I presume for the win purposes, you're also... Are you with me, the 9, or are you with Tabor Fail?
Not Tabor Fail.
The 9.
Well, I'm going to mix it.
You're going to go for the big price?
I'm going to go for the 5.
Okay, all right. That's bold. That's un-Martin Kelly.
We've happened a few times. Come on, we've had a 16 to 1.
Yeah. Not in a race like this.
We've had one 16 to 1 that I keep downing out on.
I'll
be here in 20 years' time telling you.
I had a 16 to 1 winner.
2025, I had a 16 to 1 winner. Okay, now let's mix it up.
Okay. So you're with the 5 then, Hezam?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm with the 9, Shadwa. That means we're both avoiding Tabor Fail, which I do think is the right decision from an international market point of view. She's too short at 4 to 5.
Well, we are arriving down the start. You can see in the background there another one of the sporting venues here in Riyadh. That's where they have camel racing adjacent to King Abdulaziz racecourse here. So I was going to say the sun starts to set, but we can't really see it because it's an overcast day. But the lights are starting to come on a very sultry afternoon here.
Talking about sporting events in Riyadh, Live Golf Riyadh starts today. All the big golfers in Live are here and ready to tackle the golf course. Yeah, so it's a big day, big week for sport here. Indeed,
and a big week for sport to come the week after next, the Saudi Cup meeting with £38 million on offer. Got that Grade 1 Saudi Cup, 3 grade or Group 2s as well. And of course the International Jockeys Challenge. As regards this race, so if you've got a thought or selection on YouTube, do let us know. Leave your selections and leave your comments, and also let us know where you're watching from as well. So I think you're right, the 9 probably the one to be with, but I'm going to just to mix it up here and try and get.
I like it.
Try and get one. I'm going to go Hezam, the 5. Callum, we've been waiting for about 10 minutes now. Come on, enlighten us to the paddock pick.
Well, lad, the paddock pick would have been the 14, but for the competition, give me the 1. Give me the 1 all day of the week under Fawaz Wanath. Give me the 1, Tabor Fail. Fawaz Wanath, who rode Foul Care to victory last week and said at the end of the day it was win or die. And I love that sort of attitude from a rider. He's looking to take advantage of these white stable opportunities with Camille Ospina out the saddle. So that's going to be the play for me. Tabor Fail. The draw in 17 is awful. The fact that she has to carry 61 kilos doesn't help, but she does have a man in rocket hot form in the saddle who'll be looking to make a lasting impression for Prince Mitab and the white stable as he looks to secure a spot maybe as the second string riders. You notice Abdulaziz Al Farouz just having a few rides for other people now as well, so it's intriguing. It'll be fascinating to see the jockey bookings. Prince Mitab is not going to rest on his laurels if he thinks there's a better opportunity available, and someone like Fawaz being an option could be intriguing. Montekibar looked the best of these in the parade ring, and certainly them brilliant each way play if you like it. But for me, the pick is the 1, Tabor Fail. Can today be the day underneath Fawaz, the Wonder Boy, Wanath? John, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Callum. Yeah, they are going in. Nearest to us there, you've got Yala SEK in stall number 3. Abura is just behind there on that shot. The 7 to come forward is Al Wathka. Head out to Risi. There's the 3, Durat Al Durea. Red cap for that one. Interesting that Shajwa, get this right eventually, is in the white distinguishing cap. Momtenar to come forward as well. So we're just waiting for a couple more to load once again over the 1600. All present and correct. Off and racing. Shajwa got away okay. It's just taken back though by Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. Tabor Fail, the international market's favourite, has gone forward. Also prominent there in the early stages is Durat Al Durea as they go through the first furlong or so. The leader is Canager, the blue colours, to the favourite Tabar Fail, who's racing in second. Then up the inside, Durat Alderea, who's in third spot, followed then by Jada El Khair, who's in quite similar colours to those red stable colours, but aren't the red stable colours. The red noseband there in around about fourth spot. Then we got Shajwa, the white distinguishing cap there, racing in fifth. Yala Isiker is racing in mid-division, now just being nudged along as well. One trying to make headway up the inside is Abura. Then towards the outside of Abura is Hezam, as the field start to make the swing for home very shortly. And out in front just is Canager. But here around the outer of that one comes Tabar Fail, who's now moved into a very nice posse in the hands of a motionless Fawas Wanas. Then on the outside, Jada El Khair. Shajwa's getting into this now, though, for treble, seeking Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. These three have now just pulled on from long-time leader Canager and Ayat Al Mohammedia, who's trying to stay on. Down on the rail, though, it's Tabar Fail that leads. Centre of the track, Jada El Khair, though, is the one that now just about goes on to Tabar Fail. Trying to get into this is Shajwa, but not finding a huge amount at the moment. Inside the closing stages they go, deep inside the final furlong. Jada El Khair by about 3 lengths, and racing up towards the line, Jada El Khair for jockey Mohammed Al Hubail has won. Shajwa has finished in second. Third was Tabar Fail, and the fourth horse home there could well have been Hezam. Jada El Khair has scored start number 27 for win number 3. So has hardly been prolific on that score thus far in its career. But she's scored here. And interestingly, she scored in a time of 1 minute 40.55 seconds. And I make that the fastest of the 4-mile races run today. So something to definitely think about. I think she's improved markedly, or quite a few of these have not given their running, but even then she's still run a good enough time to give her full credit for that level of performance. Shajwa has finished in second, Tabar Fail in third, and Hezam in fourth. 3.5 lengths, 1.5 lengths, and 2.5 lengths the distances there. And Gaith Al Gaith, the winning trainer, and he's prepared this one perfectly for victory here, and she's won on merit, beaten 1 or 2 international market hot pots as well, and in a good time.
Oh, she's deserved this. This is Jada El Khair's third career victory. She'd often been finding herself in some very hot competition. She very rarely runs a bad race, and I think she's just run to form. Well, a couple of these have just been below form. Shajwa shaped really well, had to come very wide on that turn into the straight, could have perhaps gone a different path, ends up finishing in second. Tabar Fail found very little for pressure and have finished third. Really sort of another indictment of her 2-year-old form. Hazam had finished in fourth for a big race at a big price. Montekiba there in fifth has run another big race like we thought she would. And Ayat Al Mohammedia has again stepped forward from her last run where she was drawn out in the car park to finish in sixth. But they could do nothing to get near Jada El Khair, who has given Mohammed Al Hubail a good winner. He was quite unfortunate to have to run into the weighing room late on, but came out late and got this horse over the line in front. Jada El Khair, a deserved winner of race number 5.
Yeah, we've managed to find the second, third and the fourth home, Tom, but not the international 25-1 winner, who's winning the third race of her career, Jada El Khair. who was coming from stall 10 today, back down in trip, but doesn't win all that often.
No, I tipped her last time as well.
Did you?
Yeah, at the start of the time we spent here. My race comment for her, obviously wrote this 2 days ago, capable at her best, but largely pretty inconsistent and hard to catch on a going day. I mean, that couldn't have been more right, really. Hard to catch on a going day.
You could have written that about me.
Well, you're consistent. She's not.
That doesn't mean you're consistently good, does it? No.
Doesn't mean that at all. Yeah, she's very capable. She's open to winning these kind of events, but she doesn't always put it in. Today she has. She got an absolute flyer.
Didn't she just?
Did she break the stall open there? That was incredible.
Don't know.
If she didn't, she's stolen a length in literally the first step, which is mad. But that could be the difference between winning or losing. You know, it enables her to get into her position early, where she might not have been in that position otherwise. She's in fourth at this stage in the red and the white on the outside, the prime spot basically, out in clear air, not in traffic on the inside, but also doesn't have to press too far forward to use too much energy in the early part of the race. Tabor Fail is currently in second place. She eventually finishes third. She's disappointing today, but as we hinted at beforehand,
but she's kind of running to the level she has been running.
Exactly. Her 2-year-old form is a standalone. You know, she hasn't progressed, and she's impossible to bet at short prices. If she was as good as she was as a 2-year-old, she would have won last time, and she didn't. So today she's just tasted another defeat. She'll probably be a short price when she runs next as well. So keep her under caution. Tabor Fail does take the lead at this point of the race, but you can see Jadale Care and my selection on the outside, Shajwa, who I thought was coming through to win. She's a strong stayer, and she loomed up large here under Ricardo in third. But she couldn't pick her feet up in the latter part of the race, stayed on the wrong lead, and Jadale Care was the horse to finish off her race the best. Ended up winning by 3.5 lengths in a good time, 140.55, which is 1.02 seconds quicker than Shockab in the previous race. And your selection finished fourth. Another good performance, but just unable to get in the places.
Yeah, staying from way off the pace to finish in fourth place. She was right towards the back of the field at one stage. Let's just check out the start again.
Oh, it was very hard to see there. It needed to be a slower motion from the start.
I don't think so.
Even from the drone shot, maybe, I don't know if we've got that, but from the drone shot, it looked like she burst through. Watch, stall 10. She's just super quick.
Yeah.
She gains a length from the start. You can see she's already a length ahead of the horse in 9, Aziz Al Muhammadia, who eventually finishes 6th. I mean, it's just the perfect start. The perfect start, and she's able to win the contest.
That's the early part once again. As we see the field taken along early by Kanjia. Tabor Fail up on the outside, runs a solid race, but certainly not performing to the level she was a while back. And the eventual fourth is the grey mare, who's got a good pitch early. She's at about 5th or 6th, but she drops away before staying on again, the black noseband. Yeah,
no excuses for her, I don't think. She was always in a fair position. She just didn't want to go forward in the early part of the race and didn't have enough energy to match the leaders late on. Not a terrible selection by any means. A good price, she's run a nice fourth, but she's been beaten by 2 better types on ratings in Shadwa and Tabor Fail, and then a horse who's just performed her best today in Jadale Care, who did get very, very warm, yet she's still run a career best probably.
I just didn't really pay that much attention through the early part of the race. I think she must drop away at this stage and come again, does she?
Yeah, I think around the turn she loses her position and then picks up. This is the grey horse in the black, white and orange silks back in the back. Yeah, once she levels
not really.
off...
No, she's always sort of mid-pack, wasn't she?
Yeah, but once she levels off, she does find in the home straight here. You can see on the outside in around 5th, just closing up and passing Ayat Al Muhammadia and finishing a good 4th.
Yeah, just out of the frame, unfortunately. We've got the 2nd, 3rd and 4th home, but not the winner. It was a big price on the international markets. Once again, do get in touch with us on YouTube if you're watching. Let us know your thoughts and selections and where you're watching from as well. But let's head back into the grandstands to the commentary box and rejoin John, who's got the runners and riders here for race 6, which, John, is an Arabian Horses Maiden.
Yes, many thanks, Martin. Yeah, an Arabian horses race, and well, it's quite a big field as well for a race of this nature. Horse number 1 is Ajal Athab, the man of Abdul Ella Al Hussein. 2 is Barzan Al Rayla, Abdullah Al Kradis. 3 is Bisat Al Ri, Mohammed Al Hubail. 4 is Dama Al Mushkma, in the hands of Abdullah Al Saidi. Horse number 5 is a non-runner. Number 6 is Horan Al Zaim, Abdullah Al Musa. Horse number 7 is a non-runner. And horse number 8 is Kahilan Aldam, Mohammed Al Nasser. Number 9 is Kafuk. That's the mount of Rayan Al Fayroz. Horse number 10 is a non-runner. Number 11 is Sama Al Dilam, Hamza Saad. Number 12 is Shibal Al Zraya, Rayan Al Toesh. Number 13 is Yazid Al Khaladia, Darb Al Timyat. Horse number 14 is Apache, Abdullah Al Rashed. Number 15 is Bayadar Al Khaladia. Sama Al Sharani is aboard. Just the 2 Al Khaladias for all Al Khaladia fans out there today. Horse number 16 is Hadla Al Mogirat, Abdullah Al Khamis. Horse number 17 is Hayat Al Shahaniya, Jimmy Carrion. Horse number 18 is Nebras Al Amal, Victor Gutierrez. Number 19 is Bin Muazzaz. That's the man of Khalid Al Mamoni. Number 20 is Mushrif Ayad Al Turisi. And number 21, last but not least, is Musib, the man of Asil Al Sahani. So those are the runners and riders for this Arabian Horses Maiden. Race 6 already, almost up to and past halfway as we go back to the studio.
We are. Your John Deere is turbocharged today, John. It's plowing through that field like the Enzo Ferrari last week.
It is indeed. Completely different motorised vehicle, those two, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't think a Ferrari ever ploughs through, do they?
Don't know. You could maybe...
You're reaching here.
I'm trying to... No, in fact, no, it wasn't Ferrari, was it? On Clarkson's farm, the documentary series, it's big all around the world, based on a farm in the Cotswolds. He had a Lamborghini tractor.
He did.
So there's an opportunity here for Ferrari.
Yeah, there is.
If those at Modello, wherever it's based in Northern Italy, are watching, there's a chance here. So we go from horsepower in Ferrari-driven tractors to horsepower back on the track here for this Arabian Horses Maiden. 4-year-olds and older over the 1,600 metres. We've got a top rated in the field here, Tom, of horse number 6, Horan Al Azim, who's had 4 starts to date, but 3 of those came 2 years ago, back in 2023.
I don't have this horse in my top 4 top 3, because one of them's been scratched, but I didn't have this horse in my shortlist. I can understand why he's favourite. He's top rated 72, but as you say, he hasn't run, he's run once recently, but he hasn't performed to any good level for over a year, and that was just one performance where he was second. Take that run out of it, and he's got form figures of 9.80, and he's not done much at all. It's just how much weight do you put on the fact that he finished second on his penultimate outing. His one run since was very poor. He's drawn wide today. He goes over a longer distance than when he was second. There's just enough there for me to take him on at a short price.
Is that a case of just those who look at these form figures on the international market have just gone, 72, top rated, 4 runs, favourite?
Yes.
I'm with you. I don't think it should be the favourite. And it makes them, if you wanted to have a bet in this race, it does make the market.
It does.
And it gives you more appealing options. Number 19, Bin Muazzaz, is the second best in here, currently at 5-1. Only had the 2 starts so far. The first of those was over 1,400 metres, and it was a run over the course and distance last time out.
Yeah, this is my pick in the race. And actually, I picked him again last time. That was 2 weeks ago or last week when we were here, and he finished 6th that day. On his debut, he was a big eye catcher. He stayed on powerfully from the back of the field. He didn't take the required step from first to second outing last time, but I think he's more than capable of going close in a race like this. It is a very weak contest, as you would imagine, for older horse Arabian maidens at this time of year. Bin Muazzaz is at least unexposed, and based on that debut run, he has some talent too.
Okay, it's one of the 4-year-olds in the lineup, but Horan Al Zaim is the market leader. What do you make of this lot, Callum? Have you got a paddock positive for us?
Well, lads, I've got plenty of negatives, and it starts with the one here, Ajz Al Asbar. Oh my goodness, might be one of the smallest things I've ever seen. The lad leading it up is a good 6'5", so I'll give you some credit. The lad doing the leading is a tall fella, but let's be honest, this is a proper short king. This is the one, had a rating of 57, does have some completed races to his name, but you can't have a horse at this size in a race like this, surely. It would be an indictment of purebred Arabian racing if this can win. Let's go back now to the 6. This one was well fancied in the international market. This is Horan Al Zamin. This is the one that the boys were mentioning. Returned from a long break last time out. Looks quite well, fit enough, certainly not carrying any condition, and certainly looks more like a racehorse compared to plenty of these. But again, that run after a layoff was very disappointing. We'll drop to the 8, Kilian Aldam. We know this horse plenty. Another one that looks a bit more like a racehorse, but is struggling to get the head in front. Mustafa, just mind your back here. Struggling to get the head in front here, this Chestnut. It's a nice enough type, but I'd be tempted to look in different directions here. A good mover though, really big open walk. But look, again, another one, tiny. Mohamed Al Nasser on board. He's got plenty of talent for a young rider and one to follow. Let's drop back to the 11. This might be the pick for me so far. This is Sam Al Dilam. Only had the one start, didn't pull up any trees there, but it's a really good looking type. Looks like he's ready to put the best foot forward today. Still a 5-year-old here having the second start is a slight concern, and no rating, but in a poor race like this, he might be the way to go. A few really nice types in behind, but the biggest of the eye catchers is the 19 here. This is Bin Muazzaz. We've been here before, haven't we? Bin Muazzaz, a real eye-catching individual. Big, strong, robust type, lovely neck, lovely back end, but the last run was horrendous, really, in comparison to what we thought this horse can do after running very well on debut. You'd be slightly concerned by that, but this is obviously a much, much easier contest. Could he go in again? Maybe. He would be the form pick for me, but I'm going for the 11, Sam Al Dilam. This is a paddock pick for me. This 19 is just, I've been to the world once, and I've been burnt once. I'm not doing it again.
Well, it's only had 2 goes, Callum, but you've gone with a big price here. Sam Al Dilam, he was at 40 to 1 on the international markets. 1 run so far and didn't hit the top 10.
And hasn't been seen for 14 months since then. So fitness is a worry for me. If Callum says he looks good, then that's a positive. But yeah, that debut run didn't hint at much promise.
Okay, well, let's have a look at the horse I like. If you give me the reasons why I might like the 15 here. Bayada Al Khaladia.
Yeah, what price are we talking? 11 to 2 here for the 15. Quiet debut run down the field, but steadily improving, and wasn't disgraced here last month when finishing 4th. Finished ahead of a couple of these, including the 14, Apache, and should confirm that form as well, judging by the visuals. I'm not dead against the 15. I didn't put her in my top 4 selections, just I don't know, she didn't do enough for me last time, but her form relatively, compared to the remainder of these, stacks up quite well, so I can certainly see why you might like her.
I thought there was progression with each run.
Yeah.
Wasn't beaten far last time out, not badly drawn in the 11, and when she was 4th last time, and it's only because it's my form line if you like, 6th I thought that day was Badr Al Sham, who then ran a decent race to be 3rd last week, so there's not big green shoots coming out of the form, but there's a little green sprout to say this might be all right.
There's not big green shoots coming out of the form of any of these. So, yeah, I think if there's any kind of sprouts of potential promise, and you've kind of got to latch onto them. The 10 is a bad non-runner, because I thought the 10 was probably the most fascinating horse in the race. But I ended up, as I say, coming down on Bin Muazzaz the 19. The other 2 that I've got up there we haven't talked about yet. The 2 and the 3. Barzan Al Rayla to finish 2nd. He's had 19 attempts. We know exactly what he is. He's a 60 rated horse who just runs to that level. He hung his chance away on his penultimate outing. He came there to win over 1800, and he just hung left in behind the horse who was leading.
So which one's this again?
The 2, Barzan Al Rayla.
Okay, yeah.
Hung left and threw it away. Last time just wasn't as good, albeit was in a slightly better race. He doesn't go through with his effort, but he has enough talent to go close, and maybe he can run a place. And the other one on my shortlist was the 3, Basset Al Ria. We don't know much about this horse, to be honest. I couldn't find any French form, despite the fact he's French bred. So I think that 1 run was his debut when he finished 6th. That was against better horses. That was last week. If he can come back off the quick turnaround and improve, then maybe he could also run a place. But I much prefer Bin Muazzaz to both of those. And I'm relatively confident the 19 will go quite close here.
And that run 2 back for Barzan Al Riel. 2nd to Spinoza. That horse has come out and been beaten since. 2nd that day was the 9 this day. That was Kafuk. That horse was 4th, and that's also disappointed since. So not much encouragement from that Spinoza form line.
Yeah, to be fair, the 9, Kafuk, isn't without a chance in here either. Last time up, he was badly hampered at the start, put a line straight through that. On that form where he was 4th, behind Barzan Al Rayla, he'd have a pretty good chance of running a place. Those 2 horses are very much the same kind of animal. They're hard to trust for win purposes, but they've got enough ability to go close in a race like this.
Okay, on top is the 19.
Yeah, the 19. I do briefly want to touch on a horse that we've seen plenty of times, and that is the 18, Nibras Alamal. 0 from 39 as a 7-year-old mare. She draws inside, but she doesn't have much size about her, the 18, and or much ability, to be honest. I just like her as a horse. She does try, but she doesn't have much talent. She's going to be 0 from 40 after today. I wonder what the longest streak is for a maiden in
Maybe
the
she'll
country.
be 1 from 40.
No, don't be silly.
On the international markets, the 18 is priced at 20 to 1.
Could have been 200, to be honest with you.
The biggest price in the field is 80, number 12.
Yeah, hasn't shown much. I mean, I can see that as well. But at least with the 12, it's unexposed. I only have the 2 outings. The 18's had 39 starts.
Well, Horazan Al Zaim is the 9 to 4 favourite. A little bit of money for Bin Muazzaz. Tom's selection here goes into 9 to 2 from 5 to 1. Bayada Al Khaladia coming from stall 11, 4th start, the form last time. Looks okay. This 6-year-old mare. She's 3rd best in at 11 to 2. Bisat Al Ria at 7 to 1. Apache is 7s. And it's 10 to 1 and bigger than they are down at the start. Race 6 of 12 here in Riyadh today. First of 3 days racing. Japan Cup Day tomorrow. Ministry of Culture Cup on Saturday. So confirming, I'm going to go 15 here. You're going to go
19.
So 15 and 19 against the field here, Callum, where you've got a big price for us.
I've got a big prize for you. The 11. Definitely the pick of the paddock. Only had the 1 start. Hamza Saad on board, takes off a kilo. That should help. But in a race where there doesn't look to be too much to like, this is the one that I just picked out of the group. Really nice type and a horse that I think will hopefully take a step forward. We're very sort of keen to get around the parade ring. We're showing a good willing attitude in the walk. And I mean, you're clutching at straws here to find out. Like some of these horses don't look like race horses. I mean, the 1 is just one of the smallest things you'll see. The line of greys from, I think it was down from 12, 13, 14, 15, they all look good. So I'd give them a good shout. That sort of patch of them, they all sort of stood out there. The 19 is obviously the paddock standout, but that last run last time out was concerning. And as Martin has said, look, at the end of the day, the form of debut isn't working out particularly strongly either. And with almost passing beaten horses on that day, was he flattered by that performance, Bin Muazzaz? Gorgeous type though, really lovely, robust, strong sight. You can just see him coming into shot here. Khalid Al-Mamoni, a very positive jockeying bookie. He's had some success in recent weeks. In the, I think it was in the championship of the racecourses, he had a couple of winners as well. So he'll be chuffed to bits with how things are going. There's some valuable prizes, so he'll be happy. And he's big with FMQ, and they've had some success as well. They've got a couple of runners later on in the card. But yeah, the pick for me will be the 11, and we will keep our fingers crossed and pray to the horse racing gods that we can get some success for this big priced outsider that only had the 1 run, very unexposed in a race full of pretty poor horses. It's been off the track for a while, but I did think looked in really good shape, so could be one at a big price in a race where it looks wide open. We're all taking on the favourite here, who is the 6, understandably. Got the best rating in this field, but the last run was a true reflection of that horse's ability off a break with a heavy defeat. Could take a big step forward, but needs to in order to win here. But let's not get it twisted. Will not need to run to a mark of 72 to win on this occasion. Probably only needs to run to a mark of 50, 60 to win a race like this. So an intriguing contest nonetheless. John Blance will call them home as we see 1 just going forward. Now that's the 14 just going forward. That's Apache. John Blance, you can call them home in this one.
Thank you very much. As ever in these Arabian races, there's a preponderance of greys as well. So if I say a grey horse, not necessarily narrowing them down. There's still about 7 or 8 left to load up though. Once again, we're over the mile. Obviously, this race will be much slower given it's for purebred Arabians. The 15 about to go in, Bayada Al Khaladia. The 3 is Bisat Al Ri to come forward as well. Then Barzan Al Rayla. The 8 to come forward too is Kahilan Aldam. Hayat Al Shahaniya goes in. The 8 horse is Kahilan Aldam. We're waiting for the 13, Yazid Al Khaladia. Tharbal Timyat takes the kilo off and rides. We're all in. Big field of Arabians. The metric mile, 1600 metres. They are off and racing. Sorting themselves out in the early part of the contest. Barzan Al Rayla was slowly away, so too was Musib, as the early part of the race is very much underway, and a good start was made by Yazid Al Khaladir, who's towards the right as we look at them at the moment. Right down on the rail there is Nebras Al Amal trying to punch on through. Also prominent there in the early part of the race is Hayat Al Shahanir. It's Hayat Al Shahanir and also Nebras Al Amal that just about take this on to, in third position, Yazid Al Khaladir. Towards the outside now, getting a little bit nearer, but in danger of taking this turn rather wide as Apache. Taking quite a hold as well, Apache, but makes interesting progress into a roundabout fifth spot, still towards the back of the field. Barzan Al Rayla, another one that's towards the back and has plenty to do from there, is Hadla Al Mogirat. So there's still quite a bunch of them as they start to make the swing for home out in front. The leader is Hayat Al Shahanir in the hands of Jimmy Carrion, leads only though by a very small margin to Yazid Al Khaladir, who's racing in second. Here now round the outside, getting into this comes Apache, who's making very good progress. Well, it's also making progress on the back is Bisat Al Ri in the red colours, quickly into third and building up quite ahead of steam. They've levelled up for the judge, and it's Apache who's out in front for Rakan Al Ubaid. But here comes Bisat Al Ri and Mohammed Al Ubail. Look at this one, gobbling up the ground down the centre of the track, and it's Bisat Al Ri that now goes on to a rather one-paced in comparison. Apache also trying to stay on from the back of the field as well as Shibal Al Zreya, but as they race up towards the line, this is Bisat Al Ri who made a decisive move as they swung for home and has absolutely skated up. In second position, Shiban Al Zreya, and the third horse home there was Bayada Al Khaladir. The three, Bisat Al Ri on only start number 2. What I've noticed, and I'm no Arabian racing expert, is that a lot of these horses are capable of making one move, but then after that struggle to make a second, and that's kind of what happened here with this fella. Or certainly prior to that we had Apache, who made tremendous progress in the middle part of the race but wasn't really able to sustain it in the closing stages, and Bisat Al Ri made that move swinging for home, took it up and has managed to stay there all the way to the line. Shibal Al Zreya finished in second, Bayada Al Khaladir has finished in third, and Bin Muazzaz has finished there in fourth. 1 minute 52.17 seconds the winning time there, 4 3/4 lengths the winning margin, and Bisat Al Ri looks an Arabian to be reckoned with on the back of that. Quite a few of these were exposed. It didn't have to be brilliant to win on start number 2, but has shown a nice turn of foot as they swung for home and was able to sustain it all the way to the line. Bisat Al Ri, the winner of the 6th.
Bisat Al Ri is your winner, giving Mohammed Al Hubail a quick-fire double here on Thursday. Mohammed Al Hubail, very much like the not Mikel Barcelona. I can't remember the jockey I was going to say. It will come to me, but he reminds me very much of a jockey in Britain because he's tiny and smiley. He's one of the smiliest lads in the weighing room and is always very happy to see me, and he'll be very happy having ridden a double. There's that smile again. See, he's over the moon. He's super happy. What a bloke. And he's done that very easily. This horse has guided him to success. I'm not in the way of the cameras, as I keep being told. And he's a nice enough type here. Typical of the unexposed types in these races. You want them to be able to build on debut. This horse has built on debut. Wasn't the strongest of renewals, heels, but gets the win nonetheless. In behind came the 12, part of that wall of greys who look quite nice in the parade ring. That was Shibal Al-Sayra here, who is making only the... Oh my God, that was a big outsider, wasn't it? I've just realised. Well done if you're with that one each way. An absolutely massive prize, so you'd be happy with that performance. As Martin said, still unexposed in comparison to plenty of these, so a big step forward from that one. Bader Al-Khaladir in third, Bin Muazzaz in fourth, Apache in fifth, and Hayat Al-Shania in sixth. I think we can give up on the Bin Muazzaz trade now. This is horse that's sort of plugged on at the one pace all the way around there, finishing fourth. Looked in real danger of finishing out the picture at one stage, but just ended up plugging on at the one pace. But very hard to keep fancying, even in races like this. Lads, it's back to you, and what a price for the second.
Yes, second was a big price. Third's goes the way of horse number 15. It wasn't such a big price. I went 7-1 for the winner, who you could have made a case for. It was a good run on the debut in what was a decent-looking race. The final champion of the racecourses meeting a couple of weeks ago finished in sixth place that day behind the great Alcázar, but they were 110, 109, 89.
Yeah.
The first three home that day.
Well, he was on my shortlist. I gave him a relatively good case previous to this contest being started. You can see there he takes a big bump at the start as well, so he's probably more value than the winning margin suggests. Yeah, he was my third in this contest. I just wasn't sure how good he was. I mean, he was an 8-year-old making a debut. French bred, and I couldn't find any French form. And that run, as you say, was behind some good horses, but that race lacked serious depth, the Alcázar race. The primary horses came to the fore, and then he ran sixth. I didn't know if he was just best of the rest or if he was quite good. He's obviously proven that he's relatively good today, and he's got a turn of foot, which all of these don't have, all the remainder. They're all very one-paced. John was right, they've got one big run. Well, not big in some occasions. They've got one run, and they try to sustain it. They can't always do it, and that's much the case for the majority of this field. Bin Muazzaz was actually travelling really well at this point, just in behind the speed, and about 7th with the star on the back of Maroon Silks. But again, he just gets completely disinterested when the winner goes past him here. Bisat Al Ria in the red colours at the bottom of your screen. Bin Muazzaz on the inside, maroon colours. Watch the red horse just go straight on by, and Bin Muazzaz just then kind of stops running for a little bit.
It's a bit like a hot knife through butter, this horse.
He picks up well, doesn't he? Bisat Al Ria. He's way the best of these. And he's just galloped clear in the closing stages to win by 4 3/4. The runner-up has come from absolutely nowhere. The big 66-1 shot, Shibal Al-Sayra. He had no form whatsoever, and he didn't look like he was going to play a part at all in this race until he suddenly emerged on the scene late. He runs second, a big career best from him. I don't know how good he is. He kind of just passed tired horses, I think, but nevertheless, for connections, that's a little bit of encouragement. And the third place finisher was Bayard Al-Khaladir, who did take another step forward, as you kind of predicted would happen, but just wasn't good enough today.
No world beater.
No. Same with my pick, Bin Muazzaz. They're much for muchness. They finished 3rd and 4th. They were unexposed coming into the race, but now they're looking a little bit more exposed.
Off the turn, you can see Badr Al-Khaladir is the headgear, the white cap moving up, the grey in between horses. I thought was coming with a bit of a run at this stage, but the effort peters out.
Yeah, just that one run, couldn't sustain it in the home straight and kind of just plods on late in the day for 3rd. Also looked a little bit awkward there when past.
I wonder, but the form so far, the encouraging run last time was the 1400, whether going back in trip's going to suit, because he's not making any great inroads on the eventual horse who's gone past the post in front.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Shorter trip for sure. I mean, we need a longer trip for the runner-up. Shibal Al-Sayra, that one's come from nowhere and stayed well. Bin Muazzaz also definitely needs further. But the winner's clear-cut the best today. Wins with ears pricked, and it's quite promising actually moving forward, despite the fact he's an 8-year-old.
And there's a physical type for Arabian as well. There's a bit about him.
Yeah, there really is. I wouldn't be surprised to see him in an open race next, just so they can test how good he is, because this obviously was way below his actual level.
Another boost of the Alcázar form.
Indeed, you're his biggest fan.
Yeah, very much so. I've got to say to Saroja on YouTube, yeah, Saroja asking for the full result. Well, it was 112. 15.19. So 3:12, 19.50. I've written one down. 3:12, 15.9. That's what it says here. 3:12, 15.19.
Yeah.
So 3 is 1, which is the winner.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. So 3 wins, 12 seconds, 15 third, 19 fourth. Glad we've sorted that out. Hope that doesn't confuse you too much, Saroja. And if you are watching on YouTube, your thoughts and selections for the rest of the card, we'd love to hear from you. Love to have your thoughts on Tom's static shirt, or anything else you want to get involved with. You're more than welcome to get involved with us today. We're moving on as we head back to the tractor man John Deere to race 7.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, the runners and riders for our local bred horses handicap. Horse number 1 is Ad Fawas Wanas. 2 is Almir Al Maidan. That's a man of Salman Al Rashid. Horse number 3 is Baterik Ayad Al Tarisi. 4 is Estazd, the man of Abdulaziz Al Musa. Horse number 5 is Jazi Al Moghtara Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. 6 is the non-runner. 7 is Mota Seymar Osama Al Sharani. 8 is Amani Al Heel, the man of Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Horse number 8 horse number 9 is Asil Al Foz Abdullah Al Kradis. 10 is Hush. And horse number 11 is Mota Saned. Horse number 12 is Roa Al Karim Abdulaziz Al Faradi. And horse number 13 is Ain Al Ghazal Abdullah Al Shra. 14 is Jahana Asil Al Sahedi. Horse number 15 is Nayazi Thab Al Timyat. 16 is Wahim Yusuf Al Hussein. Horse number 17 is Al Kadli, that's the man of Abdullah Al Khamis. Horse number 18 is Ibn Al Kayem Hamza Saad. And number 19 is Sanea Khalid Al Mimoni. Horse number 20 is Helm Abdullah, the man of Mohammed Al Hubail. And horse number 21 is Tarfa Mohammed Al Nasser. So those are your runners and riders for race number 7. First handicap of the day. Bit of a rib tickler from a punting perspective. Back to the lads in the studio.
Yes, a couple of handicaps on the cards. We had one a little bit early on that kicked off the card. 0 to 60 handicap. We've got another one here. It's time for the local breds as we step up to 2,000 metres. And we can have a look at the horse who was topping international markets a little bit earlier on. Horse number 4, Estazd, who I'll check in on the price, Tom, as we have a look at this horse getting off the mark last time out on December the 5th.
Yeah, you can see he's in different silks here, red and white silks, of his trainer, who also owned the horse at the time, but now is owned by the White Stable. Quite a few of his trainer's horses have now moved to the White Stable due to family connections. He does it nicely off the front, or at least close to the front. He's a big striding individual, as you can see, and the further he goes, the better he is. Strong staying type, and yeah, the step up to 2,000 today will be in his benefit.
And we also can have a look at the market rival. That's 11 to 4, the White Stable horse. Amir Al Maidan second best at 6, as this is a second place finish here last week.
Again, over shorter, this time 1,600, unlike Estad's 1,800 metre performance. Had every chance to win this race, loomed up alongside here. I think that's Beehive in front. It might, actually, no, it's not, it's Hamptwake, who runs tomorrow, I believe, and just doesn't go by. Literally every chance to get there, and the margin stays a neck. And it's not like the eventual winner was battling back. They finish at just the same speed. I don't know whether he wants to win. He's 1 from 23, and I'd be readily opposing him.
And that sole win came in a maiden race last March as well. I'm with you. I think I'd take that horse on all day long as we head out to the paddock. And once again, here's Callum.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, here is the 1. This is Ard, just getting pulled up here. See, he's trying to give himself his own lip chain there, which was a fun move for him. He was walking out so well. He's absolutely a mile clear of everything else. If he runs as quick as he walks around the parade ring, he will be powerful. He's also having a little nibble of his groom as well. So clearly not the easiest to handle, very keen to get on with things, and carries top weight here. Fawaz Wanas in the plate. Let's pull back to the 4 and the 5. The next two we're going to have a peek at. White Stable's running with Estazd, just coming towards us now. Big, strong, robust chestnut type. You see the video form of the last win. Big striding type, as you can see. Covers the ground when he walks. He does the same when he gallops. Quite a plain type, but here in 0 to 60 company, cannot be ignored. Clearly has winning form and in good heart right now. The 5 is Jazi Al Mukhtar. You'd think now for connections you'd be keen on this one, but it's just a bit of a meh horse, to be honest. Has had the 12 starts, had the 1 win. Looks really strong in the parade ring. Lovely neck, body, hindquarters. carrying a bit of condition, but again, red stable runners tend to be like this. Al-Qahtani trains this one, looking for a treble for the red stable for 3 different trainers would be a big thing for them. And Ricardo Sosa Ferreira in the plate looking for a treble himself. Let's pull all the way back through them now. We're going to go right across the parade ring, because we're going to look at horse number 16 and 17 as they come straight across us. The 16's a lovely looker. This is Wahim just coming towards us now. Mustafa legging it across the parade ring to get a shot of this. Cameraman is a marathon runner. Look at him. He's already got the shot. He's ahead of me, and he's got the shot of the 16, who looks in great shape. I thought this horse was probably one of the better lookers in the parade ring. Strong hindquarters, lovely muscle definition in this one. Getting a bit warm on the neck and in the belly as well. But aside from that, you'd be happy enough. Was showing fairly average form in the middle, but ran a pretty poor race last time. Needs to take a step forward. Has the tongue strap on. Pull back to the 17, who looks great in the coat. This is Cadley. Looks in really good shape in the coat, but the back is just really strange to look at, isn't it? Really high back end, really high withers, and just hasn't grown across. One of the worst top lines you'll see here, but it shines up really well in the coat. So it give us with one and take us with the other. Nice bit of dappling on those hindquarters as well. Not the best of movers, but just looks so well in the coat. Had to make the shortlist. And finally, we'll go back to the 21. Who is the next one we'll have a look at. This is Tar for the final one. We wanted to look at this because this is decent connections in a race like this, which would intrigue you, but looks like a bit of a pony here under Mohamed Al Nasser, jockey who claims 2 kilos. Just a very lighter bone, small, weak type here. This is the 21. Has had the 10 start, looking for the first win on start number 11. I would be looking elsewhere from this filly, who still needs to grow a couple of hands to be a contender here. It's a tricky one to pick a top horse, but I think your favourite, the 4, is possibly the best of these in the parade ring.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, so Estazar, 2 we touched on, is the international favourite. We're both in agreement to take on Ami Al Maidan, but I did put the white stable horse, the 4, on top here.
I did too. I may change my mind because I wasn't completely sold on him. I'm not saying I will change my mind, but I'm just having a look at some of the prices of the other ones. I think he's a horse to beat for sure. Look, he's unexposed. He had 7 starts. He draws inside. He has early speed. He's stepping up in trip. He now represents the white stable. There's a lot there to like about the 4. For the time being, I'll stick with him as my pick, but he's definitely your selection regardless, right?
He is, yeah. A horse who had a tidy win last time out that we touched on. The seconds run okay, stepping up in trips, got a Sue, handicap debut marker 60. It all looks, it's a horse that's been a work in progress. All the bits came together last time out. It can reappear today with all the bits put on and like a ribbon tied round it and something else to make it look even better.
And a mark of 60 is very fair, I think based
so,
on
yeah.
what he's done so far. To be fair, I'll stick with him. I've just had a look at the horses I had 2nd and 3rd in, and they don't really appeal to me that much either. Not enough to change my mind anyway. So his stats is going to be the selection for both of us, seemingly. I will say quickly about the 2nd and 3rd horse that I have in, which is the 9, Asil Al Foz, and the 12, Roya Al Kareem. Back to the 9, Asil Al Foz. She's a consistent filly. She's always there or thereabouts, and she always runs to roughly the same level. That's something you can't say about these. The majority are completely inconsistent. You can see her in shot right now, big scopy type, lots of size about her. She draws well. She will be there or thereabouts again, but I don't know whether she's good enough to win, which just puts me off for this typical competition.
Winning, which one was it? Oh, sorry, the 15?
The 9.
The 9, sorry.
Yeah. Only 1 from 16 in her career. So
but that's the thing with a lot of these, like the 15 I was going to touch on is 3rd best international market, 1 from 32. A lot of them don't win very much, where the upside of the 4 is that unexposed and has managed to win last time up.
Yeah, indeed. And the 15, just to talk about that one again, I can't have him at all. 7-1 is a ludicrous price on the 15, because not only is he 1 from 32, not only is he not particularly well handicapped, but also he finished behind Roya Al Kareem last time and Amir Al Maidan in that piece of footage that we saw. He had no excuses whatsoever. Why is he suddenly now going to reverse that form? There is no reason for that to happen. Obviously, Amir Al Maidan is a point shorter in the market, so you'd think, okay, the traders have got that right. But why is the 12, Roya Al Kareem, 10-1, when Niazi is 7-1? That makes no sense. I'd much rather the 12 over the 15, especially considering the 12 returned off a long absence, 10-month layoff to finish 3rd in that race. And he hit the line really well over 1600, and stepping up in distance should suit. I have the 12 as my 3rd pick in here. I just didn't like the draw necessarily, but...
so what have you got? You got 4, 15...
4, 9, 12.
4, 9, 12. That's where I'm getting the 15 from, sorry.
And
4, 9, 12. Okay.
the 4, I have the 7 to finish 4th as well.
The international favourite hardened at 5-2 now. The one I thought might be a bit of a sleeper against it was the one horse who ran okay last week, had been off the track for a fair bit of time since 2023, but finished 6th at a better race than this last week, in behind Katu, Kareem and Das.
Yeah, went from the front that day. Draws to attack as well today from stall 2. Is likely to push forward and make the lead once again. He's going to be the pace. I don't like pace sets over 2,000, I have to admit. The further you go, the more likely that closers are going to come out on top on this track. I suppose he has leading claims, but I'm not sure. Second time off a 13-month layoff, and only a week after that return, bounce factor comes into play here.
Has the 4 got the speed to get handy from 1?
Yeah, definitely. Not to lead. The one horse who's drawn in 2 just outside will lead, but I think the 4 can sit in that stalking role, which is probably ideal over this distance.
Okay, let's just touch on another one who's in single figures. In fact, there's 2 more at single figures in the international market. First off, number 5, Jazzy Al-Mokhtara, who is a mare by Teletext. She's had 12 career outings and she was 8th last time out. That was over 1,800 metres in handicap company, but she has been tried over further during her career.
She has, but she's had so many breaks in her career. Let's go through them right now. So in 2022, she ran 3 times, and then she ran a couple of times at the end of the season, but the start of 2023. Then she had an 8-month break. She ran at Taif, followed by Riyadh. Then she had an 8-month break. Then she ran at Taif 3 times. Then she had a month break. Now she's had another 4-month break. I mean, she obviously doesn't take her racing very well. And if she wasn't red stable, there's no way she'd be single figure odds here.
No, there's not a lot to recommend her really, and she's posted out in stall 14. And there was one other horse at single figure odds. That was horse number 9, who we've given plenty of talk about.
What about the 17?
Yeah, we said that was 7-1.
Yeah, have we talked about this one? I don't think we have.
No, we haven't. No, beg your pardon. No. Winless in 16.
Yeah, he just plugs on. That's what he does. He plugged on for 3rd in the 0-70 handicap over this distance in August, but that was at Taif. That form would give him a chance, I suppose, but his only run at this venue was dismal last time. It's hard to suggest that he's going to reproduce something like his best today, and even his best isn't good enough to win off this rating. He's 0 from 16. He's just not overly appealing, to be honest with you. I couldn't have him at 7-1. I couldn't have Nayazi at 7-1, and I couldn't even have the 2, Amir Al-Maidan, at 6-1. I think those 3 are all underpriced and easily opposable.
Okay, 5-2 for this international favourite. White stable horse number 4, 6-1 for number 2, 15 is 7-1 alongside the 17, 1's 8 alongside the 5 and the 9, and it's 10-1 and bigger the remainder. Anything else to bring in, Tom, at bigger prices? I think you touched on the 12 at one stage as well. We then get down to the 7, who's at 16-1. That is Mota Sema.
Yeah, I've got that horse 4th in, so I suppose we could talk about him. I mean, it's hard to make a winning case for, given he's 2 from 48 and he's an 8-year-old now, so he's definitely not improving. However, if he can return to anything like his best, he's definitely got the class to go close. The problem is he's on a 17-race losing streak, and that's enough to put anyone off, I think. Some of the big outsiders, as they still go down to post, the 3, Bar Tariq, is a 10-race maiden, just hasn't gone close in any start so far, and also is completely unproven over the distance. The 8, Amanate Al-Khail, who's 33-1, posted 2 bleak efforts in similar grade to this so far. Again, hard to make a strong case on that evidence. The 10 and the 11, both 20-1, Hush and Mota Saned. The 10 is yet to win in 11 starts, completely stuffed over 2,400 metres last time up. And the 11 was behind the likes of Amir Al-Maidan, Roy Al-Kareem, and also Nayazi last time. So there's just a handful of outsiders in here, all of whom just don't really appeal at all. As you go further down the race card, again, they just don't appeal. The 18, 19, 20, 21 all have loads to do to win off their current ratings. So I'm going to be with the favourite. Looks the obvious one. Improver, represents leading connections, probably well handicapped. Horse number 4, Estadst.
Well, the international market leaders have won the first 4 races. We had a 25-1 winner in race 5. Race 6 went the way of a 7-1 chance. And Tom and I are in agreement here. We're 2 apiece in the stable tipping competition. Callum's there on 1. And me and Tom, or Tom and I should say, Callum's use the correct English, are teaming up here with horse number 4.
Yeah, team, I'm going to join you here. Triplicate of death for Estadst, the 4. Just looked the best of these in the parade ring. A couple of them Ards with a nice standout, the 1. The 4 looked okay. The 5 was the best of a bad bunch. Following down, the 16 Wahim was probably the other one worth noting. The 17 Arcadley looked fantastic, but just such a strange look. Very high withers, very high back end, but very little in the back. So I'd be sticking with the 4 here. Estaz will be the pick. I tell you one thing, Tom Collins better hope the end of the show isn't outside today, because we have been attacked by these ginormous dragonflies who are they're a good 3 inches in length, I think. They're real chunky monkeys, and they have descended upon King Abdulaziz Racecourse. I've spoken to my Saudi expert, also known as Mustafa the cameraman. He said this is a very yearly occurrence. They mean good luck, and they come because of the changing seasons. So that is why we are being currently just attacked. They're everywhere. You cannot move for these giant dragonflies, but they seem perfectly happy. They're not dive bombing us, but I do remember from Taif last season, Tom Collins being very uncomfortable with insects under light. So hopefully we'll keep you in the nice indoors, Tom, and I'll stay out here and battle off these waves of dragonflies. But for this contest, I'm going to stick with the 4. They're very little to get excited about for the rest of them on a looks perspective. It is a 0-60 handicap. You're looking for something that could be on the improve or slightly unexposed. This horse makes the 8th career start today, looks to be on the improve, still not fully exposed, and this trip of 2,000 metres should suit down to the ground. Spoke to Mohammed bin Shalaim, the trainer of this one, obviously brother of Talal, speaks very good English. Obviously didn't want to talk to us before the race, but will be very happy to talk to us when he says this horse hopefully wins. So inshallah, and hopefully this horse can get the head in front, and we'll keep our fingers crossed for the bin Shalaim team, with Mohammed doing the training and Talal obviously the racing manager. This will be a big moment for him, big moment for the jockey as well, Ahmed Al Musa. Certainly another one to keep an eye on, again, just with these jockeys who aren't typical riders for white stable horses, getting opportunities, and they'll be looking to take full advantage. Fawaz Wanas wasn't quite able to do that aboard that horse earlier on, whose name has completely escaped me, Tabar Fail, but hopefully this rider can do it on this occasion. Just a couple getting taken forward. One negative here with the 8, Amani Al-Khail. That horse with a bit of a paddock negative got quite warm, but John Blance is a tough, competitive 0-60 handicap, and it's all yours.
Tell you what a shot that is as well. Beautiful panoramic view of everything that goes on here at Riyadh. An oasis in the desert if ever there was one. Right, they're about to load up. They are circling. It's a big field, but they will go in quickly once they start. Estaz does look to have a lot in its favour, but it's a big field. And oh, now we've got a loose one. I'm rambling on here. That looks like the 8. Amani Al-Khail, who doesn't seem to have Abdul Ella Al Hussein anywhere near. Oh, there is Abdul Ella Al Hussein. So hopefully that partnership can be reunited presently, and then we can get on with things. There is Istaz in shot in the old white stable colours there. It's again our drone doing fantastic work. Jazzy Al Mughtaraz in the red colours, winner of 1 of its 12 races in all. Ricardo Sosa Ferreira looking for that treble. There's Mota Saned. Still dismounted, that 8 horse, who's not the most prolific of all time, Amani Al-Khail. 1 win from 26 starts. So there's Neazi, just quickly in shot. They can see the checks of Neazi, pretty easy to see. Well, that's what I'm hoping will be the case in the commentary itself. Quite telling this game though. Ibn Al-Yakem goes in. This is Helm Abdullah. Estaz to go in. Towards the outer now. Moving forward, we have a Mota Saned into gate 17. This is terrific stuff though, you've got to say. There were 19 horses all circling about a minute ago, and the vast majority of them are now in. Still waiting for the 8, mind that Amani Al-Khail is going further and further away. Now last time that happened, the horse in question was withdrawn. I have to stress that's not been officialised yet, but in goes Jazzy Al Mughtarar. 8 is a long way from the rest of them. Looks like they're going to be going without the 8. Flag up, flag down, they're off and racing over the 2,000 metres for our first handicap race of the day. Good start from Amir Al Maidan, who's looking to track across from that rather wide draw. It is the early leader as they make their way through the early stages of the contest. Also prominent towards the outside is Jahana in those sort of aquamarine colours, who's also coming down from a wideish draw. Punching on through, Istazd has taken full advantage of that good draw right up the inside, and in the green cap is also very prominent. So those who are on the international markets favourite probably pretty happy with things at the moment. Bit of a gap developing then actually to Wahim in the grey colours, followed then up the inside by Ard, the man of Fawas Wanas. Then after that one we have Tarfa, who's right down on the rail, but there's a large chunk of Arabian real estate between first and last here as they make their way down towards the end of the back straight very shortly. Chahana just about the leader. To in second position Estaz, who's eschewed the rail, now moves into a share of that lead, and still right round the outside Amir Al Maidan. This trio have gone off like the proverbial clappers. Will they be able to sustain this gallop as they start to turn? Estaz is the leader, goes on by about a neck to Amir Al Maidan, who's racing in second. Bit of a gap now developing to Jahana, who's in third. Trying to stay on now Wahim in the grey colours. Now the one that's now getting a little bit closer looks to be like Mota Saned, and also getting into it from the back of the field as well is Arkadli as they make the turn for home. Estazd is the leader still by a couple of lengths, but there are one or two distress flares being fired off. Amir Al Maidan is in second. Extricated now in third is Ard. Down the centre of the track picking up steam is Roya Al Karim, and it's Roya Al Karim from the back on start number 15. Still a maiden, but I reckon it's going to be a maiden no more. Well clear off the back of a very, very contested pace. And racing up towards the line, Abdulaziz Al Faradi knew what he was doing, and that one has gone on to win. Roya Al Karim in second position. Nayazi from a long way back as well. A real one for the closers. It was tight for third as well. Roya Al Karim, Abdulaziz, Azuz for Al Faradi. Maybe not quite the level of Adele, of course, top jockey here in Saudi Arabia, but Adele Al Faradi, or no Adele Al Faradi, he's timed that one very, very nicely, because did look in the call as though halfway through the race those leaders had gone off a bit too quickly, all got involved in an inefficient speed battle, and that's how it's all turned out. Mota Semar, or Mota Sameh, has finished there in third. The 7-horse Azil Al Foz has finished in fourth. So a whole slew of closers there. Amir Al Maidan has been able to cling on for fifth. Of course, that was one of the early pace combatants. But Roya Al Karim has come from a long way back in a race where they were spread out early, but the leaders were on fumes, and Roya Al Karim has come through to score by 2 3/4 lengths.
Nice win for Abdulaziz Al Faradi here aboard the 12 Roya Al Karim, who has won this and broken the maiden at the 15th time of asking, I should say, beating Baterik in second, Motasama in third, Nasir Al Foz in fourth, and Amir Al Maidan wrapping up the top five. Ibn Al Kayem was in sixth, but this race was all about the tactics. They went off lickety split up top, and it was Estazd, the international market favourite, and if you had backed Estazd, you knew your fate from a long way out. They were never going to be able to maintain that gallop, and although Estazd shrugged off the two that went with him, he was unable to shrug off the rest of the field as they finished in a bit of a heap in behind. A few of the horses shaped with danger, but it was Roya Al Karim who showed a blistering turn of foot to take victory underneath Abdulaziz Al Faradi. That's his first win since his defeat aboard Talal Al Kaladir, where he crossed the line first but lost the race in the steward's room. He then had a big ban after that, and he's now back in the winners' enclosure. He'll be looking forward to riding horses like Paradise Row in the future. The next couple of weeks, so he'll be back on board. Very dangerous jockey and one of many from the Al Faradi team. But boys, we didn't get that winner, and we knew it from a long way out.
Yeah, we knew it from a long way out. Even after the first few hundred metres, you just knew that they were going at a breakneck pace, and ultimately they would capitulate and come back to the field.
Well, it was stupid riding. We can dress it up however we want, but it was stupid riding, especially on a Stads too. You don't need to be that forwardly placed to win this contest. I mean, why are the jockeys going down the back straight, not looking behind them and realising there's a 5-length gap between the top three and the remainder of the field? If that's the case, you just take a pull. You sit in that stalking kind of role, save energy, get a
You can see the horse pulled up at the back of the field, blue blinkers, he was up
Yep.
on the speed, white blinkers against the rail, he was on the speed.
And Amir Al Maidan, who actually does better than his stats in the end.
But they can't barely finish the race off them behind.
It's just silly. We'll take it from the start now, and we'll see that the pace duel just hots up from the outset. It starts breaks from stall 1, just kind of collides a little bit hard. He's right towards the back of the pack here. There's only 3 behind his Stads after about 5 strides, yet he's rushed up the rail, which is absolutely fine. Like, get a position. But here, the rider, Abdullah Mosa, should just take a pull. Now sit in third. You've got a lovely stalking, tracking position. You don't have to use too much energy.
And the pace is coming from out wide. They're going to come across towards the rail.
They're going to come across. That's Amir Al Maidan and whoever the other one was. That
was the 14, wasn't it, I think?
Yes, Johanna. Those two are going to come across. Just sit in third. There's a big gap already there. You can just sit in. You can take a lovely pull. What ends up happening is Johanna crosses, and then Al Musa is desperate not to be in behind horses. So then he rushes the Stads between runners. At the same time, Amir Al Maidan doesn't want to be pushed back. So then you've got 3 horses duelling in a 2,000.
And they're already 10 lengths clear.
In a 2,000 metre contest, it's at least 7-8 lengths back to the 4th and 5th, who are then a further 2 lengths to 3 lengths clear of the remainder of the field. Like, they've just gone way too quick. You've got to look behind and realise if you don't have a clock in your head, you've got to look behind and realise you've got a massive advantage over the remainder, and you're using too much petrol too early in the race. It stands here disposes of Johanna, who ends up beating just 1 horse. Amir Al Maidan comes off the bridle, and Estad's is, in all intents and purposes, the winner of the early duel. However, Amir Al Maidan does re-rally past him late. They've just been ridden super inefficiently, and it was all a matter of who the closer was going to be. As talked about beforehand, the closer was Roya Al Karim, who stayed on really well over 1600 last time, but it's been ridden way better than the leader, who is out on his feet already, and they're just turning him for home.
And I guess if you're new to racing and you're watching this, you're thinking, well, we've had a good position, we've gone clear, but you can just see there, they suddenly, the petrol gauge goes empty.
You can't do this. It doesn't work. You can do it in sprints. That's fine, because horses go as quickly as they can for as long as they can. You can potentially do it in a mile race at max, depending on how quick you are going compared to the remainder of the field. If you go beyond a mile, you have to rate your horse. It's impossible to go as fast as possible from start to finish. Estad's has just curled up late on. Amir Al Maidan, to his credit, has kept galloping, but he's got no chance of winning. He ended up finishing 5th, which is kind of remarkable for the horse in second right now. He's firmly under the pump. Maybe he's worth following next time, but I'm pretty sure he runs just to the level of his opposition regardless. So he's pretty hard to play as a bet in the international market. But long story short, they've gone too quick up front, including the international market leader. The closers have come on top, and Roya Al Karim, who hopefully I gave a good enough shout to beforehand for someone to play each way, has ended up winning this contest, getting off the mark at the 15th time of asking.
Yeah, we found winners early on in the card were quite easy to come by. International favourites winning the first 4, but it's got more tricky from race 5 onwards. 25 to 1, 7 to 1, and around 10 to 1. I think we had for the starting price for the last race. Yeah, 10 to 1 beats 33s, beats 16s. So a 10 to 1 winner there in race number 7. Still 5 more to come here, John. We've got a local bred horses maiden next up. We're staying here over the 2,000 metres for race 8.
Yeah, thanks, Martin. As darkness descends here in Riyadh, Ali Alal is horse number 1 for this local bred horses maiden due off at 6:05. Sultan Al Mamoni is aboard. Horse number 2 is Al Mohakan, Mohammed Al Hubail. 3 is Bark Naya for Asad Al Saidi. Horse number 4 is Bihavs Al Bear, the man of Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Horse number 5 is Hadi Nazhar, the mount of Ayad Al Tayar. And horse number 6 is Huwaishan Tariq Al Mansour. Number 7 is I'm Good Ali Al Mutib. Number 8 is Mutfail Al Darea. Then we have horse number 9, Thu Al Nur. Wigberto's back. Old Wiggy. He's riding the 9 horse. 10 is Deauville, Tharb Al Timyat. Number 11 is Malaya Al Rayan. Horse number 12 is Next, Mohammed Al Nasser. Horse number 13 is Talamea, Fawas Wanas. And horse number 14 is Wadat Seba from gate 10. Now, we're not going to the parade ring, we're going to the pre-parade ring. And over to Callum Helliwell.
Thank you, John. Yeah, they're just coming out into the parade ring. They've just spent a while in the pre-parade ring. Lots gone on here. The 6th, we're just seeing, is getting a little bit worked up, trying to head through that chute. That is Huyashan, comes here with only 2 starts, both with duckheads next to the name. We'll look at a couple that come towards us. Most intriguingly, the 8, who we've just seen coming through shot there. And watch out for the 12, 13 and 14. 3 very different sets of demeanours. The 12 has handled these prelims like an absolute lamb, has handled everything very well. That is Next, and then in behind you've got Telemia, who is the white stable representative, who's also handled things well. Looks like a nice type, very good walking. And finally, you've got the 14 here, who's got really, really worked up. This is Wadat Seba, who has got really worked up. Everyone here just being warned to give this horse a bit of space, as you can see, has got very, very warm and has been nigh on impossible to handle during these prelims. So, boys, there's a few to keep an eye out here. It's going to be an interesting race, plenty of unexposed runners.
Yeah, there is indeed. Let's take a check on the international market for this then. And number 4 is BRC Al Bari is the 9-4 market leader. The Al Noor second best 11-4. Talamia is at 11-4. It's Talamia we can have a look at. Horse number 13 here. The white stable's out of luck last time, where the horse has got off too fast at the front end. But this horse has had 5 starts and was second over the 1,600 metres last time up back on January 23rd.
She stayed on gamely this day as well. She's on the inside. She was in a brief bit of bother there as Gala Hamad in the black and grey faded back. And then she has to switch out wide after the eventual winner comes across under Alex Moreno. But she battles all the way to the line, and I quite like this performance. It looked like she was only really hitting top gear late on. As you can see, she recloses that gap on the eventual winner. And she's unexposed. Only had 5 outings, this daughter of Premium Tap.
Got to be suited by the longer trip today?
I think so. I think she'll be forwardly placed. She's drawn in 12. Fawas Wanas is going to have to try and cross at some point early in the contest over this 2,000, but he's going to have a long time to do that. Hopefully he can get her in a rhythm, and from there she's going to be a big danger to the rest. Don't know too much about this trainer, I have to admit. I don't think he's had many runners for the white stable at all, if any. But she has real form claims, Talamia.
OK, Talamia, third best in on the international markets. Callum at 11-4. But in shot, though, we can see the international favourite.
Yeah, the 4's the one we're looking at right now, Bihav Zabari. This looks like an opportunity, doesn't it? I mean, this looks like a really good chance for this horse, who's done very little wrong in a few starts so far in the career. This is start number 16, but still yet to win. And after a while with these long-standing maidens, you're looking for an opportunity. This looks like a prime opportunity. Very well turned out individual, big scopy, still entire horse, now a 5-year-old, but certainly worth a play here. I've got no negatives about this horse in the parade ring. Actually a really nice walker as well, with those quarter marks on the hindquarters. Let's put our way back and have a look at another one that I quite liked. The 7 is just coming towards me now. Let's look at the 7. This is I'm Good. Probably not the one you want to follow on ratings with the 4 starts and a rating of 40, but just looked in really good shape in the parade ring, shining up nicely in the coat as well. Looks like a real nice model of a horse. You can understand why plenty of these will still be improving, and the distance here, they've had a while to get their feet under them, and hopefully the distance will help. We'll go back to the 8 as well. This is the other one we'll have a quick peep at. Mustafa, we just drop back one more. This is Mufil Aldareya. Just getting a bit jig-joggy now. Was very calm in the prelims, but since coming into the parade ring, has just got a bit jig-joggy. Groom is handling this horse impeccably. Plenty taking it all in, but a nice, exciting enough thought here. Rating of 35, but really caught my eye in the prelims. Finally, we will pull our way back to the last one we're going to have a look at. This is the 13. We'll get a good old look at this one. Because of all of these, this is the one that stands out a little bit in the parade ring. Talamea. If you like the white stable runners, you'll like this one. She's really, really well put together, this 5-year-old. She's had the 5 starts now. Fawaz Wanas back aboard, looking to get a winner for this team, having just been touched off with Tabar Fail earlier on in the week. He's on another dapple grey mare. Hopefully this one will give him a little bit more success. She's an imposing type, isn't she? She fills the eye, and she's certainly one that you have to keep on the right side of. It's hard to pick between her and the 4, but if I was being totally honest, I think she just takes it. So I'll go 13 at the paddock pick.
Well, jockey's getting mounted, and yeah, I think Callum's probably gone with the right horse here, hasn't he, the 13?
We're all on the same horse then. Talamea. Yeah.
Yeah, the studio tipping competition is looking rather lacklustre this week. 2-2-1.
I'll tell you what, that's better than last Thursday, wasn't it? At this stage. Yeah, we really caught fire on Friday, Saturday, but Thursday was dismal last week.
Well, it could go 3-3-2 then.
Exactly.
This, if we're all with the same
That wouldn't
horse.
be a bad showing after 8 races.
They'd be the 5th winning favourite there.
Yeah, but we're professionals. We don't tip favourites.
I do.
I know you do.
Love a favourite. OK, right, so if not the favourite on the international markets...
To be fair, he's not even the favourite, is he?
It's not the favourite, no, you're quite right. You're quite right indeed. It's a third. Well, the favourite is the 4, which I can't believe is as short as it is.
Agreed. Ludicrous. Should not be favourite in this
9-4 joints, 4 and 9.
Well, the 4 shouldn't be favourite. It should be the 9 and the 13 fighting out favouritism. The 4, Behafs Albari. 0 from 15, regularly placed, long-standing maiden, was formerly with Tama Al Dahani. He has now moved trainers to a guy who's got a strike rate of 2%. That is a big negative for me. He may well run to a mark of 61, but I doubt it, and therefore I couldn't have him at all. Even if he does run to a mark of 61, Thoal Noor is rated higher, rated 62.
They're the 2 top in the field, aren't they?
Yeah. And Thoal Noor carries 58 kilos in here, the same as this favourite. So on official ratings, Thoal Noor is £1 better off. This horse has respectable form, but they've all come over shorter distances. He scrambled home to finish 3rd on his only attempt at this trip. So, you know, he's an unproven stayer. He's also drawn out wide in 13. I thought from a form perspective, he's the one to beat. But Talamea just has more upside. She will stay. She's only had 5 starts. She ran a career best last time. The white stable horses are running better over the last couple of weeks. I think Talamea should be favourite in this race. Thoal Noor could win, but he's going to be vulnerable late. Talamea, if she's there or thereabouts turning in, should outstay him. And those 2 are the clear obvious ones to me.
We saw that forward with Talamea, beaten 3/4 of a length here over the 1600, shaping as though would improve for the longer trip. Only got beat by 3/4 by a winning debutant who could be anything.
Yeah.
Well, not anything, but we're not being beaten by an exposed 45 horse. And there were 5 clear.
Yeah, there was a clear career best. She definitely ran well that day, and if she reproduces that, I think she'd win this race, you know. Despite her official figure saying she needs to improve 6 or 7 pounds, I don't think that's true. Thoal Noor won't run to 62 today, or probably won't. Behafs Albari, I would suggest he won't run anywhere near 61 today. So Talamea could easily win this just by reproducing that last effort. There are a couple of other interesting horses in here, I suppose. The 10, Deauville, who is also a long-standing maiden, but will continue to plug on, is a strong stayer. If there's another speed collapse like we just saw in the last race, then Deauville will be the one to capitalise. And also the 8, Mutfael Aldareya, is an unexposed type and not totally discounted based on that course and distance 4th in November. But they just don't have enough upside, in my opinion, to match the 13 Talamea. She's obvious, isn't she?
I thought she'd be favourite. I can't believe it.
She
That's
should
why I was
be
talking as if she was favourite. But
It should be the 9 and the 13 vying. The 9 has the class, the 13 has the upside and proven stamina. Those two are the most logicals. I don't really get the 4.
no, let's try 2,000 metres in the past, 2,500 metres in the past as well, 2,400. And has been beaten in maidens over 1,800 and 1,600. So been all over the place as regards trip. 2,000 metres today. Who looks to get off the mark at the 16th attempt as they make their way off down to the start. 9 to 4 joint favourites, then the 4 and the 9. Talamera at 11 at 4. Deauville's at 8s. Wood at Seabar at 10s. The 8 is at 16 to 1. The 2's at 20s. 7 at 20 alongside the 12. The 1 at 33s, as is the 6, 11, 3. And the 5 is the outside of the field at 40 to 1. So race 8 on the card. The runners arriving down at the start. Comments and selections welcome on YouTube. If you are watching us, welcome to Riyadh, where the sun has gone down. Darkness here. The lights are on for the final 5 races. We've got a 3-year-old maiden upcoming as race number 9. A fillies open as race 10. Got a field of 9 to go to post for that. A local bred maiden as race 11. And we round off 8 o'clock local time here in Riyadh with an Arabian Horses maiden. 24 races to enjoy Friday through Saturday. They include the Ministry of Culture Cup and the local Group 3, the Japan Cup. And we see some of our Japanese colleagues already here today enjoying the action ahead of the Saudi Cup meeting, which gets underway 2 weeks tomorrow. The Jockey's Challenge, 4 races on the Friday, and all culminates with the $20 million Saudi Cup on the Saturday. There's 3 Group 2s on the undercard. A couple of really competitive handicaps as well. The international handicap, attracting horses from lower tier regions, giving them a chance. We've got entries from Italy, Spain and Germany as possible runners at this stage. More on the full fields for the Saudi Cup to come in the next few days. So the 4's got out to 5 to 2. I tell you what, the market's completely changed. So it was joints, the 4 and the 9. 11 was third best in. New favourite?
11?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right decision. The 11
is
is
the right decision, yeah. It's the right call.
Yeah. And the 4 was just underpriced, to be honest. 9 to 4 on the 4 would be just shocking value, win or lose.
5 to 2 now. 5 to 2 joint second best, the 4 and the 9. 13, 9 to 4 market leader.
Yeah, I like the 13. I still think that price is fair as well. It's a race that lacks complete depth. As I say, the outsider in here, if you wanted a stayer that will potentially pick up a place, Deauville is the horse for you. But the most likely winner is Talamea.
Yeah, Tyrrans and Type, 3 runs here in Riyadh. 4th over the 1,400 metres, 2nd over the 1,600, stepping up in trip. And they were nicely clear of the remainder of the field last time out. So they are now down at the start. We're ready for race number 8. Local bred horses maiden over the 2,000 metres. And 9 to 4 for Talamea, now taken over as the clear market leader. Bidding to build on that run last time out. Is the only negative stall 12, or is that not even too bad over the 2,000 in a 14-runner field?
I don't think it's too bad. Small field, as you say, long run. As you can see, they come right out the chute. So you've got, it's probably a 900 metre to 1,000 metre run to the first turn. So much time to kind of find your spot. She has early speed, so she won't be too far off the pace. And Fawaz Wana should just be able to edge in and find a good position from that wide gate. From there, should have no excuses. Strong enough stayer to outstay the likes of Thar Al Noor and Behaf Salbari.
Right, at the start, it's a whammy from the team here. We've all gone for the same here. Horse number 13, Talamea. We've picked it on form. That run last time out. The longer trip today likely to suit. And Callum, you also went with the Talamea, the 13, based on what you saw out in the paddock.
Yeah, Talamea is the pick for me. Just about the pick of the paddock. I didn't think Behaf Salbari looked bad. That's the one thing I will admit. So if you did like Behaf Salbari, I wouldn't be put off by the way that horse looked in the parade ring. It was between those two. Others that were eye catchers, the 7, I'm Good. The 8, Mutfel Alderea was another one who looked quite good. Both of those will really struggle when it comes to ratings here, 40 and 35 respectively. The one who everybody was talking about as the sort of early market player, I can't remember who was the other joint favourite in this race, but they've all sort of drifted off because Talamea has taken hold. Triple kiss of death once again. Hopefully, this time it comes through. John Blance, it's all yours.
Callum, Many thanks, Bonnie Lad. They're going in. There's about 6 lengths left to go forward. Talamea being one of those. The 9 still out the back as well. Thoal Nur and the 12 next. Mohamed Al Nasser taking the mount on that one. Down at 2,000 metre start once more. Previous 2,000 metre race, that handicap's 2:10.74. This is a pretty moderate maiden contest as well. I expect the winning time be something similar, but we'll see. If one wins by half the track in 3 or 4 seconds faster, you might have unearthed an interesting one, but we'll wait and see what transpires. Still waiting for this 9-horse Thoal Nur to go in with Berto Ramos aboard this one. Might be wishing he wasn't at this stage. Dear old Wiggy. Big name in Saudi racing for many a long year. Winner himself of the Saudi Cup as well. Wigberto Ramos. He's got his own customised breeches as well. But this Thoal Nur is not a particularly willing participant at the moment, and this could have implications for the international market as well, because this one's quite well fancied. And it's taking the full, I was going to say the full ranks of the Saudi Jockey Club stalls handlers here to get this one in, but is again refusing to go forward. Patience wearing thin as the blindfold goes on. It could be the last throw of the dice here. Wiggy's in full persuasion mode now. Up, Thoal Nur still doesn't fancy it. In now. Well done to all concerned there. We're ready. And we're off and racing. Pretty slow start there towards the rear of the field from Next, who seemed to be very contemplative as the stalls went back. Also rather slowly away was Malaya Al Rayyan as they make their way through the first furlong or so. Good early pace from Mutfael Al Darrea, that's the 8. Also prominent there is Huaishan in the hands of Tariq Al Mansour. Then towards the outer, Thoal Nur, who took a while to go in, but is just now floating down from that wide draw. Also prominent, the red and white colours of I'm Good, who got the inside rail there from the inside draw. Talamea, green cap, sheepskin noseband, around about 5th at the moment for Fawaz Wanas. They're followed then towards that one's outer. By Hadi Nazar, Ahmed Al-Tayar aboard that one. Still towards the back of the field is Deauville, and also that slow starter Next, who has made up a little bit of ground, but that might not be the most efficient way of playing this as they make their way down towards the end of the back straight. And it's Al Mohakan who leads them out in front to the tune of about a length. To in second position Huaishan. Round the outer, Thoal Nur and Wigberto Ramos, the green cap there. Another green cap though, the sheepskin noseband now making very nice headway is Talamea, so it's a wave of 4 as they start to make the turn for home. Mutfel Al Darrea is racing in 5th, the rest just being nudged along towards the back of the field. Ali Alal is trying to stay on a little bit, the pink jacket and the white headgear, but as they swing for home, none goes better than Talamea. Just now being asked a little bit by Fawaz Wanas. Thoal Nur is persevering for Wiggy in second. Then after that in third, Al Mokan. They're followed in 4th position by a plugging on Mutfel Al Darrea. Down towards the final furlong and inside it they go. Far side Talamea, near side Thoal Nur. They set down to fight it out inside the final 200 metres, and finding a bit more is Talamea. Talamea by a length and a half to Thoal Nur in second, racing up towards the line. Talamea has beaten Thoal Nur into second. The third horse home was Al Mokan, and the 4th, Mutfael Al Darrea. Talamea, who's sired by Premium Tap, who's had 1 or 2 decent ones here in Saudi already, and well, This one has yet to evidence a huge amount of ability, racing here off a rating of 55, but it's won that pretty well in a time of 2 minutes 10.60 seconds, so very similar time to that rather moderate handicap we had the previous race. And Talamea wins. Though Al Noor's run a decent race in second, was never desperately well positioned in the run, certainly in terms of the proximity to the rail, and has finished in second, beat 2 1/4 lengths. Al Mokan was third, and Mutfel Alderey finished in fourth. Fauas Wanas deputising for Camilo Ospina. He'll be happy that he's managed to steer that one to victory, and Talamea has scored in the end pretty well. Though Al Noor came calling, gave this horse something to think about, but when more was required, Talamea found that bit extra to score.
Has thrived at this 2,000 metre trip, and the further she's gone, the better she's got, as she's been guided by Fawaz Wanas to victory here for Sultan Al Janaz, and she's done that well. I remember off a mark of 55, you'd be hoping that this was her chance to get the head in front, and she's just done that. Remember, this is only the 6th career start for her. She is a 5-year-old, typical premium tap. She looked lovely in the prelims, and she has looked the best in the race as well. Fawaz will be chuffed to bits with that. He was touched off with Tabar Fail earlier on in the card, but no such issues on this grey. She's nice, and she's clearly thrived over this further trip. Thoa Noor was in second, Al Mokadan was in third, Mufil Alderey was in fourth, Bihaz Al Bari ran a stinker down in fifth. Well done, boys, opposing that one. And Deauville finished in sixth. We'll grab a word with our winning jockey. When he jumps off, you'll be happy to know that he'll be amongst the winners again. He guided Falcaire to victory, and like I said, one of my favourite interviews here after the race, where he basically said it was win or die, and he buried himself down on that rail, scraping the paint, cutting every corner to win aboard that horse, who is not the easiest of rides, and he'll be very happy with that performance. We'll just weigh in. And once he weighs in, we will grab a quick word with him. It'll be a better word than last time, because he had to run away and he had to do a presentation after the last victory. This time will be a little bit easier. So we'll grab him and find out how he feels about that success. If he comes off well after being weighed in, come and join us now. Fawaz, well done. Another winner for the White Stable. Congratulations.
Thank you, appreciate it. First of all, I want to thank the Highness Prince Mut'ab bin Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and the manager Tarash Raim and all the team. Alhamdulillah, easy win. Last time he go second, and the first time he running 2000, he go better.
Yeah, she really seemed to enjoy it. As the further she went, the better she got, because you looked in trouble right at the top of the home straight.
Yeah, because she want to go outside, you know, because she have a big heart. Thanks to the other trainer again, and alhamdulillah.
And well done for you. This is turning into quite a good few days. You had that very valuable purebred Arabian winner. You had Falcaire, and now you've got her. You're having a good time.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you, and I hope more success for me, inshallah.
We hope so too. Well done.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well done to Faz, and also well done to one of our viewers. King Khan got in touch to say 13 will definitely win, and Fawaz giving this filly a nice cool ride from stall 12.
Yeah, we were equally confident really with that comment there. I mean, as we were talking about the race more and more, we were kind of saying she couldn't really get beaten. She was in a lovely spot. She was always going to outstay the 9. I said that pre-race. The 9's not a stayer, but has the class. The 13 should outstay him. When those two broke off, it was quite obvious that Talamea was going to get the job done, and she's done it nicely. She should have been favourite. She was eventually favourite, and she won like a favourite.
Yeah, the race has gone to script really from an outside berth, given time to get across and take the box seat, and eventually sits towards that inside about lane 4.
Yeah, perfect break, perfect position. Fabulous did a great job. We just sort of start there. Next completely blew it. You can see right at the bottom of the screen with the white V. Just no chance after that start. The 4 Behavs Al-Bari also took a bump from the horses drawn in 3, which were Bark Nayef, and 4 Ali Alal. But as I say, he just doesn't have enough talent anyway, and the trainer switch was such a huge negative that he shouldn't have been favourite. He eventually is unplaced, Behavs Al-Bari. It ends up just being between Talamea and Thoral Noor, who at this stage, Thoral Noor's in the kind of khaki greenish on the outside, forest green maybe, in 4th. The eventual winner's in 5th, just taking that perfect box seat. This is how you want a jockey to ride over this.
Just sitting and being content to allow the race to develop in front of him, not rushing himself in there, wanting to get busy.
Patient, that's key. Such a long run to that turn. If you ride inefficiently, get the horse revved up early, you're not going to stay. Adel Afraidi's the best at doing it here. He loves to just sit in that stalking role. Fawaz here just pushes up in between horses because he doesn't want to get boxed, which is perfectly fine. He doesn't use too much energy to get into that role. And eventually a gap opens up. Right now you can see he's in 4th in white. Gap opens up ahead of him, and he just asks for a little bit of effort from Talamea. She instantly replies, moves through into 2nd at this stage. And from here, there was never really any danger. I know Thoral Noor battled for much of the home straight alongside Talamea, but as I say, he's not the strongest of stayers over the distance, and Talamea is. So there was only going to be one outcome there.
And off to the top of the home stretch and away Talamea goes to score a first win on her 6th career outing. She's a bit of a working project. 2nd here last time out. And we thought she'd, if not stay the distance, improve for it, and she has.
Yeah, she has. I don't think it's much for a race, don't get me wrong. Like, this is not going to be a race where we come back to and say, well, this form's working out well. But Thoral Noor is a proper 62, low 60s kind of rated horse, and she's beaten that one by 2 1/4. She was getting 2 kilograms in weight, which equates to 4 pounds. So let's say she's run to a mark of probably 64, maybe 62-ish to win today. She'll probably get a 7 to 9 pound rise, and then she'll be interesting again next time. It takes her out of the 0 to 60 handicap company.
But a 0 to 70 she'll be able to win.
Yeah, absolutely. All connections could go down the conditions route, depending on what they feel her ability is. So, yeah, she's definitely a work in progress, but she's a strong stayer. She'll probably get 2,400 metres in time. But right now, this is her trip, and she's managed to get the job done well.
And that makes it 8 races here in Riyadh today. The international market, the favourite, has now won, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them, yeah. 25 to 1, 7 to 1, and 10 to 1 of the others, but 5 of the 8 have gone the way of international favourites. 62% of favourites winning so far today. Well, our next is race 9. It's another maiden, 9, 10, 11 and 12 still to come here under the lights in Riyadh, and another 12 races today and tomorrow. Now, we need to get back to John. I'm hoping to find out when we go back to John. He's talking about Wiggy having his own signed breeches. I wonder if he's got his own signed breeches that he wears to commentate, but we'll find out that in a second. We'll ask John in a moment. First off, let's head back to Callum.
Thank you, team. Yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing about John's breeches situation. Just to catch up with some of the beaten horses here. This is Deauville. You're just having a look at here. Ran a big race to finish 5th, I think, in our last contest, just getting the wash down. We'll sweep on a little bit further along and take a look at a couple of the others. We're going to have a look at Next, who was well beaten down the field here, but Next also tied up. Just see Next is a bit of a windsucker, just having a bite of the old padding around the edge. It tends to be a stress thing, but that's because you're tied up in a box and just getting your bandages removed. Most of the horses here running bandages, as you can see, can be taken off by the grooms when they've got the horse tied up. So obviously a lot of trust between horse and groom here, because you see just slides straight in behind and gets this final bandage undone. You'll see they'll be on 2 layers. So you'll see the coloured bandage over the top, and here is the actual protection. Horses run with bandages here in Saudi Arabia just for protection. Often can be in the style of the silks, but what you want to see here is just if you get clipped. So you remember the term clipping heels that we mentioned a lot of. If the horses clip each other's heels and come down, this just gives them that extra bit of protection. You can just see how thin the tendon is running down the back of this horse's leg. Horses are held up aboard really paper thin tendons, and if they go, it can be really devastating. So all the protection is used. So let's go further along. We'll have a look at a couple more down here. This is Alial, the horse that was the 1 in the last race. See, this is a 2-handler jobby here. So you've got one handler holding, the other horse washing down. A really, really nice time. He's just on the phone. He's just making sure he's texting everyone at home that the horse is okay. And his horse is sheep, being exceptionally well behaved, this 4-year-old. This is only the second career start for this one. So interesting to see how this horse will develop. You can see just how narrow in the chest this individual is. Clearly got plenty more growing to do, and just a big, big leggy baby. And finally, you've got one that's a little bit more developed at the end. In fact, this is actually Deauville. I want to apologise. This is Deauville who we're looking at now. White colours and the yellow sleeve there. So I apologise for the last horse. This is Deauville. A lot more different type. You can see an experienced runner here having a bit of a spin. We'll just make sure we give that horse enough space. But look at the different physicality between Deauville and the Ali Albar, who's just the other horse we'll have a look at. Both horses of similar age, but completely different body types. You've got one who's very full-bodied, muscled individual, and you've got another who's got plenty of growing to do. It's all go down here as the sheets come on and everyone heads home, but we're going to head back to the studio.
Yeah, thanks, Callum. Little do people know if they come up the stairs and around the corner, they'd come in here.
Yeah, the studio was literally right there.
Yeah, Callum could have come and said hello, couldn't he?
Well, yeah, could have done. Thankfully, he didn't.
He didn't know, but he's going to be back out the paddock to get us news on race 9, which is a maiden. Now, before we go back to John, we want to know, John, when we come back to you, if you do have indeed your own signed breeches that you wear during commentary, just to help you kind of get into the role, really. And we've got a question for you as well. Well, not so much a question because you're going to get the answer, but apparently 5 ants rented an apartment with another 5 ants.
Now they're 10 ants.
Yeah. That a real curveball. That you'd be surprised to know. In fact, you'd be good job you're sitting down for this revelation. But there is no John Blance themed merchandise anywhere. So no, very much in my civvies today as we look ahead to the 9th race on the card. It's a maiden, 2,000 metres in front of them. Adas and Ricardo Sosa Ferreira is horse number 1. 2 is Ada Almila, Eddie Castro. 3 is Al Nadawi, Luis Morales. 4 is Ali Hak Alelm, Abdullah Al Kradis. Horse number 5 is Al Faisal Al Muslul, Khalid Al Mimoni. And horse number 6 is Al Jabati, Abdullah Alofi. Horse number 17, Farzan Ghost, Mohammed Al Nasser. Horse number 8 is Intilak, Naif Al Anazi. Horse number 9 is Katruf, Ayad Al Tarizi. 10 is Majestic Champ and Rayan Al Tawesh. Horse number 11 is Kara, Well Fancied. That's the man of Abdullah Al Fayruz. Number 12 is Rana, Ahmed Al Tayar. Horse number 13 is Rash, Mohammed Al-Daham. 14 is Saudi Moon, that's the man of Abdullah Al-Odib. Number 15 is Shakat Abdullah Al-Saidi. Horse number 16 is Spiadi Abdullah Al-Khamis. 17 is a non-runner. 18 is Union Capital Selman Al-Rashid. Horse number 19 is Aenig, that's the mount of Osama Al-Sharani. Horse number 20 is Mitwasiya, mount of Mohammed Al-Yami. And horse number 21, last but not least, Ala Ma'ek. Abdulaziz Al Faradi now rides. Alexis Moreno was down to ride in your race card, but Abdulaziz Al Faradi will now be taking the mount. I've got no joke to hand over to you with here, Callum. Just a standard boring link over to you in the parade ring.
Very disappointing, John. I thought you'd have something for me, at least a knock one to keep me going. But no, we'll get the standard handover and we'll look at a not very standard horse, Adas, the 1 here. Good-looking animal, having the second career start. A nice, well-built individual. Maybe not the most fluid of walkers, but has a lovely, powerful shoulder and neck. Also has the ring bit to give the jockey some control, which is intriguing. Over 2,000 metres. This one partnered by Ricardo Sosa Ferreira and trained by Mohammed Al-Harabi, brother of Sami Al-Harabi. So let's pull our way back to the 2. Another one I quite like the look of. This is Adal Milah, just coming towards us. Didn't do much on debut, but 3rd on second career career start. If can go one place better, will obviously be the winner here. A very nice type as well. Drawn in stall 17, out in the car park here. That would be a slight concern, but maybe in a race where there doesn't look to be plenty of experience, a horse like this can get a good run of things. Eddie Castro in the plate. Let's pull our way back to the 6. 5 is in the field, but it's just in the wrong place in the queue. But I'll give you an update on 5. It's not the biggest paddock eye catch you'll ever see. So we move on to the 6. This is El Jabtri. Very, very imposing type, isn't he? Look at El Jabtri, really catches the eye, the 3-year-old colt. He's by Gayas. This is another Gayas. Remember, we've seen a very nice Gayas already. This is an intriguing one for me. Imagine these Gayas are going to come on with time and experience. Hasn't shown much in 2 starts so far, but looks a prime contender to take a big step forward in the future. Maybe not today, but one for the notebook, certainly. Eye-catching type, the Gayas, El Jabtri. Then we go back to the 8. This is Intellect, just coming towards us now. A very different type here, narrower, smaller build, very loose walk this horse, just a little bit off on the off 4 here, so you're just suggesting maybe not the most fluid of movers, but the rest of the walk is very loose and relaxed, looks great in the coat. Has a rating of 51 after the 11 career starts. Others who are less exposed probably offer a little bit more. But no negatives here, just apart from a little off on the walk, but certainly looking beautiful in the coat and well-muscled individual with plenty of experience, having a good old look at Mustafa right now, but being well handled. So let's pull our way back to the 10. This is one that really stands out. This is Majestic Champ. Purple coloured with the white sash across the middle. Really nice looker. Great walker as well. Watch the way he covers the ground. He's a cracking mover, isn't he? Look at that. You love to see it. Good walker, good position. Look, has had the 6 starts, but with the second on penultimate outing, would not be a surprise to see him go one place better today. Really like it. Let's pull back to the 11. This is Cara. Well fancied by the team and well fancied by people outside on the international market as well, the 11. Hugely likeable type, but again, the form doesn't get you too excited, but a 4th place last time out isn't to be sniffed at. Those are just a couple of your paddock eye catchers in here. I'll give you more information when they're down at the start.
Yeah, look forward to that, Callum. Thank you very much indeed. We've got joint favour till the international markets. 5 and 11 are the favourites on the international markets. They're both at 100 to 30. The 5 is Al Faisal Al Muslul, and also we have number 11, which is Karar. The prices haven't really changed from what they were this morning. They were both putting towards the top of the market. Word on both starting with the 5?
I narrowly prefer the 5 to the 11. I've got them 2nd and 3rd in. The 5, Al Faisal Al Maslul, made up considerable late ground on the debut to run 5th. That came over 1,400 metres last month. He broke slowly on that occasion, so we'll need to be more professional in the early part of the race to get into a nice spot. However, he gets a longer run to the first turn here, being a 2,000 metre contest. But this is a big step up. I mean, 1,400 to 2,000, 600 metres.
There must have been an intermediate distance somewhere that could have tried 1,600 or 1,800 first.
Exactly. He's shaped like he'd want further. Lovely looking horse, as you can see there by City of Light. Shaped like he'd want further, but did he shape like he wants an extra 600 metres? I'm not sure. When it comes to the 11, Kara, he doesn't have anywhere near as much upside as the 5. He ran respectably in a 0 to 80 handicap over the course and distance last time, so we know that he handles the track and trip. But he was 4th on that occasion. He probably is a...
Beaten 7 lengths?
Yeah, he probably is a low 60 rated horse. I mean, that's just his talent right now. He finished 5 places behind Majestic Champ, the 10, in a 1,600 metre open in December. So why is Cara 100 to 30 and Majestic Champ 4 to 1? That makes no sense. I'm going to be with the 10 here.
Yeah, there's not much between them. No. Cara has dropped down as well. The handicap has not been impressed. Gave that horse an initial mark of 67, has dropped down to 63, so even the official figures would suggest that after 5 goes, he's regressed or certainly hasn't improved. Majestic Champ's had the 6 runs so far. You've got to forgive the last run, that was disappointing, but second to Falcare with Karan behind, does read well, and steps up in distance as well.
He's a closing type, will come from off the speed, which is absolutely fine over 2,000. As I say, the further you go, the more likely is that a close is going to come out on top. If you look back to his penultimate outing, he ran a good 2nd in an open. If you go back 4 starts, he ran a good 2nd in an open, both over 1,600. Shapes like he'll stay. He's already beaten Cara considerably by a wide margin. He should be favourite in here. I thought he would be favourite. He is my pick regardless. He draws well. There's a lot in favour of the 10. He just needs to get over that performance last time. But I think he's the horse to beat. Unless the 5 suddenly improves a great deal, which isn't beyond the realms of possibility. Of course he could, but this is a big step up in trip, and also he's drawn out in 19, so that presents a problem.
Yeah, it was in behind a Music Critic last time. It went on to be third in the Saudi Derby qualifier form that was boosted with a horse of Tamar Al-Dahani's, who was like 5th in that race, coming out to win here last week, and he hopes that horse will catapult itself into the Derby itself.
That Blahan?
Yes.
That runs this week as well, because the handicapper only gave him a £9 rise to 67.
He's got no chance of getting in the Derby.
Let's see how he goes tomorrow.
Well, I'm going to check. I think the initial... I'm going to check something in a second. Was it Blahan that he said was sick after winning the Derby, in the Derby qualifier?
No. Different horse. That's Mahal.
Mahal, so that's what I was thinking of.
That was rated 80 going into last week, so that would be high 80s, 90 now.
Yeah, okay. I want your thoughts on the one here as well, Adas.
Yeah.
1 run so far, that was in behind Jeddah Beach on debut.
This is the other horse I've got into the shortlist, really. 4th in. Ricardo Ferreira is obviously a positive in the saddle. This horse shaped okay on the debut run. Stumbled badly at the start and then raced wide throughout. So 2 clear excuses as to why he didn't perform to maybe expectations. But he still finished 7th. Like, he wasn't beaten far. And maybe with a clean start and an inside trip, he'd have performed better. He draws 10 today, and he should be more professional. So I wouldn't write off this Son of Tone list. He's got plenty of stamina in the pedigree.
And we saw the 10 going down to the start there. Nice big scopy individual.
Yeah, indeed. I do like the 10 quite a lot. Majestic champ. Look, he's not necessarily a banker by any means. He's not as strong as Talamia was in the last race. However, he's the horse that's got the best form in the book. He's already got a collateral form that puts him on top of 3 or 4 of these, including Cara, who's a shorter price in the market. Draws well, proven at the trip. Al Faisal Al Maslul is the unexposed type, but I'd rather the proven quantity in this race.
Okay, I've got the 2 here as my top selection here.
Interesting.
Adal Milar from stall 17, which isn't ideal, but well held over the 1200 metres on debut, but showed more here on December the 26th, finishing 3rd over the 1800. And the angle in there was improvement first to second start, was only beaten 7 lengths last time, and the second that day has won since and is now rated 70.
Yep.
So collateral form, I thought that put that horse right at the top of the mix here.
I don't disagree. It's basically what I've got down as my notes as well, to be fair. I think the extra distance will help him, extra 200 metres. My concern was the draw, but you can say that.
But it is 2,000, so it's breaking okay.
It is, yeah. I don't think he showed much early speed. I don't know. Maybe they'll try to ride him forward today. Otherwise, they're going to be coming from off the pace, and with a wide draw, that can be a problem. It shouldn't be, but it can be. I'm not dead against him by any means. He just wasn't in my top 4.
Okay, well, he's 8-1 currently alongside the 6, El Jabati.
Well, he's got a much better chance than the 6 does. Again, if this horse wasn't a red stable horse, he'd be double the price, if not bigger. By Gaia, the pedigree's okay. He's done nothing in 2 runs, 0. Showed no early speed and no end speed. I can't have the 6 at all.
Okay, well, I've gone the 2. You've gone with the 10 Majestic Champ, who's into 7-2 from 4-1. In fact, 130 joint favourites of 3, co-favourites of 3 now. 5, 11 and 10, the 5-1. 130 co-favourites of 3, 5, 11 and 10. Adas 11-2. Adal Milar at 8. El Jabati at 8 also, and it's 12-1 and bigger than remainder. Your top 4 picks?
10, 5, 11, 1.
10, 5, 11, 1. I'm throwing the 2 into the mix. There we go. That's our selections. Callum, who have you gone with there? You've got to give us more clues down at the start.
Yeah, really keen on this one, lads. I like the 10. I think it's a great walker, Majestic Champ. A really, really good mover. Still quite unexposed. Has done very little wrong in the 6th career start so far. That run in open company a couple of starts ago as well, worth noting again. I thought Ranar at the 12 was another positive from the parade ring. And finally, I wanted to give a shout out to the 20, Mitwasia, who makes the 3rd career start today, but also looked in good shape in the parade ring. So a couple that are worth looking at again. Sorry, I couldn't get through all of them. But yeah, I'm going to stick with the 10. That was the biggest eye catcher of all of them. A really good mover, covered the ground beautifully, looked well developed. I couldn't have the 5. A Faisal Al Masul, that horse for me, just a little bit on the small side. El Jabtri, I'm really intrigued by this guy, this individual. He's a colt. Obviously, these guys are going to get better with time and distance. He's now had 3 runs. He's going to get the distance, but he's not really at a backable each way price, so you're going to have to let him go. Interlac with another one who looked good here. Naif Al-Anazi's mount has had the 11 starts and yet to really put his colours to the mast, so you'd be hoping for a career best effort here to win. And Adas, the 1 and the 2, they were both good lookers too. But I'm going to stick with the 10. I understand why Martin likes the 2. Keep an eye out for a couple of the others, but the 10 is the pick for me, John. They're going forward here. Hopefully the 10 can give me and Tom Collins a winner here.
So, yes, indeed. The horses are about to load up now, and the first to go in there looks like the 16, Spiardi, into a wide draw. Horse number 21, Ala Maek, has got a wide gate as well. It's another big field here. It's been a feature of racing here in Riyadh today. Next to come forward is Saudi Moon, horse number 14. Then the red saddlecloth of Adas, going into stall 10, that's horse number 1. Next to move in will be the 19, that's Inaig. Osama Al-Sharani goes forward. Alair Khalel still to go in as well. The one that's just a little bit behind the rest of them is Intilak and Naif Al-Anazi. El Jabati, those red stable colours about to come forward. Sheepskin noseband for that one. Abdullah Al-Orfi takes them out. That one just waiting patiently as Alayak Alel is still to load as well. That one just backing away. It's horse number 4, quite a big price in the international markets. And Farzan Ghost, the 7 horse who was due into stall 1, is just playing up a little bit as well. So we've got 2 more left to go in, or 3 more left to go in, still waiting for Farzan Ghost. There is Alaek Alelm. 8 is Interlac, still waiting. Maybe this one's been given special dispensation to go in last. Still haven't got this 7 horse in either. Farzan Ghost, Mohammed Al Nasser rides this horse on debut. The 8 Interlac on start number 12. This one being beckoned forward now. Still waiting for Farzan Ghost though. Who's somewhat unenthusiastic. Farzan Ghost has come forward now. Interlac will be last. All in line. Gates back and away they go, and Farzan Ghost was very slowly away. Another one that was really terrible from the gates was Shakat, and another one that was slow was Katrouf as they make their way through the early part of the race. Though it's Mitwasir that's the early pace. That one kicks on to El Jabati, the red stable colours, who's prominent as well. Also up with the early pace is Al Nadawi. That's your leading trio. Just now taking a little bit of a hold back is Union Capital, the green jacket. It did get away quite well, but has now just been taken back. Then after that, Adas, who's in that maroon cap with the sheepskin noseband. The green colours of Ala Maek is also prominent, but there's quite a few stragglers as well. Also towards the rear of the field at the moment, Spiardi, that one's very well detached, and continuing to be so is Shakat. So they make their way towards the end of the back straight very soon. They've gone through about 800 metres. Towards the outside, Rash is moving into it now, the green colours, as they come come towards the end of that back straight. Mitwasia still just about the leader, but up the inside as well is Al Nadawi. So it's Al Nadawi with the rail to help. To in second position, Al Maik, who's now making headway. Then after that, round the outside is Adas, who's just trying to get a little bit closer. Still in there poised is El Jabarti, but just being nudged along a little bit as this leader just extends away a little bit. Al Nadawi, the leader. To in second position now, El Jabarti. One that's making good headway is Adal Mila, and another one that's getting into this from the back of the field as well is Al Faisal Al Muslul. But as they turn for home with just over 400 metres left to go, still Al Nadawi leads, but round the outside it's the green saddlecloth of Al Faisal Al Maslul and Khalid Al Mamoni. Al Jabati still on the scene as well, followed then by Ala Al Maik as they go towards the latter stages, and it's the red stable El Jabati that just about goes on now. El Jabati, Union Capital's involved in this as well down on the rail. El Jabati and Union Capital. El Jabati just looking in towards the rail, but has found a good bit more and wins. El Jabati's beaten Union Capital from a long way back. Majestic Champ could well have got third there. Also there Al Faisal Al Maslul and Al Nadawi. El Jabati, Abdullah Al-Lawfi in the red stable colours has won in a time of 2 minutes 10.79 seconds. Very similar time once more to the other 2,000 metre races that we've been seeing a little bit earlier on. And well, there was one or two that were trying to get involved late and looked quite threatening. Certainly Union Capital, who got a good start, was taken back and then came again in the latter stages and tried to get up the inside but wasn't able to do so. El Jabarti just found a bit more to score. Does look like, yes, Majestic Champ has got third and Al Faisal Al Maslul has finished in fourth. 2 1/4 lengths, 2 1/4 lengths and a neck, the distances there in that particular race. The 9th on the card. There are 3 more still to go though, starting with a Fillies Open race at 7:05 local time. Be sure to rejoin us for that.
Three wins for the Red Stables, 3 different trainers. This one, Abdul bin Mishraf Al-Katani doing the training, and it's Abdullah Al-Lawfi in the saddle rather than Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. And this son of Gaius El Jabtri has taken a big step forward on third career start. As we said in the parade ring, real big imposing type, and certainly one that you're looking forward to in the future. I didn't think today would be the day, but it certainly has been. Although the stewards might want to have a look at it. I imagine, I can't wait for the boys to go through Because imagine the stewards may have a look. If you're connections of Union Capital, who's run a stormer on debut, you might be feeling a little bit hard done by, as El Jabtri gave you no chance. Abdullah Al-Orfi saw the danger and shut the door very aggressively on multiple occasions. Maybe the stewards might want to have a little peep at that. Union Capital did well to finish in second on debut. Majestic Champ was just so slow. So slow. Ended up plugging on to finish third. Did quite well to get third from that position. Al Faisal Al Musul was there in fourth, shaped like a real dangerous horse all the way through. But again, I thought in the parade ring looked weak and finished very similarly. And that to be fifth, and Kara in sixth. Boys, it's a third winner for the Red Stable, but it's well worth having a second look at that one, I think, because Abdullah Al-Orfi might find himself on the naughty step.
Yeah, the Red Stable winning our first race with MacThor. They took that maiden race for the local bred Colton Geldings as race 4 with Shakab by 10 3/4 lengths, and they've won here once again. As we take in the closing stages, the Red Stable horse coming to the 4 was quite well found in international markets. Baffles us as to why, because 2 runs so far, 10th of 16, 11th of 17, and gets off the mark here. Just watching the closing stages once more to see if anything's happened towards that inside rail. Got the horse in green colours on the inside, Union Capital.
Nothing so far. I mean, he just edges. There's nothing. There's nothing there.
He's gone clear by the time his edge left into the path of the horse. He was backing out of it.
Stewards won't even really look at it, to be honest. The horse is already a length up, and okay, he gets a touch tight of room. We just see the start there. Shacket, the 15, very slowly away, no chance.
Your horse?
No, not my horse. Named after a great piece of clothing, though.
Well, if you were to name a horse after a piece of clothing, you would call it Shacket.
I probably would, yeah. Why
okay.
not? But he had no chance from the outset. That was game over for him. A couple of others were slowly away, including horse number 16, Spiadi. But otherwise, the remainder of the field broke nicely. The eventual winner's in the red in third place right now, sitting in that perfect box seat. The speed is about to hot up with a couple of horses pressing from outside gates. The likes of a Das from 10 pushed forward. So did the eventual runner-up. Also pushed forward, that was Union Capital. The 21 was up there as well, Alamayake. There was quite a lot of speed early on in this contest, and albeit the winner sat up there, the pace was hot.
It's the 20 that's up there now, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, exactly. But there are 6 of them. They're 2 or 3 lengths clear of the remainder, so they've gone quite hard. The eventual favourite in this contest, the 5 horse, Al Faisal Al Maslul, is currently in around 7th. I mean, he actually travels into the race exceptionally well. Grey Silks, grey horse, in between runners, just moving into around 4th. He weaves in and out, and it looks like he's going to come with a huge run here. Just goes into 4th place, but he peters out in the latter part of the race, which is kind of what we were saying. He looked like he wants further. Does he want 2,000? The answer, unequivocally, is no. On this evidence, he probably wants 1,600 to 1,800, but I wouldn't give up on Al Faisal Al Maslul. He's shaped like a really promising horse. At this stage, the winner's in second. He's just held in the runner-up in the green silks, a little bit barging. Union Capital on the inside, and El Jabati. He's just holding his line, though, right?
Eh?
He's just holding his line. The horse in green is trying to get out.
Yeah.
And El Jabati is just holding his line. Again here, he's just edging a little bit left. Nothing too much. And now under a right-handed drive, he does edge in, but it's ever so slight, and the horse is already backing out of that spot anyway.
He has probably moved a horse width and a bit across from where he was at the top of the lane, but it's certainly not caused any sort of significant interference to the eventual second.
The worst that will happen here is Abdullah will get a day or two. But I
don't even think that.
I think that's even harsh.
No.
There'll be not even a second look at the result anyway.
He's probably got his stick in the wrong hand that's accounted for that slight drift, but
agreed.
It's not caused any serious momentum change to the eventual second.
Yeah, you can see the horse in silver there on the outside. That is Al Faisal Al Maslul, who is the one I said to keep an eye on. He doesn't stay 2,000, but he is, I promise you, a future next to Mount winner in a maiden over 1,600 to 1,800, the way he's shaped. My selection in the purple, dead outside, Majestic Champ. He ran well, but he's just so one-paced. Finishes off for third, but too far back in the run, never really involved.
And there's a little bit of promise from Adel Mila, the horse, the blue colours, white cap on the outside. Eventually is almost pulled up there and backside of it, but he travelled well, was trapped up wide for much of the race. Another one who's maybe not seen at the 2,000 as well.
Yeah, he could be open to more improvement still. He's always willing to put a line through at least one run with young horses, and today he just didn't fire.
Okay, well that was our 9th of the evening, 10, 11 and 12. Still to come. Next up is a Fillies Open. We can head back to John Bland actually. And John, I've got to say, I'm here today, but I did get sacked during the week for my job in a biscuit making factory. I unfortunately kept dropping the boxes.
Oh well, that's the way the cookie crumbles.
How's a bloke supposed to concentrate on his runners and riders with links like that? But yeah, very good, lads. Very good. I would say that's possibly slightly better than the Tenants one, but still 3 more races to go as well. Ablik is horse number 1 here. That's the man of Mohammed Al Daham. 2 is Maru Abdulaziz Al Faradi. 3 is Motawa Thaybar, the even money. Oh, sorry, it's not the even. I'm looking at the wrong horse. Motawa Thaybar, Rayyan Al Tuesh. Quite well fancied in the international markets, but not as fancied as that. Mumtarar is the mount of Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. That's horse number 4. 5 is Naflathom. That is the favourite on the international markets. 6 is Adef, that's the man of Abdul Ella Al Hussein. 7 is Arabat Al Maj, the mount of Abdul Al Tayar. Horse number 8 is Ayat Abdullah Al Khamis. Horse number 9 is an on-runner, and 10 is Tatela, the mount of Osama Al Sharani. 2,000 metres once again for a Fillies Open. It's back to Morecambe and Wise.
I'm wise, right?
A little bit of news coming as well from the stewards. Objection, second taken on the first, alleged interference in the concluding stages.
They can object all they want. They're not going to reverse the form, the result. Not going to happen.
No.
It's an objection, not a steward's inquiry.
Of course, yeah. And anyone's entitled to go in and say, look, I feel I've been hard done by, and there's an objection, but never in a month of Sundays is that going to change.
No. It was already a length behind, just under a length behind, and the horses edged across. They won't even look at it.
And if anything, as they turned into the top of the stretch, the eventual second was trying to come through on the inside of the winner.
The second was trying to find a gap. The eventual winner just held his line. Yeah, he edges in late, but he's already had the race won. They might give a day to Alafi, but we'll see.
And the only thing he could maybe have done was to pull his stick through. The horse was hanging away from his stick in his right hand.
And that's why they might give him a day. There's no other reason. It wasn't a drastic move. It was a slow edge across. It had no bearing on the result.
Thanks again to the stewards. Let us know. Objection, second against the first, alleged interference in the concluding stage. We'll keep you abreast of how that develops. Race 10 then, a Fillies Open. We've got a smaller field than we've had of late, but let's just check it again on what's happened. It's the green colours against the red colours, the objection.
Yeah, the horse in the green is trying to edge out because the runner who's currently in front is kind of bared out from the rail. El Jabati is just holding his spot at this stage. He's not drifting in at all. Now, the horse in green finally gets a clear run as the leader back pedals. Now El Jabati starts to edge left because Adela's got his whip in his right hand.
Is a length clear?
Minor interference. He's a length ahead already.
For a Strider 2, he stopped maybe riding in second, then it goes on to win by what?
Yeah, 1 by 2 at the wire.
2 1/4.
Yeah, no change.
No. But again, thanks to the stewards for that. So race 10 then for the Fillies. International market would tell us that number 5. In fact, that was the previous race. We've got 3 more to come since the penultimate race. Yeah.
5 is the favourite, though.
It is, yeah, by default, yeah. The white stable again, even money.
Yeah, short price, Naflathom. But this is quite a good race. I'm looking forward to getting involved. But first, it sounds like we're going to go to Callum.
Callum or Cameron?
Let's call him Cameron this time.
All yours.
I'm not a fan of this whole name changing thing, although you are right. I was going to be called Cameron until I was born, and apparently I look like a Callum. I don't know what that really means about newborn Callum, but I was meant to be called Cameron, and I look like a Callum. And hilariously, my best friend at school is called Cameron, so it's all worked out quite well. And Cameron and I will be sitting watching the Scotland-Ireland game on Sunday as soon as the plane lands back in the UK. We already have our plans set up, so yeah, could have been a Cameron, turned out to be a Callum, and I'm more than happy about it. Could have also been a Sasha, that would have been terrible. But here's the one here. This is Ablik, really gorgeous filly, isn't she? She's a big scopy type. She's had the 6th start. She was a winner 5 starts ago. She's been highly tried since. The 6th place effort last time out wasn't disgraceful. This looks a bit easier, and she's certainly one that will get better with time. Very much reminds me of Al Jabtree, who we saw winning our last race. Let's pull back to Mota Wasaba, not to get confused with Mota Sebeta for the same owners. This is a much lesser filly, but she'd raised rated 64. She is a one-time winner. This is start number 9 for her, and she was second last time out. She's a well put together filly, isn't she? This will be a tougher ask for her own open company, but she's interesting here, very interesting over this trip. Doesn't look like your typical 2,000 metre type though, does she? She's a good mover though, and she'll certainly grow into that frame of hers. Now, let's pull back to Montera. She's gorgeous. Really like Montera. Looks well in the coat, well muscled in behind. She's going for the Red Stable, who are in fine form. Sami Al-Harabi hasn't had a win under his own name yet. He's got her in this one. And Ricardo Sosa Ferreira looking for the hat-trick. She looks fantastic, doesn't she? Montera will certainly make plenty of people's shortlist. Now we pull back to a horse that looks like she's been crying out for this trip. This is Naflahom. Now remember, she won over 1,800 metres 2 starts ago. Her last 2 defeats have come over shorter. Now over the longest she's run in her career, she'll be hugely dangerous. You can see she's got the flare strips on, she's got the tongue strap in and the cross nose band. She's got all the gear, but hopefully she will have some idea. Now we'll pull back to just one more to have a look at. This is the 8 Ayat. Just making the 3rd career start today. She's lovely. She's a really, really nice looker. She's been very well turned out by the groom, and well done to all involved with her. 3rd career start today for this filly. She's clearly a backwards type, quite light, stepping up to 2,000 metres. Intriguing to see how she gets on. Remember, you will get 3 places here. Could she be an each-way play? But boys, the paddock pick for me is Montera, the 4.
Well, you sometimes got to know not to throw fuel on the fire. If you call yourself the walking, talking fashionista, you know we've got to keep coming at you. And if he gets called Cameron and says, I was nearly called Cameron.
Yeah, that's a remarkable link.
I don't, do you know, it's like a sort of...
psychic kind
yeah,
of.
psychic from sort of thing from John Blas.
Yeah,
Maybe he's been reading the sort of tea leaves before he came in today.
We'll have to ask him next time we speak to him.
Unless you throw him a terrible joke first. Right. Naflathom is the... oh, by the way, thanks again to the stewards getting in touch. Objection...
Dismissed, sure.
Result stands, yeah. And no action been taken as yet as regards the jockeys, which I don't imagine there will be. Let's have a look at some form, which is more important. Let's move on to our next race 10. And we can have a look at the market leader, finishing 2nd last time up. It was a small field this day.
Yeah, this isn't the market leader. This is the other white stable horse, Monta Wathabar. Finished 2nd behind RIYADH, who gets the job done for the red stable. Who's that in 4th? That's Mac Thor, who won the 1st race today. Got beaten absolute distance in this occasion and was just nowhere near as good as the
20
others.
lengths behind the winner.
Yeah, Monta Wathabar is just very one-paced, as you can see, in 2nd, just continues to plod. She'll do exactly the same today over this longer trip, and she will likely finish in the places.
Well, she's had the 8 starts so far, rated 64. We're not talking... sorry, rated 7... She's had 8 starts so far, rated 71, top rated in the field. Has got winning form over the 1,800. We'll have a look at Montera. I watched this back again this morning. I just think she's going to love coming up in distance today.
This was the first week we were here, so 3 weeks ago, and we were both with her. But I was disappointed, I have to admit. I understand that she's a really quick finisher on this day. It looks like she's going to relish the extra trip. She's still promising, considering she's only had 3 runs, but I'm just not 100% convinced.
Let's head back out to the paddock. Who's with you, Callum?
Thank you very much, guys. Bell's just gone very quickly with Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, looking for the hat-trick on Montera. She looks lovely.
Yes, I think really nice filly. Last race a little bit short set for 7 furlong. Today 10, I think is better. But you know, the race, I need a little bit luck. But surely travel good and good run today.
Well, best of luck. Go and jump on.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you to Ricardo. And he's had, 2 winners so far today?
Yep, 2 winners. He's looking for a 3rd, and he's got a good chance here on Montera, but she does need to improve. I don't think that run last time is good enough. To suggest that she can win this. However, she's only had the 3 outings. She draws well. She represents an informed team, and the bar isn't set overly high in this contest, so maybe she can get the job done. I'm not going to be with her, but I think, well, Callum obviously is. I think you are as well.
I'm with her, yeah. I just think the step up in trip's really going to suit her today. And she's only had the 3 starts. She's got more upsides and more potential for improvement than the 2 white stable horses around her.
Yep, I don't disagree with that, but she does have £7 to find with Naflathom on official figures. Naflathom's also been running in much better races.
But yeah, and you've got to have a chance to be able to run to a certain level, and she's not been able to in 3, whereas this horse has had 8 goes and been able to improve.
Should she not have won last time? She was 11 to 10 or even money that day.
Distance too short. Stamina kicked in late.
Okay, maybe. Nafla ran in the Saudi 1,000 guineas last time up when she was 9th. Obviously, it was a very good race. So she was in her own right not to contest the finish. Prior to that, she finished 3rd in an Open. She won an Open over 1,800. She's the proven horse, isn't she, the 5? It's just whether Momtera can improve past her, which is a possibility. I'm going to be with the proven quantity, though. Nafla for me. I think she'll be ridden aggressively. The likes of Montewathaba and Momtera haven't shown that much early speed, albeit over shorter distances. Maybe Nafla can get to the front over this kind of trip, alongside Oblique, who is a forward-going type, the 1. And those two can dominate the early stages. Nafla from there will be tough to reel in. So I'll take her. She's a short enough price. I wouldn't be rushing to bet her in the international market. But from a selections and most logical winner point of view, I'll have the 5.
Well, Nafla Momtera and Montewathaba all stepping up a distance. Do you feel that the 5's got the most potential over the 2,000?
Well, she's already won over 1,800, so I kind of know that she roughly gets the trip. Montewathaba is stepping up from 1,600. She's very much a plodder, so I think she'll get it. But she has no turn of foot, that's the problem. Momtera is a complete unknown. We don't know whether she'll handle it. She might do. She shapes like she wants more, but does she want 2,000? That's the question.
7 to 1 then. That brings in horse number 1, Ablika, who's rated 65. A horse who was a winner on debut back in October over 1,600 metres. Has been in cup races the last couple of starts and steps up in distance as well today.
Yeah, I was here for her maiden victory, Oblique. She showed good early speed and dominated from start to finish. That came in a 1,600 metre contest. Again, I'm not 100% convinced she wants 2,000. She's a forward-going type, big individual, you can see there, scopy filly. She draws out wide in 8. Nafla inside her in 6. I wouldn't be surprised if Nafla broke at the same kind of pace that she does and gets to the rail, forcing Oblique to either race wide or use some extra speed in the early part of the race, which will then be paid for in the latter 200 metres or so, where she will likely paddle.
Maru number 2 is next best, and only the one really with any chance on the international market. She's around 16 to 1. She's rated 63. She's had 7 goes so far. Her sole win came back in Typhon. She's also going up in distance.
She just doesn't appear to be crying out for the extra distance, I don't think. After watching back a couple of her runs, she looks like she's a miler over 1,600 metres, and I don't think this trip will see her in good stead.
It's now 10 to 11, a shade of odds on for Nafla. Momtera is 11 to 4. Montewathaba touched 100 to 30. Goes back out to 7 to 2 as Nafla goes into 5 to 6. So the 2 white stable horses been backed against Momtera. So it's the white stable taking on the red stable. The red stable looking for a 4th winner on the card today. If it wins, Tom, this Momtera, I mean to get your red stable flower out and give it a quick wave.
Oh, I don't even want
that's
like a double. That's
like a groupie.
That's rubbing salt into the wound because I'm not with her and you are. So you'll be adding a victory to the tally in the competition, and then you're forcing me to celebrate a win for you. I don't know if I can do that.
Well, I did buy you the flannel, so.
You did.
I didn't even get a mini Galaxy back in.
You might do tomorrow. You might do tomorrow.
Okay, arriving down at the start, 5 to 6, 11 to 4, 7 to 2, the top 3 in the international market. This is race 10. It's a fillies open, and we still have 2 more races to come here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Before we're back tomorrow, 12 races tomorrow in Japan Cup Day, Ministry of Culture Cup on Saturday, and then Saudi Cup meeting kicks off 2 weeks tomorrow. I can't believe it's come around so quickly. Some of the world's best jockeys, trainers and horses assembling here for 2 days of racing. Prize money of £38 million. The Saudi Cup, the feature. Romantic Warrior, Laurel River, both in the mix to get a post in the Saudi Cup on the Saturday. Of course, Rattle and Roll won the custodian of the 2 holy mosques here a couple of weeks ago. He'll go to post. There'll be a couple of local horses as well announced in the coming days as the 2 local representatives. As they start to go behind here, then we've got a field of 9 runners.
You didn't mention Forever Young there.
Of course, yeah, Yoshito Yahagi.
Big favourite on the anti-post market at this stage.
It's favourite, is it?
2 to 1
on the international markets.
Big favourite.
And such a good run here last year. Big runs in America all through the campaign. Of course, won the Saudi Derby last year.
Perfect running style for this race.
Just missed out on the Kentucky Derby.
Should have won.
Missed out on the Breeders' Cup.
Should have won.
And is back again for the master trainer that is Yoshito Yahagi. I think he's had 4 or 5 winners here on Saudi Cup over the years.
Yeah. And I mean, we'll preview this
4,
race.
I think. Including a Saudi Cup win.
Yeah.
And Thalassa.
Yeah. We'll preview this race in different platforms in due course, but there's so much speed. Laurel River, speed. Walk of Stars, speed. Factor Cheval, speed. Buckham Dano, speed. If all of these go, Kaburkan, speed. Al Musmak, speed.
I'm not sure they'll go forward with Factor Cheval. They rode him off the speed last time in the Mac 2 Challenge.
He's not going to close, is he? He's a turf horse, closing into dirt with kickback. I don't know.
He faced into it last time, though.
He was wide on the track, though, wasn't he? He'll have to do, if he goes wide here, he's going to struggle, I think.
Well, he came off the rail, didn't he? Didn't get much room. He had to peel out and stayed on.
Yeah. Long story short, it's probably going to suit a closer.
I think he's big at 20s on the international markets.
Wrong surface for me. But maybe.
Okay, Locked, of course, second of the Pegasus. He's coming over. So much to look forward to. Do join us for Saudi Cup meeting in 2 weeks' time. I'm going to go Montera here, the Red Stables, to land a 4th win on the card. And Martin to go 1 clear in the studio tipping challenge.
Nafla Thom for me, horse number 5.
Okay, 5 to 6. So, Callum, we've taken out the top 2 in the market here.
Yeah, Montera's going to be the pick for me. Looked really, really well in the prelims. Ricardo looking for a hat-trick. Nafla will be hugely intriguing at this trip. I do think she's been crying out for this distance, so I'm looking forward to seeing her. She looks like a 2,000-metre horse, completely different to Motawasaba, who doesn't look like your typical stayer. But they're going to load very quickly here, not the biggest of fields. So, John, it's all yours. Come on, the Montera.
Yeah, they're going in for this Fillies Open race. Yeah, it was an absolutely stellar card for that Saudi Cup if they all turn up. Should be an absolute belter. So they are loading here for this Fillies Open. Mottawa Theba to come forward. 5 Nafla Thom in the red distinguishing cap. It's the favourite on the international markets. 2 to load. Mumtera. Dablik. Smaller field this time round, but a very select one. Stand by, they're off and racing. Once again, we're over the 2,000 metres for this Fillies Open event. And early speed coming from Arabat Al Majd. That one just drifting away from the rail, but leading the early charge. So they're not going a particularly strong gallop. Ablik is racing in second. Mumtera is in third. Then the green cap of Mottawa Theba, who's racing in fourth at the moment. Just looking back through the field, Nafla Thom, international markets favourite, is quite a long way off the speed at the moment. Also towards the back is Tatela, and right at the rear of the field is Adef. That's your back marker at the moment. So they made their way onto the racecourse proper, and it's Arabat Al Majd that leads to Ablik in second. These two have just kicked on by about 3 or 4 lengths. To in third position Mumtera in those red colours, followed then up the inner by Mottawa Theba, the green distinguishing cap. Now just creeping a little bit closer, Nafla Thom. Then right up the inside we have Maru, gets a first mention there in the dark blue and yellow colours. Ayat round the outside, tries to make a little bit of headway. Then we have Tatelas towards the rear of the field, and still right at the back is Adef as they start to make this turn. And going on now is Ablik for Mohammed Al Daham, leads by a couple of lengths to a nudged along Arabat Al Majd. Then after that in third position Mumtera. Now just going backwards again as Nafla Thom did make a bit of a move into the race, but is now just being nudged along to try and maintain touch. Mottawa Theba up the inside is trying to make headway too, but there's a level up for the final 400. It's Ablik who set sail for home a long way out. Can this one maintain it all the way to the line? She leads by about 5 lengths at the moment. So in second position Mumtera. Then after that Ayat, who's now staying on. Here comes Nafla Thom, who is now getting up a good head of steam down the centre of the track. Ablik down on the rail. Nafla Thom, who's making really good headway now. Then Mumtera in third. Ablik, Nafla Thom. Nafla Thom now just begins to get up over Ablik as they race up to the line. From the back, Mottawa Theba is absolutely flying as well. At the wire. Oh my goodness, Mottawa Theba got up and won. Nafla Thom has finished in second. Ablik in third. What a race. It's all happening there. It looked as though Nafla Thom, who was slowly away, then made nice headway, then began to struggle, then came home really well, was going to get the job done finally for favourite backers, and has been nailed by fellow white stable runner Mottawa Theba in literally the last couple of strides. Ahead is the official margin, 2 minutes 11.11 seconds. So again, not a particularly distinguished time. One down on the rail there in third was Oblique, who, like I said in the call, set sail for home a long way out, to coin a horrible old cliche, and in the end wasn't able to sustain it. But one that did sustain it very well was Motowa Thebar. 2 wins from 9 starts now, and has reeled in Naflathom, who appeared to have the race at her mercy, and the end has been chinned by fellow White Stable runner. In third there was Oblique, and the fourth horse home, Mum Terrar. Good race.
Well, it's Motowa Thebar who has got up in the absolute shadows of the post to deny fellow White Stable runner Naflathom and give Sultan Al Junaid a second winner of the day and a first winner of the day for Rayan Al Taraish, who was aboard. Did not see this one coming. Thought she didn't strike you as your typical 2,000 metre performer, but my goodness, has she found for pressure and done very, very well and got up in the dying strides to win. Good ride from your winning jockey and a good performance here from this 65 rated performer. Naflathom looked like she had the race sewn up. It looked absolutely stone in to win, but just got touched off. Oblique ran a stormer, leading all the way to finish in third. Mum Terrar, maybe doubts about that horse staying there in fourth. And then you had Tetala and Ayat ending up finishing in fifth and sixth. Good to see the beaten jockey Abdullah Al Farouz getting involved in the photos there as well. But Tom Collins, you must be sick, because it looked like you had the win. Could have gone further clear in the tipping competition, but Motowa Thebar has got up and denied you in the shadows of the post.
Many connections there in the paddock of race 10. A filly's open. And it goes the way of the White Stable, but not the White Stable horse you were hoping it was going to be.
Should have been. Naflathom looked the winner the whole way, to be fair, but the plodders come out on top. Motowa Thebar. We did say that she wanted this distance, but she doesn't really have a turn of foot. It just looks like Naflathom has stopped running when hitting the front, really. Down tools a little bit. She's quite clearly ahead of Motowa Thebar here, probably a length clear on the outside of the two White Stable horses. She makes inroads while Motowa Thebar's just plugging on at the one speed. She hits the front, passes Mum Terrar, passes Oblique, who went too hard early, and then just doesn't do much when she's in the lead, and that allows Motowa Thebar an opening to come past. To be fair to the eventual winner, she does find another gear in the latter stage of the race. I didn't know she had, but yeah, it's heartbreaking defeat for the short press favourite.
Comes off second best. Third goes the way of Oblique. As we go back to the start, Oblique starts probably best of all down the outside, but the early pace then comes from the 7 towards the inner. These two, the 1 and the 7, set the early fractions with Mum Terrar just in behind the stable, the red colour stable. So James messaged in to say this was his nap of the day.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but she had no excuse. She was always well positioned, just not good enough. Naflathom, the eventual runner-up, missed the kick briefly in his second last here, but will slowly edge her way up. These two leaders have just gone too quickly, too soon. I don't know whether they thought the field were directly behind them or whether they tried to steal some advantage. But we've already seen on numerous occasions today over this 2,000 metre trip, If you use too much energy early, you don't get home. Now, the 7 had no chance on form anyway. That's Erabat Al-Majd on the inside, currently leading. If you want to use different tactics, then whatever. You know, that's fine. She was a 40-1 chance. She's only rated 39. She hadn't shown anything. Why not? Try something different and see if it works. Oblique had shown something and is a forward-going type, so I understand that Mohamed Al-Daham wants to be up there, but equally, you don't need to be 7 or 8 lengths clear of the remainder. That's probably been her downfall because she's only lost by a head and a length and 3/4 at the wire, so she's run a really good race, Oblique. She takes over here, but the petrol gauge is already nearing on empty. And it's just where the closers are. Montera's already been niggled. She was unproven at the trip, so at this stage you're probably thinking she hasn't got much of a chance of winning. Motawathama's on the inside, just had to get out of the way of the backpedaling 7, which probably caused her to lose half a length or so, but not that much. Naflathom looks like she's coming with a winning run in the red cap, currently in 4th, but keep an eye on her.
She's got a bit of ground to make up from there.
Yeah,
I mean, the red stable horse is better placed to capitalise, but doesn't quicken like this horse.
She's unproven at the distance, as is the leader who's gone too hard, so they were always going to come back. And Naflathom here puts 2 lengths between herself and the eventual winner, Motawathama, who are alongside each other, turning for home. Naflathom now starts to edge left under a right-handed drive after the jockey moved it through. Then he moves it back to the left. She starts to just kind of down tools a little bit.
She still almost goes left as well under the left-hand drive.
Signs of tiredness, I suppose. Motawathama's got up there on the line. She's a proven stayer. She's the one that would relish even further, 2400 probably. But it's heartbreaking for Naflathom, who looked like she was coming with a winning run and has just been collared. It means no difference to makes no difference to the white stable, of course. They had the first and the second, but yeah, Naflathom's chances may be wearing thin now because she's been beaten at this kind of level in 1600, 1800 and 2000 metre races and hasn't really suggested any of those are a proper ideal trip for her. She either comes up short because she looks like she needs further, or here she's just been collared when she looks like she was getting tired late on.
I think if this race had been over 1800 and this is probably the distance she should return to, Naflathom would have won this.
I think so too. Oblique would have run a good race, of course. She's run really well off the front considering the fractions, but Naflathom's the jockey does briefly, literally for like half a stride stop riding, but it makes no difference in the end. The eventual winner, Motawathama, was the best horse in the race and has just collared the short price favourite Naflathom. Heartbreaking for me in the competition.
Yeah, it's still joint on 2 with myself. Cameron back on 1. 2 races still to go. We're both on 3 apparently. You're on 3?
Apparently so. Talamaya.
Talamaya.
Yeah, we are on 3.
What else do we have? Los Andes.
Shock up.
Shock up. Yeah, we are on 3. How many's on Cameron on? Just the 1. He's on 2. Okay. 3-3-2 is the score. It does say here, the word is...
It does say Cameron.
The word on the street is Cameron. Okay, we've got Affiliates Open to come as race 10. It's our next up. And JCSA is the 2-1 market leader. Red Stable got a big chance here as well. In fact, we'll move on to race 11. Local bred horses, man. That was race 10 just gone. But JCSA is the joint favourite with Sama Al Mokhtara. Before we head to John, I got news, John, this week of a new job. I was going to start working for a dried fruit company.
I can't remember the punchline.
You're just waiting for some dates to come through.
Oh, it's better when you get them wrong, lads. Right, here are the runners and riders for this, 11th race on the card. The local bred horses maiden. It's been a long day. Abrak Jadela is horse number 1, Abdulaziz Al Faradi. 2 is the aforementioned JCSA, Ayad Al Turaisi. Horse number 3 is Gala Saad, that's the mount of Ahmed Al Tayar. 4 is Ghazal Al Saudiya, Khalid Al Mimoni. Horse number 5 is Kasab At Ayla, that's the man of Mohammed Al Yami. 6 is Mutejref, the man of Ali Al Mutib. Number 7 is North Bawas Wanas. 8 is Hamra Al Riyadh, Osama Al Sharani. And horse number 9 is Sama Al Mokhtara. Ricardo Sosa Ferreira is your jockey. From the studio to the commentary box and now to the parade ring. And Callum.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, here in pre-parade ring, looking at horse number 2, Ecstasy. Lovely type, but you just remember the run last time. Looked like she had an opportunity. I should say he had an opportunity to win a good race, a weak enough race last time out, but finished down the field when well fancied. Is well fancied today, but is very well turned out as well. Looks in great shape, but again, that last run is still weighing on my mind. Let's pull back to look at the 3, because this is a gorgeous horse. This is Gala Sard. I think this is a player. Gala Sard looks in really good nick, well muscled, no condition whatsoever on this one, just taking everything into his stride here, this 4-year-old. He has had the 14 starts and is still without a win, but this is an opportunity, and he more often runs more good races than bad, so hopefully he can put his best foot forward and get the head in front here. One more to take a peek at, the number 9. I'll go right through them here. It's only a small field, so we can have a good old look at the 9 here, who is definitely one of the better lookers in this field. This is Sama Al Mokhtara, just coming towards me now. This is a really well-built type, but again, showed very little on debut. We need to make a big step forward here to feature. I think I was here for this horse's debut, and I remember being taken with the way she looked in the parade ring. She's a 4-year-old now, only making her second career start. There's room for improvement, but she'll need to take a big step forward from the last run. It's a toughie, guys, but I'm going to make a very early paddock pick here. Gala Sard is going to be the pick for me. Horse number 3.
How do we feel about a paddock pick when they're not even in the paddock yet?
As long as you've seen all the horses, it's fine.
A pre-paddock pick.
Yeah. It's more of a pre-race, pre-jocked up pick, isn't it?
It is, very much so.
And it's not as if say on Saudi Cup night, they were in the pre-parade and coming into the parade and it's a bigger night and there's a lot more people and there's an atmosphere that could adjust their mood, whereas what's going to happen in the pre-parade is similar to what's going to happen in the parade.
Sure.
So I'm cool with it, in answer to your question.
Okay, that's fine then.
Do you think he'll stick with the 3 though, or will he switch?
That's what I'm thinking. It gives him more time to switch.
Yeah.
But now we're saying this and he's listening, he won't switch.
He might not be listening though. I can see him. Callum, are you listening to us? No, he's waving at us. He is listening. He is listening. Okay. I couldn't, because it's so bright in here and dark outside, I couldn't see which way he was looking, but he was looking at us and he's given us a thumbs up and he's waved. So he's definitely not changing.
Yeah. Okay. So was that the 3 he went with?
Yeah, the 14 race maiden from stall 1.
Yeah, Gala Sard.
12 to 1 international markets. What have you got down for this?
I have the 2.
No, as regards to the 3.
Oh, okay, got you. Yeah, winners from 14 starts. Finished actually a long way behind the 2, so it does link in with the 2 Ecstasy. That came over course distance last time. Look, he could run a place. I wouldn't be surprised if that happened. He's drawn well. It's a terrible field, really, in terms of quality. But for him to beat the 2, it just feels very unlikely. Ecstasy firmly had Gala Sard in his rearview mirror last time.
Okay, and a word on Ecstasy, who is one of the international market leaders currently. 2 to 1 joint alongside horse number 9, Sama Al Mokhtara.
Yeah, I mean, we'll come back to the 9 in a second, but the price is ludicrous. The 2 Ecstasy, definitely the horse to beat.
But
yeah,
we'll come back.
There is a but, that's why we'll come back. Definitely the horse to beat, Ecstasy. On official figures, is clearly the best, rated 63, has £7 in hand of the second best, or second highest rated, if you will, and that's the 4, Ghazal Al Saudiya. Ecstasy has finished runner-up on a couple of outings. Look, he was bitterly disappointing last week, but he did have a wide trip. He should get a much nicer trip in this smaller field contest today, and he should be favourite because he is the horse to beat. That's how boasting favouritism works.
Okay, well, he was beaten 3/4 of a length over the course and distance. 8 lengths clear of the remainder. Top rated off a mark of 63, but a 9 raced maiden. He's had plenty of goes at this kind of a level as well. Okay, Sama Al Mokhtara. Joint favourite on the international markets for the Red Stable, looking for their 4th winner today, as we've touched on. 15th of 17 on debut. However, I looked at that this morning and thought, how on earth can you make a case for this? But by teletext, powerful connections, Ricardo on board. But it's when you look back at that run, it was 1,200 metres. That was a maiden race back on January the 2nd. He was out the back, but he was taken off his feet for the majority of the race. You have to put your faith in. It was debut run, longer trip's going to suit. You'll see much more in a weaker race.
I feel like we're going to disagree here. Because why should this horse be 2 to 1? That what you're guessing?
Because the rest.
Because we're guessing.
Well,
I'm not against.
All of this is an educated guess.
Well, it's not though, is it? Well,
It is.
on the 9 it is. On the others, it's not.
But you're guessing this to an outcome.
Yeah, but with knowledge.
Yeah, and
There's no knowledge behind the 9. Zero knowledge. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying she can't win. I'm saying she should not be 2-1. I have her third in because, as you say, it's a terrible race. And if she has any kind of improvement, if she's got any kind of talent, then she'll be there or thereabouts. But why is she joint favourite? On the back of that run alone is probably the worst piece of form. Exactly, so you're guessing at a short price. Not for me.
Okay, well, okay, you say that, but then saying by the same token, if it hadn't ran last time, if it's a debutante and you've gone for a debutante before in a race, you're guessing there as to what that horse could do.
But she did run last time, and she ran 15th of 17 and showed nothing.
But
So now you're guessing that we're going over such a longer trip that she's now going to suddenly show some ability, which could happen, but we're guessing.
But she also got behind early on her debut and just maybe was all a bit too much for her.
It doesn't matter about excuses. We're talking about price alone here. 2-1's too short.
Okay, well, we're going to have a little conversation between ourselves as to what kind of price the international Collins market might give to friends.
5-1.
Okay, well, we can come to some sort of agreement there, I'm sure. Right, Callum, what's your view on the 9? International joint favourite, rightly so or not, given what we saw on debut, or is the potential factored into the price that she could be a lot better than we saw on debut?
I could be wrong here, but didn't Tom say the same thing about El Jabtri in our earlier race? For the same ownership, similar profile of a horse, big, robust type, will definitely come on for experience, had 2 duck eggs next to the name and then went and dotted in third time up. I know this is second time up, so you could understand why. I can understand why Tom's not so keen, but I think the traders have every reason to make that horse as short as it is because it's a pretty poor race and connections are pretty decent, so they'll know exactly what they're doing with this horse, and it would be no surprise to see this well-built individual take a big step forward today on 10th career start. Let's start with the 1. Sorry, Mustafa, we were talking about the other horse there. The JCSA has just gone past me. There's JCSA, the 2. We're going to look at every single one of them, so we'll have a look at JCSA here. She, like we mentioned, very well turned out individual. She's got a nice old walk at her as well. She's stretching out. We are going to get a proper look at the 1. My cameraman fuming with me because he thought we were talking about the 1. Here she is. This is the 1 we're going to have a look at. A very different type to what we normally see. This is Abak Jadala. Very, very weaker type. Typical local bred. I think in these races you're looking for horses that don't look so typically local. That is what we can say about JCSA horse number 2, who isn't your typical local bred type. A very well built individual. She's got a lovely head on her, but again, I'm concerned about the performance last time out, giving me major Bin Muazzaz vibes, but certainly a good looker, and got a lovely turned out, lovely poverty line and good quarter markings as well. Well done to the team. This Galasar, this was my paddock pick and will remain my paddock pick. Well muscled individual, good loose walker, and no, has to turn that form around with JCSA, but the run last time out wasn't too bad at all when finishing in 5th. Pull back to the 4. This is Ghazal Al Sodia, who is making the 7th career start today. Getting a little bit warm, not carrying any condition, or very well built type. This one's quite a strong, good, not the best of walker though. Watch the hind legs here. Bit of a staccato action on the walk and not blowing anybody away. Let's pull back to the next horse. This is the 5. This is Kasab Al Taylor, who we're just having a look at now. Very different. This one you could fit a family of 5 on the back. Very, very long, but really well turned out. Beautiful coat and a nice loose walk. Let's get a view in behind here. You'll see what I mean by the loose walk. Look at the way the hips are swinging from side to side, just like Beyonce in the Single Ladies video, swerving from side to side and looking very nice. Look, does need to find a little bit more form than we've seen on 4 previous starts with 4 duck eggs, but look, at the end of the day, the horse that when we go over further, we might see some improvement. Now, let's drop back to the 6th. This is Mutajaref, who we're just having a look at now. Ali Al-Natib on board this one. He's looking for more success. No condition on this one. Walking along here, red hot fit and ready to go. Has had the 2 starts, needs a big dose of improvement. But again, this is not the strongest of races. I like this horse. This is North, the 7th, Fawaz Wanas, looking for a quick fire double. Start number 6 today and looking really, really well in the coat. Handling everything because the 8 is getting really worked up, but no bother at all for North, who's handling things very well. A beautiful walker as well. Watch the way the hind legs come through. We like that. Maybe could even stretch a little bit more, but we are doing quite a slow walk. Now we'll pull back to the 8. This is Hamra Al Riyadh, clearly getting a little bit on toes here. this filly. She's getting a little bit worked up. As you can see, she's getting quite warm as well. She's just on the edge. You just want her to settle when a jockey gets on board. So keep an eye out on Osama Al-Shahani, who is now finally claiming 2 kilos, remember. He's on board this one. He's ridden out his 3 kilo claim. It's now down to 2. Could still be a lot of value. Now, let's pull back to the last one. This is a talking horse, isn't it? Sama Al-Mukhtara. Now, I'm not going to say is as good a looker as El Jabtri and doesn't have the pedigree that El Jabtri had. This one by teletext. But she's an intriguing filly. The connections are strong. She looks great in the prelim. She's got high whizzers, but I wouldn't hold that against her because the back half of her is beautiful. She's got a lovely back end. Good, strong whizzers, I would give her, and certainly isn't too much of a negative in the paddock. Watch the way she's walking out. She's really marching on here. The grooms are doing a great job marching her out. Look at the way she's active in that walk. I would have her in the price that she is in the market. I think we could see a lot of improvement from her here. She is the mount of Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, who is looking for a hat-trick. And remember, the Red Stable are in fine form, lads. It's an intriguing contest. I'm sticking with the 3.
Gala Sard at 12-1, rock solid on international markets to make it 15th time lucky. If you've got a selection of the next race, do let us know on the YouTube chat section, any of your thoughts and comments as well. And even, as we touched on the Saudi Cup, if you've got strong views on any of the races coming up 2 weeks Saturday, do let us know. There'll be a big crowd here, a big international crowd as well for the Saudi Cup meeting. And all the build-up really starts to begin when the international horses start to arrive here in Riyadh next week. If you do keep across the Saudi Cup X feed or Twitter feed, you'll see lots of pictures and videos of the horses arriving and being out on the track as well on an early morning. But you're nipping back to the UK before coming back, aren't you, for Saudi Cup?
Yeah, week off, back to the UK and then straight back out here, not next Monday, but the Monday after.
And that's when it all really begins in earnest as well. The draw, by the way, taking place on the Wednesday for the Saudi Cup, the Wednesday before, which is the 19th. Big breakfast with the stars here as well on the 20th. You'll see plenty of that on social media. Even might hear your dulcet tones, might we?
Maybe, we'll see. You know the draw for the Saudi Cup, is that just for the Saudi Cup on the Wednesday or all Saudi Cup day races?
No, it's for the Saudi Cup primarily. I think the draw a couple of other races, and then the majority are done the day before.
Okay.
Off the top of my head, I can't remember which are the 2, but there's normally, I think, 3 maybe drawn on the day. On
that
the
makes
Thursday,
a lot of sense.
on the
Obviously,
Wednesday.
week by week basis, they draw on Tuesdays here, right?
Yeah.
But that makes perfect sense.
Senor Buscador, the lead is taken by Esposito, but right on the line, Senor Buscador might have tipped him out.
21st, 22nd of Feb, the Saudi Cup meeting here in Riyadh, the Jockeys Challenge. Coming up on the first day, on the Friday, James MacDonald, Christophe Soumillon, Holly Doyle, Rachel King, some of the jockeys taking part in that. And of course, 2 locals.
Yes, Mohamed Al-Daham and Ricardo Sousa Ferreira. So it'll be a really fascinating day, I'm sure. I'm really looking forward to the Friday, actually.
And international jockeys races as well, getting another upgrade. Every year, they've almost had an increase in the ratings. The 2 local horses races, the first and second legs on the dirt, they're now 0 to 95, and legs 3 and 4 on the turf are now 0 to 100 races. So all the while, the quality of all the races keeps improving. Big boost to some of the prize money pots this year, and upgrades to some of the races as well. Now 3 Group 2s, and of course the Group 1 Saudi Cup.
If there was just yet another reason to make you want to watch it, it's that, right?
That's just the Saudi Cup this year. I just think every year is good, but there's so many different elements to it this year.
Romantic Warrior being the number 1, of course.
Just massive, massive.
Yeah, and then Japanese challenges, US challenges, locals. It should be really good. Obviously, slightly disappointing that Sierra Leone news came out yesterday that he's unable to make it due to an injury, but it takes very little away from the race because there's so much depth in there.
Well, often you've got these big races that are hung on one horse. You think, oh, he's not coming, that's a shame. But there are so many good ones coming this time that, but even Walk of Stars, when it's been going wire to wire in Dubai.
It could happen. I think it'll go the way of a closer, yet to have a proper pick, but Forever Young has to be the number 1 logical at this stage.
And he is the international market leader for Yoshito Yahagi, which just reminds me, I forgot to bring my jacket.
For what?
My Yoshito Yahagi jacket.
Oh,
I took it to the Breeders' Cup.
You'll have to ask for another one.
I did ask him for another one, but I think he thinks I'm just a bit of a chancer now. He said, give me free clothes.
We all think that.
Which is why I'm with the 7-4 horse on the international market who was tanked into 15th place on debut.
It's a ridiculous price. As I want to keep saying this before someone says, oh, you said this horse can't win. I'm not saying the horse can't win. I'm saying the price is terrible. What is the difference in the form between the 9 and the 6? The 6 was tailed off over 1,200 metres on 2 outings.
It's done it twice for a start.
Would you say that Sama Al Mokhtar wouldn't be tailed off over 1,200 metres again?
I wouldn't know.
Guessing.
Yeah, but
one's 25 to 1 and one's 7 to 4. 7 to 4 price. Without getting too deep into this, the price is all about percentage. 7 to 4 chance suggests it's got a 35 to 38% chance of winning. It doesn't.
I get it when we say it's a terrible favourite when say like a horse has come from the UK on turf, form is coming here on dirt, and you can say, "Oh, this horse is disappointed on dirt." Maybe you could argue that, but I'd always forgive a horse one run. It was the debut run. And I watched the video back. It was just at the back struggling all the time. And I just purely thought the longer trip today would see it in a better light. And if there's any race in which it's got the chance to prove itself, it's this race.
Again, I have no problem with any of that. Could easily happen, could easily win. I'm not questioning her chance of winning. I'm questioning the price in relation to her chance of winning. She should be 5 to 1-ish because we don't know. She could bomb out, she could win. 2 to 1 or 7 to 4 suggests that she is the horse to beat on the back of one run where she was tailed off.
Because it's priced in the potential of what she could do.
Okay, but let me ask you one more question.
You talk about the one, though. That's had 9 goes. The last form figure 0-0-0. The last 2 runs, 10th of 20, and then 10th again last time out. I mean, the 10th 2 runs back was over 1,800 metres. And it fell out the back of the TV.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not with
So it's got no potential to improve, whereas the 9 has. That's why it's 7-4.
We'll see.
And for that reason, I'm going to go with a 9.
I'm with the 2.
I think more just to annoy you, I'm going to go 9.
She could win.
Okay, John, as we called you John Deere early on, ploughing on through this card. You've turned the tractor once more in the field and you're on the home stretch.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, 2 to win. When is a racehorse good value? That's a debate that can be held long into any particular night that you choose, really. The Sama Al Mokhtar to go in, the horse in question. And the last to come forward will be Ghazal Al Saudia. Local bred horses maiden. Stand by. I've got one that's backed out. Ghazal Al Saudia, I think. Gonna go back in. Minuscule field of 9 by today's standards. They're all loaded up. Gates back, away they go. They are racing. And heading through the first furlong or so. A nice break from Sama Al Mokhtar. Also, though, prominent in the early stages is North in that, well, very big white face and the purple and yellow colours. Also prominent in the early skirmishing is Hamra Al RIYADH in the sheepskin noseband, the yellow and black colours. Just tagging along there, Sama Al Mokhtar, as the one that's now going on is Gala Sad. Gala Sad has taken up the front running duties here and is really stretching them out. Looking back to the rear of the field, Kasab Atlaya is the back marker and would be a good 12 to 15 lengths, possibly more behind. Now, Gala Sad's got a train to catch here, has gone 6 or 7 lengths clear now, and the rest are maybe coming to the conclusion that this is not a particularly sensible gallop to get involved with. North and Fawaz Wanas is looking for a double on the day, is racing in second. There's a further 4 or 5 lengths back then to Hamra Al RIYADH. Then up the inside of that one, Sama Al Mokhtar. Then another gap back to the rest. So, as I say, they are well strung out here as they go towards the end of the back straight. Gala Sad and Ahmed Al Tayar out in front now by about 4 lengths. North just creeps a little bit closer. Now driven along in third is Hamra Al Riyadh. Right round the outside, Ghazal Al Saudir is now making an effort to get involved as they start to make the turn for home. Mujarref is also now trying to make a little bit of headway as they head up to the final couple of furlongs, and now very tired out in front is Gala Sad, and has been quickly tackled and passed by North, who now goes on. North the leader to Gala Sad, who's very, very tired in second spot. Then in third we got Ghazal Al Saudir, followed then by Hamra Al Riyadh. 1 or 2 trying to get going. Ekta Sarsi has been a long way back in the run, is now getting going, but look at this. North is well clear inside the final furlong, and it's North by 10, 12, possibly more. Sat off that strong gallop, but the rest are maybe too far behind it as they go up towards the line. North and Fawaz Wanas, good day for him, the easy winner. Tight for second between Ekta Sarsi and Ghazal Al Saudir. Those two battling it out for the silver medal. In fourth was Abrak Jadela. Yep, interesting race. We've seen 1 or 2 jockeys whose clocks in their heads have not been working quite as well as you'd hope, and Ahmed Altair can be put into that category with Gala Sad, who went off like the proverbial scalded cat and was reeled in by North. But like I said in the call, it was noticeable that none of the rest, whilst they were closing, they weren't closing as well as North, and they weren't as well positioned, I suppose, vis-a-vis that pace as maybe North was. It's a good ride from Fawaz Wanas. If you're going to be critical about Ahmed Altair aboard Gala Sad, you've also got to be equally in praise of Fawaz Wanas, who's had a double now on the day. It's been a good afternoon for Fawaz. That was race 11 on the card. There's still 1 more to go before we pull up stumps here at Riyadh today. But North has scored 2:09.98, the fastest 2,000 metre race of the day, and has won by 16 1/4 lengths.
They say in Britain, the further north you go, the better the people get, and North has landed this success here under Fawaz Wanas, giving him 2 winners on the day. A very, very good success as well, and a well-timed ride by a jockey who's done this from the front before. I remember him on a purebred Arabian. I want to say it's Al Haref, but correct me if I'm wrong, where he just sort of dictated when there was a strong early pace set, took on the long-time leader earlier and sort of left the rest for dust, and he's done it again here aboard North, and he's just timed this to perfection, because in reality Gala Sad and Ahmed Altair, somebody needs to have a long word with Ahmed, because that was shocking, because he didn't even need to make that early pace. North was setting the early fractions, but Gala Sad just ran on by him on that long looping 2,000 metre start and has won this well. Nothing else really getting into it. Ghazal Al Saudir ended up getting second. Ekta Sarsi had to finish for third. Abrak Jadela in fourth. Hamra Al Riyadh in fifth. And Mujarref in sixth. The talking horse, Sam Al Mukhtara, long in second last, I think. I think last went to the 5 in the end, Kasab Altair, who didn't run a single yard. But we'll grab a word with our winning jockey, Fawaz Wanas, who is going to get himself weighed in. If you follow the Wanas family on social media, you may have seen that I went out with his brother over the last weekend, and we had plenty of fun out in Boulevard World and Boulevard City, and we'll be looking forward to doing it more. And we'll get all the Fawaz brothers out now as well. The Wanas clan will all be happy there, and Fawaz will be chuffed to bits with that performance. Well done, Fawaz. Very good ride.
Thank you, alhamdulillah. Thanks to the honorable trainer, thanks to Bassam Musa, thanks to all the team, alhamdulillah. God give me this win, alhamdulillah.
Now talk to me about the race, because Gala Sad went off so quickly, but you actually started fastest of all.
Yeah, I wait a little bit. So I see the horse here, the jockey Ahmed Tayyar, he goes so speed. and wait a little bit. And after the 600, when I keep my horse, he keep going. And thanks the owner trainer again, and thank you, Callum.
Thank you very much, Farah. Just one more question. Were you surprised that nobody was close behind you? You seem to be the only jockey to actually chase Ahmed Altea.
Yeah, I see. And I have a feel, and and I see in my back, no one close to me. And I go. When I go, and I know I win.
You go and you won well. 16.5 lengths, your winning distance. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, those of us who got involved with Sama Al Mukhtar were quite hopeful out the stalls. The horse broke much better today, but has then backed out of it. And you'd be surprised if Sama Al Mukhtar wouldn't be 20-1 on the next start, based on what we've seen today, being comprehensively outpointed in what was a pretty ordinary looking race. And it's North, who had a rating of just 51, who Tom has won by 16.5 lengths.
You'll probably make an argument about Summer Al Mukhtar next time that she's good value at 7-4 when she goes off 7-4 again.
I can put more evidence to the prosecution, and there's more of a case to be made that no good.
She was no good first up either. North broke really well actually with the yellow and purple silk. She's in 4th here. She just has to push through because she didn't want to get squeezed out far-wise. Takes the advantage at this point, and this is way before Gala Saad, who's actually in 5th at this point now, just takes off up the inside, over 2,000 metres, takes off, goes way too quick, and starts to dictate the pace. Famos Wanas is happy to sit in 2nd, as he should have been in hindsight, and obviously was at the time as well. And he was able to get first run when this leader eventually capitulates, which you'll see in the next 10 to 15 seconds or so. In 3rd is the awfully priced favourite Sam Al Mukhtar in the red, alongside Hamra Al Riyadh in the yellow. And all the others aren't even in the TV shot. That's how quickly the leader's gone, and therefore how far the field is strung out in the early part of the race. Gala Saad at this point was putting in sectionals of 11.85, 11.97, 12.27. With 1,000 metres to go, he was already slowing down, and that was kind of what happened when you run a horse or ride a horse like this, super inefficiently, use all the petrol early, and have nothing left. But the jockeys in behind, look, that are really out the back, not in your TV shot right now, they've just gifted Fawaz Wanas a lovely toe into it on the runner-up, who at this stage is probably 7 to 8 lengths clear of the 3rd. Sam Al Mukhtar has already faded and gone at the game. Ricardo would have wanted to go with Fawaz but couldn't. Now the closers start to make ground, but they're 10 lengths or more behind the eventual winner, who is North. Now, in North's defence, he actually extends that margin in the home straight and eventually wins by 16, so he was way the best horse in the race. But equally, the deep closing jockeys have gifted Fawaz this victory. As much as they've not given good rides to their horses, Fawaz has given a great ride to his horse. And he's just got the job done decisively. 6th time of asking, was only rated 51 coming into today. Previous form,
No form?
Yeah, I suppose it was difficult to suggest he had any chance of winning. But this race has panned out completely different to any race he's ever run in.
And probably likely to ever encounter again.
Probably.
I mean, one in Taif in 2023.
That effort was actually okay.
Yeah, 4th of 17. But
Yeah.
then beaten twice here at the early part of last year. Then one go at the back end of last year. One go here a few weeks ago. Nothing to recommend it whatsoever.
No.
If I was to jump into a time machine and we're going to whiz back 20 minutes and you said to me, on the international markets you can take North at 16s or you can take Sama Al Mukhtar at 7-4, which would you take? I'd take the red stable every day of the week.
I would take North, but I wouldn't take either. If it was just a match out of those two, I would take North.
Would you really?
I would, yeah. Because he's better value. Because at least you know he's run well once and he's got a mark of 51. You know kind of what he is. 16 to 1's a perfectly fair price for what he's already done. No?
No. I'd want it bigger.
I don't think so.
Because he's exposed himself, he's stepped from the curtain, revealed himself, and there's nothing to like.
You can't bet on potential. That's a golden rule.
Okay, you're never to back a debutante or select a debutante ever again.
No, it's about the price. The price.
You just said you're never to back potential.
Not at short prices.
But you have.
You had nothing there.
No, you have, because you have put it before the occasional newcomer.
Yeah, but that's usually by default. Not.
But
I
you're
would bet the
putting it
horse.
forward. Yeah, but you're putting forward potential.
Okay, whatever.
Anyway, you still didn't get the winner, did you? I'll tell you one thing we can both agree on, right? That's that North will never win another race. He's got into that rated 51. He's won by 60.5. He's got to get whacked because he's beaten
Yeah.
a 56 rated horse.
He'll be rated in the 70s, won't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably won't win again.
And he's had a unique setup that he'll probably never get again.
I agree. Unless he tumbles back down the weights and gets to run a 0 to 60, I doubt he'll win again.
Okay, well, that was race 11. A hotly contested race. Hotly debated race.
Was it hotly contested?
Not by the winner, he just won by 60.5
it
lengths
lacked-
and destroyed both of our selections.
Like complete depth. And yeah, the race was blown apart early.
Have you got a joke for John before we go back to him?
The fact that you thought 7-4 was a good price on that horse? That's a joke.
Well, the fact that you thought the other horse was good value at whatever price when it also finished at the back of the TV doesn't matter. Don't get value for getting
Didn't think it
beat.
was good value.
Don't get value for getting beat. Right, should we try and find one for John before we go?
Well, John actually no, we can throw to him because I know that John would agree that value is.
no, he needs
number
a joke.
one.
You promised John jokes this week.
You just want to take it off the topic now.
No.
Yeah, you did.
What about?
We know your game.
What about? There's the punchline, right?
I've done that with this.
Hours ago, John. This week I quit my job at a bank.
I lost interest.
Yes, I can sympathise with that a little bit, actually, as we get to race number 12, and you two are bickering on there in the studio. Horse number 1 doesn't go, Bark Al Naziat. Horse number 2, Geryon, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. 3 is Gayad, in the hands of Yasser Al Bakawi. Horse number 4 is Loki du Soleil, Abdulaziz Al Fayrouz. Number 5 is Majd Al Thabad, Rakan Al Abeid. Number 6 is Nazem Al Kanon, Ayad Al Turisi. Number 7 is Obeid Al Shahaniya, Mohammed Al Nasser. 8 is a non-runner. 9 is Gara, that's the man of Salman Al Rashid. Horse number 10 is Rawayat Al Baraik, Feras Al Sunaytan. Horse number 11 is Rihanna, Abdullah Al Khamis. Horse number 12 is Sabah Al Rekayat Khalid Al Mimoni. Horse number 13, Swar Al Amal, is the man of Abdul Ella Al Hussein. So an Arabian horses maiden race closes things off today. Callum is in the parade ring.
Thank you, John. Yes, thanks for doing those runners and riders all the way through today. Big field, and it doesn't stop tomorrow. Let's go to number 2, Geryon. The debutant here, lovely looking type, a very loose mover, well-built individual, 4-year-old in this contest. First start in Saudi Arabia, don't imagine it's run anywhere else. For connections that we know how to train a purebred, own and train a purebred Arabian winner. Certainly can't be ignored here under Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, still looking for that hat-trick. Let's pull back though. I like Loki du Soleil. This is the 4 in this race. 2 efforts so far in the career, both 4th placed, looking to go 3 places better today, and is a real strong mover. Look at this, getting a real jig jog on. Really enjoying himself here, Loki du Soleil. Well built, lovely neck, nice back end. Maybe a little bit weak on the shoulder, but certainly showing a very positive attitude in this parade ring. And we all know positive attitude is half the battle. Let's pull back now to the 6. This is Nazem Al Kanom. Had the 1 start, finished 7th on debut, looking to go 6 places better here. We'll build on that start. Very nice dappling on the body here. Big old patch on the hind quarter, Mustafa. Can you just zoom in on that patch there? You can see interesting colour on the back end of this one. Just that big splodge of white at the back end. Hopefully that won't slow him down though. He's partnered by Ayad Al Tarisi, a very promising young rider. Let's put our way back to the 7. This is the next one we'll have a look at. Well-built individual, Obeid Al Shahaniya. Very similar to the 2 here with the way this horse is built, but he's had 5 starts and is still looking really to finish in the money. And finally, I want to look at the 9. This is the last one we'll peek at. This is Gara BJ. I always like this horse every time it runs. This is the 7th career start, but it's beginning to run to form, but those races tend to be in small fields, so she'll need to be at her best to win here, but doesn't she look great? That is the 9, Gara BJ. The pick of the paddock, though, that's going to go to the 4, Loki du Soleil.
And with Callum as well. I think the value lies with the 4.
Interesting. To be fair, I'm not against the 4. I had the 4 third in, but I did have the 8, who's a non-runner second in. So, to be fair, I could be with the 4 as well here. Wasn't my initial pick, but my pick is very short in the market, and I wasn't anticipating that. So I could be switching. Yeah, it was mainly just by default. As I say, like I do these picks and comments prior to knowing prices. I didn't like many of these horses with form. I thought the 8 was quite clearly the standout before being scratched. He was rated 87, so obviously it would have taken a good one to beat him. Of the others, there's only one other with a rating that actually looks like they've got much talent, and that's the 11, Rihanna. But she was pulled up on her sole try at this distance, so I couldn't be with Rihanna. There is the favourite, Geryon or Geryon. Looks very inexperienced. I wouldn't want a short price, I have to admit. The positives for the two, and why I actually did put this horse down as my selection pre-seeing the odds, is that he's by Almor Tajez, who's a very good Arabian stallion, out of a French-bred mare who won a Group 1 during a 4-year-old campaign. I mean, the pedigree is just a massive standout, huge standout. Draws pretty poorly, but gets Ricardo on board for this stable. Ricardo rode a US-bred horse for this stable last week and probably should have won first up in Saudi, but the horse hung away his chance. If this colt has any talent that his pedigree suggests he should have, then he should be winning, really.
So you go with the potential?
No, that's why I would now change, because I don't like the price. But without prices, he was the most intriguing for sure.
Okay, well, he is the main pick. 6-4 this morning, 11-10, close on even money for Geryon. Rihanna is number 11, 132nd best in the market.
Do we know the one's a scratch here, by the way? I might have missed that when John was doing the runners and riders, but it's definitely taken out.
It is, yeah, it's a scratcher. 1 and 8.
Yeah, 1 and 8,
Yeah.
both out.
They're both there, yeah. Okay, give us a word on Rihanna then, who is second best on the market at 130, is second top. Well, in fact, no, is now top rated in the field with the 8 being out.
Yeah.
Go back through the form. 10 goes so far, but it's got form with Lacey de Violette. Has been an open company and ran against Raya here 2 starts back.
Yeah, as I was saying, I mentioned her briefly. I didn't talk about those form lines, which are strong for her, which is why she has a mark of 73. I did just talk about the big P that you can see in her form figures. That was her sole try at this trip, 2,000 metres, and she pulled up. She didn't get home, so that's a problem. She wasn't injured from all that we know. It just looked like she was really tired and the jockey pulled her up. So I would be worried about that for sure. She's the form setter with those form lines with Raya and Lacey de Violette. Raya, by the way, we'll see tomorrow in a handicap.
Well, she's back out again, is she?
Yeah, much deeper race though, much deeper. And she's drawn 16, I think, so.
I thought there was a really, if people look at international markets, I think it was a really solid option here, and it's number 4, Loki de Salil, who we heard from Callum about. He's had 2 starts so far, this 4-year-old, so he's coming here unexposed. He ran over 1,200 metres on his debut. He came here last week over 1,600 metres, and just looking back to that race again, he finished the race off better than any.
Yep.
This 2,000 is going to be right up his street.
I don't disagree. 11-2 still?
No, 4-1.
4-1, okay, fine. If I was at home and I wanted one of us to tell the person at home who is the best bet, I'd say the 4 each way. But now obviously the price has gone, so you're losing a little bit there.
You can't knock it out the 3.
Yeah, he'll be in the top 3,
Yeah.
definitely. From a selections point of view, because that's all that matters, price doesn't matter for our in-house competition. I will go with the 2, just because that was my pick pre-prices. But if I was at home, I wouldn't advise betting the 2, just because it could be all or nothing. The 11 is solid, but I'm proving at the trip. And I'll give a line on some of the outsiders, because, look, we've only talked about 3 horses here. It's hard to make a case.
The market pretty much says 2, 11, 4.
Big gap.
There's been a move.
Oh, go on.
It was big gap.
Is it the 6?
The 10.
10. What price is the 10?
It was 12s, now 7s.
Really? 3 race maiden, doesn't have a turn of foot. I suppose the penultimate run was okay. Oh, I don't like her really, especially at 7s. Last time up was really disappointing. I thought the 6 could have been a bit of a market mover.
It's gone the other way, 8's up to 16s.
Yeah, well, he shapes like a horse that could be a market mover, not the 10. The Zam Alcanon, at least, he was outpaced over a shorter distance on debut, steps up, but he is a diminutive horse. He doesn't offer much to the eye. I couldn't have him on the basis of that, but I thought he might attract some support. The 7, Obeid Al-Shahani, has had no excuses recently and been mid-division on each run. The 3, Gayad, is unraced out of an unraced mare by Desert Fox. The pedigree doesn't really appeal. The 5, Majd Al-Thab, finished down the field in a couple of 1,600 metre maidens. Hasn't really shown he's got any talent yet. The 9, Gara, is definitely the speed in here. He'll go forward and make the pace, and probably quite quick as well. Too quick for the distance. But Alex Moreno, aggressive jockey on board, inside draw, lots of speed, this filly, so she'll make the pace, but she'll probably not last time. And the only 2 we haven't talked about, the 12, who showed nothing on the debut, barely raised the gallop actually over 1,200 metres, probably going to be tailed off from the outset. And the 13, Swat Alamal, who I suppose you can make a case for. Last time up was a pretty good third. That came over 1,600 metres. Quick turnaround though, just back within a week. It's not beyond the realms of possibility she runs a place, the 13 horse, but again, she needs to show a lot more than she has so far.
Okay, they are down at the start. Final race of 12 here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse this Thursday. Often a hard day to find winners. Lots of maiden races. I think we've had 6 of them today. We've managed to find 3 winners myself, 3 winners for Tom, and 2 for old... I've almost forgotten his real name now because I've got Cameron in front of me. Callum outside. I'm going to have to cross off Cameron. I'm going to call him... There we go, Callum. I won't forget that.
One of us is... Well, I say one of us. Either you and Callum or myself will add a winner here, I'm pretty sure. It should be either Garyon or Loki de Soleil. Garyon, if he's got any talent, Loki de Soleil is the best of those before.
I'd be quite happy going into day 2 on 4 winners with you and Callum.
Well, Callum, Callum be on 3, wouldn't he?
Yeah, and you'd be on 3 as well.
Yep.
I'd sleep easy tonight on that score.
Equally, I'd quite like to be on 4 as well, so we'll see. It's always good to have an advantage on the Thursday, but we know that Friday and the Saturday is where you win it.
At least you could, if you go home on 3 and I've got 4, you could go home with your red stable flannel, you could wash off the iniquity and start again tomorrow.
That's the plan anyway, I tell you, regardless of this last race.
11 to 10 for Garyon at the top of the market. Rihanna at 130. Loki de Soleil is 11 to 2 down to 4 to 1. The 10's been really well supported, 11 to 1 down to 7s. Everything else in the market is getting pushed out. They're all bigger price than they were early on today. So if we're saying that this newcomer's going to win, top rated behind now the non-run of the 8. So we're looking for the winner to have to run to mid-70s to win this.
If you believe that rating of Rihanna, which I'm not 100% sure of. I think she's probably a high 60 horse. I think 70 wins, to be honest.
Which Loki de Soleil could well be. Loading up then for the final race. We've not got a joke for John, have we?
We don't,
no.
But it's 2 for me, 4 for you, 4 for Callum. This is crucial for the competition.
Okay. As you are, John, the sort of, not the John Deere of commentators, more like, I've been told to go to you, John. We've still got about 5 left, we'll be fine, but with our thanks, I'll just have to go to John Deere.
Thank you very much, Martin. Yeah, nothing like being hurried up by the producer, is there? There's about 3 left to go in. Obeid Al Shanair is one of those. So too is Riyadh. Another 2,000 metre race. This, though, for purebred Arabians. Obeid Al Shanair, or Al Shahanir. White flag raised, red flag down. They're off and racing. Obeid Al Shahanir was just ridden along pretty furiously for a stride or 2 to try and go the early pace in this particular contest. Nice start was made by Gara, who Tom said would be the early pace in the race, and he was absolutely right. That one leads to RIYADH Al Bareik. The white headgear just taking quite an awkward hold there in second. Towards the outside is Geryon, the grey in those blue cheek pieces, and also the sheepskin noseband there. Just looking a bit further back through the field, Loki de Soleil has got a nice position around about 5th at the moment off this relatively strong gallop. Just in advance of that one is Obeid Al Shahanir. They're followed towards the inside by Sabah Al Rekayat, and then on that one's outside we've got Swat Alamal. Towards the back of the field at the moment, Nazam Al Kanon and Rihanna, those 2 already struggling. So they're heading towards the latter part of the back straight, and it's Geryon, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, who's had a good day so far, looking to try and make it even better. That one is prominent along with Obeid Al Shahanir, and then right up the inside of RIYADH Al Bareik. Then Loki du Soleil is now making a bit of headway into 5th spot, just being nudged along. Then after that, Swat Alamal, as they start to make the turn. It's Geryon that leads them to Obeid Al Shahanir, who's racing in 2nd. Then up the inside in 3rd is RIYADH Al Bareik. They're then followed by Gara, who's now just lost a position or 2 after trying to set those early fractions. And then Loki de Soleil, who's trying to throw down a challenge wide there in the red headgear. As they swing for home, Geryon is getting a wriggle on here and goes on by about a length or so to driven along in second, Obeid Al Shahanir. Then in third position now, Loki du Soleil, who's quickly going to come and pass the fading Rawat Al Bareik. Inside the final 400 they go, and the leader is Geryon, out in front by a couple of lengths, but now Loki du Soleil is making good headway, darts towards the rail. Also staying on is Soir Alamau, and also getting going from the back of the field is Rihanna as they make their way towards the closing stages. Loki du Soleil has taken it up. Rihanna has got a bit of a wet sail, and battling on is Geryon. Terrific finish. Loki du Soleil, Geryon, Rihanna up towards the line. Geryon, Loki du Soleil. It's going to be tight. That is one for the judge. Loki du Soleil, Geryon, and Rihanna, who came from a long, long way off the speed to finish there in third. Dramatic Arabian race to finish off there. It looked as though Loki du Soleil was coming with an irresistible late run, but it goes back to the old point about only one really decisive effort from Arabian horses, and Geryon's got it. Geryon and Loki du Soleil in a tremendous battle to the line, but Geryon has scored 2 minutes 26.50 place, 2 minutes 26.51. Tom Collins was right though. Geryon has scored. Rihanna, big run there in third spot. That's a good improvement on anything it's done so far. But Geryon has won the last.
So the man who'd never go for potential has gone for potential on debut, and it's won.
It's big, it's big. Big for the competition, that's all that matters to me. As I say, if I was at home, I would have advised the horse on the inside each way, and you'd still copped.
Oh, that's heartbreaking, because it was in front before the line, it was in front after the line.
It's head bob, isn't it?
Oh.
To be fair, Geryon did look like the most logical winner throughout, until the top of the home straight, where he just stopped running. Loki du Soleil went up the inside, looked like my horse was going to be third, and then suddenly he started running again. It was like inexperience came out, didn't realise he was in a race. You're gutted, aren't you?
I am gutted, yeah.
It's big.
It's been a busy couple of days. I want to go home and just go to bed, I think. Pull it comes off my head and just forget about it.
Can you have a look at Friday's card first? Is that?
I've started to have a bit look at that.
Okay, good. Lots of runners.
There are lots of runners, yeah.
Did you know 711 runners this week? Across 3 days.
Yeah.
Madness, that is. Big fields.
It is big fields, yeah, and we've got the Japan Cup to look forward to tomorrow. But looking back through today's card, the Red Stable had 3 winners on the card, and maybe if we switch back to race 4, the local bred Colt and Gelding's Maiden. This was, I know we've had a 16.5 length winner, but I think in terms of future talent and quality, this is maybe the best horse we've seen today.
Yeah, Shockab is the horse in question. There were a few options for the highlight of the day, but he's won so impressively today by 13 lengths, just drawing clear. Completely different side to the horse that we hadn't seen before either. First time blinkers on today, over the 1600. He raced prominently under Ricardo Souza Ferreira, who had, was it 2 or 3 winners?
3.
3 on the afternoon. And he's just kicked clear in the latter stages. This is a horse that's got plenty of upside, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him in an open race again next time.
Yeah, Ricardo won the final race. He scored aboard Mac Thor back in that first handicap as race 1. And he was also on board the winner here, who was drawn wide, was keen early, but glided to the front and has put 10 3/4 lengths between himself and the rest of the field over the 1600. And probably a slight step up in distance. 1800 is not going to be an issue for him.
No, he'll stay 2000 the way he races. But he showed a lot more early speed today, and that's key. These races here, no matter what distance you're in or running over, you just need tactical speed. That's key to find the spot, because it's such big fields. If you get out the back, you've then got to pass every horse. You've got to weave in and out. You either go wide or you ride for luck. If you have tactical speed and can sit prominent, regardless of distance, you can make an impact. And the fact that he's shown that today is a big uptick in his future, I think.
Well, 3 for the Red Stable today, 3 for the White Stable as well. They've been dominant throughout. Talimir, maybe the best for the White Stable, winning our 8th race, that maiden race over 2,000 metres. Again, she wasn't favourite on the international markets initially, but as we talked about her chance, we got close to the off time, she was the favourite and she was much the best from a wide stall.
Yeah, she was really good today. Again, she was the horse to beat in that contest. The price was wrong initially, as you've touched on there. It went into the right price and she got the job done. Camilo missed out because he's suspended this week, unable to ride. So that's unfortunate for him. It would have put him one more victory closer to Adel Al-Faredi. Saying that though, Mohamed Al-Dahan didn't have a winner today. Adel wasn't riding, so the jockey standings still remain the same, apart from Ricardo, who now scoots up. Ricardo Ferreira, RIYADH alone, 54 winners this season. Incredible.
Yeah, and he would indeed, I think, be leading the Jockeys Championship if he was riding in time as well. Where's your Red Stable flannel?
Oh, it's in the bag.
Over there?
Yeah.
You can't reach it?
No.
Just a wave goodbye?
We'll save that for tomorrow.
Okay. Well, Tom leads the studio tipping competition. 4 winners to my 3 to Callum's 2. So 4-3-2 after day 1, which is a good result for a Thursday. Thursdays are hard here. Lots of maiden races, lots of unexposed horses. But Tom with 4 on the board, just getting the better of me in the closing stages in that last race. That's going to annoy me.
Yeah, but still 24 races to go, including the Japan Cup, which you briefly touched on. I want to mention again 2 very good horses. Dance Desire for Tamara Dahani. Mazuna used to be with Tamara Dahani, now with Al Qatani. That's the big race tomorrow, race 12, Group 3. Should be great.
Yeah, do join us for that on the English-speaking channel here for the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia. Back tomorrow, 12 races. Japan Cup tomorrow, Ministry of Culture Cup on Saturday. And 2 weeks tomorrow, it all kicks off the Saudi Cup here in Riyadh.